Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Mrs. Schulte, moves that for leave to introduce bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 to make related amendments to the Food and Drug Act to repeal the Petrofluorooctane Sulfonate Virtual Elimination Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Wilkinson, seconded by Ms. Schulte, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegation.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development entitled The Road Ahead, Encouraging the Production and Purchase of Zero-Emission Vehicles in Canada. Alors, j'ai le plaisir.
I have the honor to table this report, which is entitled The Road Ahead, Encouraging the Production and Purchase of Zero-Emission Vehicles in Canada, which was moved by the member for Repentigny, and which is a very relevant study in the current context where we are transitioning to a greener economy. And I would also like to table in both official languages the fourth official report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development on Bill C-204, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, 1999, final disposal of plastic waste. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report it to the House with amendments. And as concerns the third report, I don't know if I should mention that pursuant to Standing Order 109, it is called upon the government to provide a response to the report that is on the report on zero-emission vehicles. Thank you.
From committees, the Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 7 reports of the Standing Committee on Health. The fifth report, entitled Bill C-237, an act to establish a national framework for diabetes. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with an amendment. The sixth report is Request for Government Response to the 23rd report from the 42nd Parliament First Session on a diabetes strategy for Canada. The seventh report is Request for a Government Response to the 24th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session on tackling the problem head-on, sports-related concussions in Canada. The eighth report is Request for a Government Response to the 26th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session on impacts of methamphetamine abuse in Canada. The ninth report is Request for a Government Response to the 27th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session on Get Canada's Youth Moving. The 10th report is Request for a Government Response to the 28th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session on the health of LGBTQIA2 communities in Canada. The 11th report is Request for a Government Response to the 29th report from the 42nd Parliament First Session on violence facing health workers in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to its 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Chu, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Foreign Influence Registry. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Steveston Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all aware of the instances of foreign interference in Canada and the threat of further intimidation and corruption. For years, we have heard the dangers of such foreign interference cautioned by Canada's National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians and the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. Beyond calls for action and attention, the government has suggested no other plan to counter interference operations. Today, I present my private member's bill, an act to establish a foreign influence registry. This is directly inspired by Australia, our Five Eyes ally, in their efforts to address their own problems with foreign interference. This bill is only the first step in improving domestic safety measures. I pray our nation will come together to recognize and increase vigilance, to shine lights on harmful interference from abroad. Thank you.
This motion is deemed adopted. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Chu, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish National Food Waste Awareness Day and to provide the development of a national strategy to reduce food waste in Canada. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud to be here today tabling my bill, an act to establish a Food Waste Awareness Day and to provide for the development of a national strategy to reduce food waste in Canada. I want to thank the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for seconding my bill today, and I also want to acknowledge Ruth Ellen Brousseau, who tabled this bill in the last Parliament. Every year, about 11.2 million metric tons of edible food is wasted in Canada, costing more than $49 billion. This waste goes into landfills, and about 20% of Canada's methane emissions come from landfills. A day set aside in Canada to recognize the impacts of food waste on the environment is a strong step in developing awareness and in creating meaningful solutions. The other part of this bill is to develop a national strategy to address food waste. Currently, 79% of food items that can be rescued and distributed are perishable. Having a national strategy to address this is imperative. When over 4 million Canadians do not have enough food to eat every day, having a national strategy is a better way of planning to keep people fed. I want to thank the many local organizations in North Island Powell River who are supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' business. Ms. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, seconded by Mr. Poliev, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Industry Act, Financial Assistance. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, this pandemic has required extraordinary support for business and industry, and of course it will be an obligation on current and future taxpayers. An example, of course, is the airline announcement of yesterday. While we support many of the measures, government transparency and accountability is essential. My private member's bill, An Act to Amend the Department of Industry Act, Financial Assistance, will require annual publication of all grants, loans, and contribution that total over $100,000. I picked the $100,000 so that we weren't capturing all the small businesses that were seeking much needed support. Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians and all Canadians have a right to know the status, terms, and conditions, especially for repayable loans. This bill is not only about greater transparency and accountability, but it is about our ability to scrutinize the effectiveness of spending and, more importantly, the ethics of the spending. Certainly, I want to thank the member for Carleton for his seconding this bill, and I think it should have all members in this House support for us to do the critical work that we need to do. Thank you.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, seconded by Mr. Poliev, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. The honourable member for Perth. Oh, sorry. Okay. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology presented on Friday, November 27th, be concurred in. Debate? Seeing none, we'll proceed. Okay. Motions? Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology presented on Friday, November 27, 2020, be concurred in. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request recorded division or the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I would request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25, 2021, the division stands deferred until later this day at expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Motions? I'm sorry?
We're going to petition.
Oh, are we skipping that one? Okay, very good. Petitions. Petition. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I am presenting two petitions today. The first is signed by 101 petitioners, and it is entitled that given that the act of justice related to victims of corrections and people who are responsible for severe violations of human rights, and therefore the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to apply all legal sanctions, including the freezing of assets and the banning of entry into Canada against the perpetrators of these crimes. The second petition is signed by 203 petitioners with regard to the same act, and these petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to apply all sanctions, including the freezings of assets and the banning of entry into Canada. And in addition, they are calling upon the Government of Canada to refuse the visitor visa and immigration visas to the perpetrators of persecution in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today and present my first petition since becoming an MP. This one was started by Rose Ray in the city of Barrie. Rose was part of a group of people, this petition has been signed by over 1,200 people, who invested and have lost their life savings. They worked hard for their money and they've lost it all, many of them losing everything they've worked for over their lives. So they've started this petition, and the petition is calling for an independent public forensic inquiry to investigate the financial records and assets of Fortress and Principals, its brokerages, executives, and trustees, including Sorrente Law. Ensure that the RCMP Integrated Market Enforcement Teams has the resources and funds to continue their investigation. Number 3, review the Standing Up for White Collar Crime Act and increase the current punishment and imprisonment if the fraud exceeds $1 million. And number 4, mandate communication across all financial Canadian regulators to reduce loopholes and protect investors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble with my button. It's an honor to rise in the House this morning to present a petition started by a number of my constituents, but with wide support across Canada. It deals with the critical ongoing health issue of thousands of Canadians who experienced COVID-19 and are now considered not infectious, but they certainly aren't recovered. They are sometimes referred to as long haulers. Sometimes people refer to the illnesses they suffer as long COVID. We, the petitioners, urge this House to consider the many ways in which they're not able to access help or benefits. One of the problems, of course, is when referring to someone who no longer has active COVID as recovered, it's completely inaccurate. The petitioners ask in brief for the following things: that the Government of Canada recognize this is a health condition with serious implications, and that they label it so that people who are suffering have somewhere to go to identify their problem. They ask that there be a registry so that Canadians from coast to coast to coast can be accurately counted, and we know the extent of the problem. They ask for research into how they can be treated and helped. They ask for clinics such that people who are suffering, because the health effects can be from mental confusion to significant damage to organs, to being unable to work for months. In fact, some people for more than a year at this point. So the petitioners ask for the Government of Canada to move, to help, and to provide much needed medical assistance and financial supports to people suffering from COVID many, many months after they are no longer infectious. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, have you ever been to Pefferlaw? We'd love to have you stop in. It's a great small town in the great riding of York Simcoe. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I rise again today to present a petition on behalf of the residents of Pefferlaw. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to rehabilitate the historic Pefferlaw Dam and to ensure the Pefferlaw River flows again. Built in the 1820s, the Pefferlaw Dam has a cultural, historical, environmental, economic, and recreational significance to the residents and visitors to Pefferlaw. Again, I would like to thank the petitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions, l'honorable.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-le-Petit-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to table 3 petitions today. The first is from hundreds of people who are concerned by the civil war and the humanitarian crisis in Yemen. People have been suffering there since 2015, and so Canada should encourage the belligerents to find a pacific and democratic solution and to make vital contributions to the humanitarian organizations working there. That was the first petition. The second is concerning a group of people who have been on the Quebec territory for some time. These are immigrants, and some people have been waiting for their applications to be processed for over 30 months. And their lives are very difficult at this time, so they are asking for work visas or people who need transitional financial assistance, and they want to their time that they've been waiting to be banked in their application for citizenship. And they need a clear deadline. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, concerns Mr. Mamadou Konardi, who came to Quebec in 2016 and who worked as an orderly in a long-term care home. He got COVID-19, but now he is threatened with expulsion. So hundreds of people are calling on the Minister of Immigration to remove this expulsion order and to give him a work permit as well as a temporary permit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I am very pleased today to stand and present petitions of 440 individuals who are calling upon the government to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. The rationale is that sex-selection abortion is legal in Canada, as Canada has absolutely no restrictions on abortion. We're the only democratic country that doesn't, and the only other is North Korea. Sex-selective abortion is antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women. A 2019 Dart and Maru Blue poll conducted for the National Post showed that 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion if the family does not want the child to be a certain sex. International organizations like the World Health Organization, United Nations Women, United Nations Children Fund have identified unequal sex ratios at birth as a growing problem internationally. And however, as well, Canada's healthcare profession recognizes that sex selection abortion is a problem in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting 4 petitions in the House today. The first petition highlights the ongoing genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in East Turkestan and China, and it calls on the Government of Canada to respond to that. Calls on the Government of Canada to respond by recognizing the genocide and by holding all of those responsible accountable through the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Magnitsky Act. The House of Commons has undertaken this action of recognition, but there is still much more work to do, including directly by the government. The second petition highlights the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia, recent armed conflict between the TPLF and Ethiopian government forces, as well as the involvement of Eritrean forces, has led to significant human rights abuses as well as humanitarian costs. This petition has received a very strong response. It calls on the government to step up its engagement with that situation, to support investigation, humanitarian access, independent monitoring, as well as to be engaged in the long term. To promote short, medium, and long-term elections monitoring in Ethiopia, and to engage directly with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on the conflict. The third petition highlights Bill S-204, proposed in the other place by Senator Atulajan. This bill would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ for which there has not been consent. And petitioners want to see the government pass this important bill, which has been over 10 years in the making, has gotten unanimous consent at different times from this and the other place, but has not yet been able to pass in identical form in the same Parliament. So petitioners are hoping this Parliament will be the one that finally gets the work done. The fourth and final petition I'm tabling today is with respect to Bill C6, the government's conversion therapy bill, which we're scheduled to be debating tomorrow. Petitioners are supportive of initiatives to ban conversion therapy. However, they are concerned about drafting problems with this bill, in particular the poorly written definition of conversion therapy. The fact that as drafted, the bill would effectively ban many conversations people might enter into that really have nothing to do at all with conversion therapy. So petitioners want to see the government have the humility to recognize when drafting errors have occurred, to try to build consensus by fixing the definition and then proceeding with the conversion therapy ban. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to table 2 petitions from constituents here in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. The first petition outlines a series of human rights abuses sanctioned and perpetrated by officials of the Chinese Communist Party. The petitioners urge the Government of Canada to deploy all legal sanctions against these perpetrators under the Magnitsky Act, including freezing assets and barring entry to Canada. The second petition highlights that proactive holistic health practices play an important role in building immune system strength and help to keep people healthy, and that there is not enough focus on proactive health and wellness care. And the petitioners request that the Government of Canada increase the focus on educating and empowering Canadians on holistic approaches to optimize and maintain their natural immunity and well-being. And they call on the government to include proactive health and wellness care practices in the Canada Health Act and enhance access to these services. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to present petition E2985. The petitioners, over 1,200 of them who signed this, recognize 4 basic things. Number 1, that Transport Canada's interim protocol on the use of BC Southern anchorages has been largely ignored and not enforced. 2, that there is a very real risk of environmental disaster on the surrounding marine environment from the impact of these vessels, which have been shown to drag their anchors. 3, that the federal government sees value in protecting this sensitive marine habitat. through the establishment of a national marine conservation area. And fourth, that First Nations in the region were not consulted, nor did they give their free, prior, or informed consent for the establishment of the anchorages. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada support Bill C-250, which calls for an end to these anchorages. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the effort behind this petition would not have been possible without Chris Straw, who tragically passed away on a workplace accident on March the 16th. And I just want to take this time to express my very sincere condolences to his friends and family, and just recognize what a wonderful person he was for the effort in bringing this issue for our region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills commons, an act to amend C-22, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, first of all, will be splitting my time with my good friend from Beaches, East York. I am speaking to you from the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit in Scarborough Rouge Park. And I want to first and foremost thank the Minister of Justice and his team for the hard work in bringing this bill together. I will be speaking in support of Bill C-22, and there's three basic elements to it. One is the repeal of mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment for 14 such offenses. Secondly, it allows for conditional sentences orders to be expanded. And thirdly, it requires police and prosecutors to consider all other measures of simple possession of drugs, such as diversion and addiction treatment programs for those who may be charged or who may be contemplated of being charged. I have worked extensively within the criminal justice system as a youth worker. I used to run a youth organization here in Scarborough called the Canadian Tamil Youth Development Center. During my tenure there, I met with dozens of young people who were charged under both the criminally as well as under the YCJ. And my experience has really led me to believe that the criminal justice system has a profound impact on particularly racialized youth, and in the case of Scarborough, particularly Black youth. And the experience goes beyond just my work at the Canadian Tamil Youth Development Center. It goes into my work as a lawyer when I initially started practicing, as well as we developed the National Anti-Racism Strategy in 2019. As I went across the country, I heard from communities after communities after communities who spoke to the disproportionate impact of the criminal justice system on young people, particularly Black, Indigenous, and racialized youth. And I believe the C-22 addresses in part some of the concerns that have stemmed from the imposition of mandatory minimum sentences, particularly since 2006, brought forward by the previous Conservative government. Oftentimes, my experience with young people leads me to believe that oftentimes they're caught in a moment where they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. They may have been with the wrong set of friends, or they may have just acted stupidly, and this gets them into the criminal justice system and to the on-ramp that leads eventually to greater and greater charges, in part because they're also being surveilled by several police services. I want to just highlight a recent case that I came across and someone that I know quite well now. His name is Rohan George. He was just admitted to the bar of the Law Society of Ontario. just last year, and he served 8 years for manslaughter. And he talks about his life experience as a young person who went to Mother Teresa Secondary School, which is a school in my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park. And at that time, he started off when he was about 14 with a stolen bottle of alcohol. And a failure to attend court, which eventually escalated into something much more serious. And I think this speaks to the failure of the criminal justice system to ensure that there's adequate supports and off-ramps for these young people. And this young man who went through, who served his time, who served 8 years, went to law school, did thousands of hours of community service. And I knew him because he was working in an organization called the South Asian Autism Awareness Center. And I never knew that he had a criminal conviction and he was finishing his time. And the panel, the Law Society panel, and I want to quote a line from there, said that the concept of rehabilitation is based on the capacity in human nature for someone to recognize their mistakes, to make amends, to correct the course of their lives, and to become productive and positive members of their community. I believe that young people, and particularly those from racialized communities who've been charged, are oftentimes not given the support that they need to be able to get out of the criminal justice system. And I've seen it as a member of parliament. I've seen many cases that have come into our office where there may have been a criminality that has exacerbated into removal from Canada because of immigration status. And I believe that the supports were not there when young people were around and were getting into trouble for them to get off these off-ramps. The work that I did with young Tamil, particularly men, in Scarborough has proven to me the need for community intervention and community support and the need for investments into community. In fact, the work that we did stemmed from, at that time, National Crime Prevention Strategy, funding of $50,000, and we were able to help hundreds of young people to avoid the criminal justice system. And those who did enter into it were supported to get off, and often through education. Since being an MP, I've had the chance to visit institutions such as Millhaven and Beaver Creek, and you don't have to spend too much time there before you realize that there is a gross misrepresentation within these institutions, and it's partly because when you go in, the officers, those who are who help you enter the facility are primarily white. When you go in, it's racialized Black, Indigenous people that occupy the cells, and once you start talking to people, and I think as MPs we have that prerogative to be able to go and speak to individuals, you soon find out that there is an incredible story of failure of systems when you start digging deeper into each and every one of those cases. In 2019, I had the opportunity to welcome the Minister of Justice to Scarborough Rouge Park. There are many organizations in Scarborough as well as around the GTA who do a great amount of work supporting youth, and I want to recognize their work. Forney Youth Services is an organization that does provide an off-ramp right here in Scarborough Rouge Park, as well as the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, who have been really vocal in their opposition to the impacts of the mandatory minimum sentences on particularly Black youth. Organizations like Taibu Community Health Center, Zero Gun Violence Movement, Urban Res Solutions, Urban Alliance on Race Relations are some of the organizations that were able to meet with Minister of Justice, and who really outlined the disproportionate effect that mandatory minimums and other measures have on young people within our community. This numbers actually speak for themselves, and I want to just give you some highlights. Between 2007 2008, 39% of all Black offenders and 20% of all Indigenous offenders were admitted into federal custody for MMP offenses. That is an astonishing number. When we look at the proportion of Indigenous offenders admitted with an offense punishable by an MMP, it increased from 14% in 2007-8 to 26%. So it's essentially doubled in the decade from 2007 to 2017. 42% of offenders convicted of a Controlled Drugs and Substance Act Section 6 offense were Black. Proportion of Black offenders increased from 33% in 2007-8 to 43% in 2016 and 17. In 1999-2000, Indigenous people represented 2% of the Canadian adult population, but accounted for 17% admissions to both provincial as well as federal sentence custody. In 2020, despite this population growing to 5% of the overall adult population, 30% of inmates, male inmates, and 42% female inmates were Indigenous. So I think the numbers are quite clear that there is a need for this to be addressed. This is systemic racism that needs to be addressed, and I believe...
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech, but I am going to call the Liberals out on Bill C-22. I think there are absolutely some helpful measures, and I appreciate that we are tackling some important reforms to the justice system, but let me be very clear, Madam Speaker. A declaration of principles is not a substitute for decriminalization. Warnings and referrals are not a substitute for decriminalization. And the problem with giving police officers this kind of power is that their discretion varies depending on what province you're in and what city you're in. And so my question, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member is why, despite all of the evidence from so many organizations, including the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, are the Liberals not being bold with this reform to our justice system and getting rid of Section 4 in our Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and making it fully decriminalized? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I believe these are very important measures to address issues of systemic racism. When I was going across the country to develop the National Anti-Racism Strategy, it was evident from across the board that mandatory minimum sentences in particular had a disproportionate effect on Indigenous and Black communities. And I believe this is an important step in that direction. Obviously, there's more to do, and I think there's more to do on overall addressing systemic racism. But in this particular case, I think this is a very important step that does take us in the right direction.
Comments? The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments and thank him for his work at the community level to support youth and recidivism rates. I do have some concerns about this bill. However, my understanding is that it eliminates prison time if somebody robs someone with a gun or fires a gun at someone with the intent to harm them. Further, it eliminates mandatory minimums if a criminal sexually assaults someone or kidnaps someone, allows them to serve that time on house arrest. I'm very unsettled that this would make communities very unsafe and also does not adequately ensure punishment for someone who robs someone with a gun or tends to hurt them with a gun. So if the member could comment on that, I would appreciate it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for that question, and I like to really outline that her interpretation of this bill is incorrect. There are 14 mandatory minimum sentences where the mandatory component is being taken out. It still leaves discretion to our highly qualified judges to make determination. In terms of sexual offenses, they're not included in this bill. As well, any serious offenses that are highlighted will continue to have mandatory minimum. So this is not a measure that I think that the comments that the member opposite made are incorrect. And I would invite her to review the changes to the mandatory minimum provisions as outlined in the bill.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a concern. Having worked with community organizations to prevent delinquency, my concern is that what about basic needs when it comes to working on prevention? I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about when will there be a clear commitment when it comes to education, follow-up, and prevention for the crimes that are being targeted by the changes to this bill. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and that's a really good question, Madam Speaker. And then I'd just like to say that the changes to the particular provisions of the criminal justice system is just one aspect of broader set of measures that our government's introduced over the years, including the Canada Child Benefit, which directly has taken over 300,000 children out of poverty, which in my opinion is one of the major factors in reducing overall crime. In fact, the social determinants of health have impacted many communities, particularly racialized communities, and I believe the measures that are taken by the government are an important step in addressing the systemic issues that my friend opposite has highlighted.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I was going to say I rise. I suppose I sit today in support of C-22, and C-22, for those interested in the subject, comes in three parts. So it addresses mandatory minimum sentences in a serious way. It restores judicial discretion as it relates to conditional sentencing and an emphasis on restorative justice. And the third piece is an emphasis on treating drug use as a health issue. And I'll have more to say about that in a bit, but I want to start focused on mandatory minimum sentences, and with the simple premise that is overwhelmingly supported by the evidence, which is that mandatory minimum sentences do not work. They are ineffective. They do not deter crime. I am the Member of Parliament for Beaches East York, and we were deeply impacted by the Danforth shooting a few years ago. And that if mandatory minimum sentences could prevent another Danforth shooting from happening, I would support them. But they wouldn't, and instead, they disproportionately and negatively impact racialized Canadians. And we see the numbers. We see of Black Canadians who represent 3% of the population, 9% are in prison. We see, as it relates to Indigenous people, 5% of the population, 30% of the incarcerated population. There are obviously instances where crimes are so abhorrent that retribution demands lifetime in prison, and that obviously accords with our sense of justice. But we have seen cases before our courts, and there are obviously any number of hypotheticals that lawyers will devise where mandatory minimum sentences do not fit the crime, and judicial discretion is important. And we've seen courts render these mandatory minimums unconstitutional because of their unfairness, not only ineffective, but unfair. So too with conditional sentencing, that notion of effectiveness, but also fairness. Punishments and remedies need to take into account context. There are reasons of fairness, and I mentioned reasons of fairness as it relates to racial justice, but also for those, and I've already heard a question from a Conservative colleague emphasizing public safety. So let's talk about public safety. Unless an offender is sentenced to life or something close to it, they will, as a simple fact, be released into our community. So if we don't focus on restorative justice, if we don't focus on rehabilitation and reintegration, we put our communities at greater risk. The evidence is there. It is as simple as that. So if you care about public safety first and foremost, you ought to care about restorative justice. Now, I want to move to, for the remainder of my comments, the third part of C-22, which is the reform in a more sensible way of our drug policy laws. I want to start with this is, I think, roundly accepted by anyone who has studied the issue, but the so-called war on drugs is an abject failure. And I'll read, this is from the Global Commission on Drug Policy. They write, "The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates that repressive strategies will not solve the drug problem and that the war on drugs has not and cannot be won." Now, the answer, the long-term answer, we're not going to get there tomorrow, but the long-term answer is regulation, that all drugs should be, in some cases, in many cases, strictly regulated, but regulated according to their respective harms, that caffeine is different from morphine, and they should be regulated, of course, differently. Again, this is the view of the Global Commission on Drug Policy, a commission made up of experts and former world leaders who have been deeply impacted by the failings of the war on drugs. They write, "Regulation and management of risky products and behaviors is a key function of government authorities across the world. It is the norm in almost all areas of policy and law, except drug policy. In the field of public health, when compared with policy responses to other risky behaviors, such as dangerous sports, unhealthy diets, or unsafe sex, it is punitive drug prohibitions that are the radical policy response, not regulation. Drugs should be regulated not because they are safe, but precisely because they are risky." Now, we're not going to get there tomorrow, as I say. So on the road to that goal, let's first take stock of where we are and where do we go from here, realistically. In taking stock, we can look over the last 5 to 6 years. We have, as a government, regulated cannabis, a real model for the world. We've expanded harm reduction options, including safe consumption sites across this country to save lives. We are in the midst of an opioid crisis, and we know that safe consumption sites, their benefits have been proven, and they save lives. We've also increased money for treatment options for the provinces. We have implemented safer supply pilot initiatives, including here in the East End, South Riverdale just received funding to renew their safe supply pilot for another 2 years. Again, it will save lives. We've established new guidelines for prosecutors as it relates to the simple possession of drugs and prosecution of the simple possession of drugs. And in practice, for those interested in the numbers, from 2014 to 2018, we saw drug possession prosecutions cut in half, from 13,678 to 6,374. Now, we need to build on that progress unquestionably, which brings me to the third part of C-22, which is a near copy and paste from a private member's bill that I'd introduced in February of last year. And I remember, if we go even further back to the fall of 2019, in the midst of an election, I was at HoC United Church here in the East End of Toronto, and a question at a debate was, if you had the opportunity to introduce a private member's bill, what's the first private member's bill you would introduce? And I very quickly said, well, I had a bill in the last Parliament to reform our drug policy laws and to treat drug use as a health issue, and I would revisit that issue. And I introduced 2 bills in this Parliament to that end early in 2020, and I never expected that so quickly one of those bills would be picked up in an almost identical fashion as a government bill. Now, the bill isn't perfect, and I said in the course of my speech on my private member's bill that I would like to see full decriminalization. I don't think there should be any penalty. There should be no intervention other than a positive voluntary health intervention for people who use drugs. These are the people we want to help, not the people we want to punish. But I also recognize the reality, and with the ability to move forward a private member's bill, I wanted to make a difference in the law. And the bill isn't perfect. C-22, the elements as they relate to drug policy, they're not perfect either, but they unquestionably will make a significant difference. It will make it virtually impossible for a prosecution of simple possession to proceed successfully. It doesn't give discretion to police. They have discretion already. It doesn't give discretion to prosecutors. They have discretion already. It significantly fetters their discretion in accordance with evidence-based principles that are simply worth reading. 1, problematic substance use should be addressed primarily as a health and social issue. 2, interventions should be founded on evidence-based best practices and should aim to protect the health, dignity, and human rights of individuals who use drugs and to reduce harm to those individuals, their families, and their communities. 3, criminal sanctions imposed in respect of the possession of drugs for personal use can increase the stigma associated with drug use and are not consistent with established public health evidence. 4, interventions should address the root causes of problematic substance use. 5, judicial resources are more appropriately used in relation to offenses that pose a risk to public safety. Now, there are real challenges to police and prosecutorial discretion, but the proposed system, if implemented well, is not so far away from the Portugal model that we hear many advocates of decriminalization call for, in which police remain first responders in many cases, and dissuasion panels have significant discretion to mete out different remedies, including some that are quite punitive. I've spoken to Brian Larkin, one of the chief of police for the Waterloo area, and he has helped lead efforts. And I want to credit the chiefs of police for really pushing for decriminalization, pushing for more sensible drug policy. And I can tell you, with prosecutors on board and the chiefs of police on board, we now need resources from the government unquestionably to expand treatment options and to expand health services for the provinces. There's a real opportunity in C22 to make a meaningful difference and to effectively end the war on drugs. Now, my preference, as I say, would be to simply delete Section 4 of the CDSA. And it's the same preference that the Global Commission on Drug Policy would have as well. And they note, and I think this is important as I close to remember, that of the 250 million people around the world who use drugs, 10% are problematic cases. So the idea that we are throwing the book at people, the idea that people who use drugs ought to be criminalized is is significantly divorced from the evidence. And we need to replace the criminalization and punishment of people who use drugs with the offer of health and treatment services. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's wonderful to be able to rise in the House today, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments today. I really appreciated his candor that his desire for full decriminalization is vital, is important. But he speaks as well about the fact that he wants full decriminalization and that this bill fails to achieve that. So I guess I'd just like to find out from him again, like, why does this government not support full decriminalization of the possession of small amounts of drugs for personal use and the automatic expungement of previous criminal records for personal use possession? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
So I have called for drug decriminalization ever since I was elected. I remember the then leader of the Conservative Party getting up in question period and saying, the member from Beaches East York wants to do this, and how dare he, and what do you think about that, Prime Minister? And I thought, did I just ask the Prime Minister a question in the House of Commons around drug policy? And the answer to the member's question is politics. And so I'm glad that the member is calling for full decriminalization, calling for treating drug use as a health issue. I remember when the leader of the NDP called for this in his leadership, and I haven't heard him speak about this in a significant way since. So I hope all leaders, individual members of Parliament and leaders of our parties, speak up and speak up loudly to change the narrative and to educate Canadians, because that's the way we move this forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague. I always enjoy his interventions in the House. I'm just wanting to ask a question around the prosecutorial and police discretion, because I still have concerns about kind of the lack of understanding that still exists in Canada. And so I'm wondering what other additional measures the member would like to see. I'm thinking about Bill C3, where we made it mandatory for judges to have training around sexual assault. What about trauma-informed care? What about information around residential school experiences, or other about Canadians who continue to be oppressed in our country? So are there additional members that this or measures that this member would like to see in this bill?
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
I don't know that the measures need to be in this bill. It becomes about the implementation of the bill. And I mentioned the need to implement it well. And we're lucky insofar as we have a situation right now where the chiefs of police recognize that the status quo is ineffective and we need to reform our drug laws. Prosecutors recognize this. Judges recognize this. We are in a good place to move this forward and implement it well, but it does come down to resources. And resources twofold, I would say. One, in relation to healthcare and ensuring that if there is going to be a referral to a healthcare provider, that there be resources in the healthcare system that those treatment options exist. Two, training resources for police officers, to the member's point, that I don't think that it needs to be in the bill per se, but as we implement the bill, absolutely. It's okay for the chiefs of police. It's great for the chiefs of police to believe in decriminalization, but we need police officers on the ground to have that training as well, and that will require resources. And so the government, I think, if we want to implement this well, will need to step up with financial resources to make it happen.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague that we don't always agree on things, and clearly on his desire on the decriminalization, even though I do very much support harm reduction in a variety of ways. Since we've gone ahead with the legalization of marijuana, and we have certainly helped a tremendous amount of young people avoid incarceration, what has he seen in his period of time as to the implications, negative or positive, as a result of the legalization of marijuana?
The honourable member for BGC's York has about 50 seconds to respond.
So very briefly then, I think of the legalization of cannabis in three ways. One, it's about tackling organized crime and undercutting the profits of organized crime. And it's not perfect yet, but as the system continues to develop, we will get there just as we got there with alcohol. Two, as the Global Commission on Drug Policy makes clear, a legalized and regulated, strictly regulated framework can also reduce access to young people where we need greater education resources, but can significantly work there as well. And three, we need to treat responsible adults as responsible adults. And that's what the framework does as well. And I would include myself in that category. And not all of the policies as it relates to cannabis translate to other drugs, as I say. There are some that are carry much more serious potential risks, but we need to learn the lessons and we need to be a world leader, I think, on this. Not only that we've enacted real progressive policies domestically, but we need to take that message to the world stage so we reform the narcotics control regime internationally.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, I'll split my time with the member for Battle River Crowfoot. Conservatives are the party of law and order that ardently stands with victims of crime and their loved ones, that applies common sense and outcomes-based principles to protect innocent Canadians from violent criminals who would harm others. Conservatives also take a practical approach and acknowledge, of course, many offenders will be released back into society. There's a real need to prepare those offenders for release so they don't fall back into a life of crime. Like the good work done by the member for Tobique-Matiquac and his bill C-228 that aims to set a federal framework to reduce recidivism. But Canadians also don't want the justice system to be a constantly revolving door. Common sense must prevail for the common good. Canadians, victims of crime and their families deserve to live freely and without fear in Canadian society. And when violent criminals seek to take that away or re-victimize them, the government has a role to ensure the laws and systems in place are designed to prevent it. The only thing worse than a government that fails in this duty is a government that actually promotes conditions that will ultimately lead to, or frankly guarantee, that violent criminals will strike again. Bill C-22 gives great consideration for the relief of criminals and offenders, but what's missing is any substantive policy or action to care for, protect, or prevent victims of violent crime in Canada. In fact, Bill C-22 will reduce the penalties for many violent crimes, some of which disproportionately affect the most vulnerable in Canada. The first thing Bill C-22 does is build on the Liberals' Guns for Gangs Only Bill C-21, which targets law-abiding licensed firearms owners, retailers, and even hobbyists who play airsoft and paintball. What's missing from C-21 is a strategy to deal with the root cause of shooting deaths in Canadian cities, criminal gangs with illegally smuggled guns. In fact, C-21 does nothing to protect public safety or victims from violent gun crime and criminal gangs. It lays a heavy hand on law-abiding Canadians who already follow the rules, but goes hands off the very criminals and gangs who should obviously be the targets for public safety policy. And what Bill C-22 does is take the hands-off approach even further. It reduces jail time for violent firearms offenses and won't stop the flow of illegal firearms into criminal gangs in Canada. In C-22, the Liberals are telling Canadians these offenses are no big deal and reducing penalties for weapons trafficking, possession for the purpose of weapons trafficking, importing or exporting a firearm knowing it's unauthorized, possession of a firearm knowing its possession is unauthorized, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, possession of a weapon obtained by commission of an offense using firearms in commission of offenses, robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm. We should all think about how each of these offenses tie into actual violent crime and deaths in Canada. That's not all. C-22 will also reduce penalties for discharging firearms where it's unsafe to do so, say like in the streets of Toronto. Discharging firearms with intent, such as a drive-by shooting like the one in Montreal 2 months ago that tragically, horribly killed 15-year-old Mariam Boundawi. In fact, Montreal Police Inspector David Bertrand says his city had a 10% rise in gun crimes between 2019 and 2022, despite the Liberal firearm ban at the time. And he says it's due to, quote, trivialization of gun use by criminals. He says criminals are, quote, using more guns when committing infractions. C-22 plays right into the wrong hands. If the Liberals listen to experts, they'd know not to trivialize crimes for which consequences actually need to be strengthened in order to keep Canadians safe from criminals with guns. It seems Conservatives are the only ones listening to experts on gun crimes, but we can't take all the credit for tough sentences for these crimes. Most of the above examples are long-standing and were introduced under previous Liberal governments. The sentencing for using firearms in the commission of an offense dates to 1976.
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, this particular piece of legislation, Bill C-22, is with respect to the criminal code as it relates to controlled substances. This member has spent her entire speech talking about gun control. And no, I'm not trying to be obstructionist. I really think she might be speaking to the wrong bill, Madam Speaker. It's certainly not relevant, the content.
So I appreciate the honourable members raising a point of order. However, as I'm sure he is well aware, that there is some flexibility within the debate on specific bills, but I do want to remind the member that she needs to keep her speech relevant to the subject matter at hand, which is Bill C-22. I would ask the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands to ensure that he stops his debate in the House while I have the floor or when anybody else has the floor. The honourable member for Lakeland.
But of course, the C-22 does reduce penalties for all of those crimes with firearms, except the member gave me a perfect segue, because of course in Bill C-22, the Liberals will also soften consequences for other violent crimes like prison breach, criminal harassment, motor vehicle theft, theft over $5,000, breaking and entering a place other than a dwelling house, being unlawfully at a dwelling house, arson for a fraudulent purpose, causing bodily harm by criminal negligence, assault causing bodily harm or with a weapon, assaulting a peace officer causing bodily harm or with a weapon. So to summarize, in Bill C-22, someone could break out of prison, steal a car to escape, break into several businesses, steal massive amounts of goods and cash, break into a home, assault the occupants with a weapon, then attack a police officer with a weapon. And apparently, according to this Liberal government, that's all worthy of a slap on the wrist and definitely no baseline consequence set by elected representatives. In Canada, during the first 6 months of last year, there were 17,602 opioid deaths. That's 24 people per day, and a 54% increase over the same period of the previous year. Opioid deaths jumped nearly 60% last year in Ontario. In Alberta, 2020 was the deadliest year on record for overdoses. Dr. Jennifer Jackson, an associate professor at the U of C's nursing program, says, quote, "From the data we have available, more people are dying in Alberta from opioids than they are from COVID." As the opioid and overdose crisis grows, Canadians will be concerned to know that C-22 reduces consequences for drug trafficking, possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing, exporting, or producing hard drugs such as heroin, cocaine, crystal meth, or the increasingly deadly fentanyl. The Liberals talk about how this helps those suffering with addiction, but the reality is police already have the tools and discretion to take alternative approaches with addicts other than only criminal charges. And there are no mandatory minimum sentences in Canada for simple possession. The truth is the Liberals are not helping helping the vulnerable or with compassion in this measure in C-22. Instead, they're enabling and lightening the consequences for the very criminals who prey on people struggling with addictions during an unprecedented national overdose crisis. One of the most galling aspects of C-22 is creating situations for offenders to re-victimize by allowing those who commit violent crimes against women to return home instead of face jail time. The sentences for these heinous criminal acts could be completed in the very places they occurred, next to the very people they victimized. Incredibly, in C-22, the Liberals aim to allow house arrest for kidnapping, abduction of a person under 14, sexual assault, human trafficking. That's right. This Liberal bill C-22 says criminals who kidnap, rape, and enslave and trade human beings for sex should be at home in their own beds in our neighborhoods instead of behind bars. Yet it hasn't even been 2 full months since this House designated February 22 as National Human Trafficking Day. StatsCan says about 4.7 million Canadian women, 30% of all women in Canada, 15 years of age and older, have been victims of sexual assault at least once. 55% of women who I identify as being in an Indigenous group have experienced violence since the age of 15. The Justice Department says in 80% of sexual assaults, the victim knows the accused. 41% were assaulted by an acquaintance, 28% by a family member, 10% by a friend, and 20% were victimized by a stranger. It's unjust and unconscionable that the government would enable convicted abusers to be sent to the places where they're most likely to have easy access to 80% of their victims and even living under the same roof. Human trafficking in Canada must end. There isn't a single MP who disagreed. But it's also true that human trafficking victims should not be at risk of being exposed to further heinous acts by the action of the government. Human trafficking victims and witnesses are often reluctant to come forward due to feelings of shame and mistrust of authorities. Certainly C-22 does nothing to instill confidence in the system for victims or their loved ones. StatsCan says 1,400 human trafficking victims were reported by Canadian police over a 10-year period. Half involved other offenses related to sexual services, physical assault, sexual assaults, or other sexual offenses, where C-22 reduces penalties. It's a fact that 97% of human trafficking victims are women and girls, half between the ages of 18 and 24, a third of them minors below the age of 18. Several hundred kids in Canada are victims of this unimaginable evil, and 92% of the victims know their abusers. So where does a child go to escape when their abusers are put right back in the same place they found them? Violent crime victims already don't necessarily get notified when their abusers re-enter neighborhoods. C-22 makes it incumbent on the victims to uproot their lives to protect their personal safety. It says to victims, through some fault of their own, the burden now rests with them. One of the hallmarks of abusers is shifting responsibility and blame to victims, Madam Speaker, something C-22 does repeatedly. Twice this year on February 18th and March 19th, in written statements, the public safety minister said, quote, "We are working together to build a safer and more resilient Canada where all people are protected from human trafficking and its harms." His department says there were over 107,000 victims of police-reported intimate partner violence in Canada in 2019. 80% were women. How can the minister say he's protecting Canadians from human trafficking and then days later bring in a bill that reduces the penalties for it and many of the other crimes abusers inflict on their victims? That's heartbreaking, and it's infuriating. On International Women's Day, the Prime Minister talked about reaffirming gender equality so all women women and girls can contribute to their full potential and be in a better, safe, and more inclusive world. But Kelly Franklin says she's the founder of Ontario-based Courage for Freedom, and she says predators are hiding in plain sight and victims are younger and younger. She says every 30 seconds another person becomes a victim of human trafficking. The lives of women and girls are being stolen away more and more, but the Liberal plan is to go softer and easier on criminals that specifically target them. Let's all vote against C-22 because it's the right thing to do.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de la Petite Entreprise, de la Promotion des Exportations et du Commerce international.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For her speech, which touched mostly on gun control, and I would argue certainly that taking assault rifles off our streets will absolutely help to reduce gun violence. But on the subject of Bill C-22, I think it's important to note that under what the Conservatives put forward as legislation for mandatory minimums, we did not see a reduction in the amount of violence in Canada. And what this bill proposes to do by eliminating mandatory minimums is put the power in the hands of our judicial system and our judges in order to determine the best sentence possible in the circumstances, because we know that mandatory minimums disproportionately affect Indigenous and Black offenders and do not work. What is the member's position on mandatory minimums?
Before I go to the honourable member, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, we've seen this member without a headset. And, you know, we all know in the House of Commons now, translation is very tough. And clearly this woman, or clearly this member did not have a headset today. And how do you allow a question without a headset?
Yeah, so I do apologize. I did not notice that she didn't have her headset on, and I'm just going to double check to make sure that the interpreters, yes, that the interpreters did hear there was no problems with the interpreters, but I do want to remind all members, and I do want to thank the honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood for raising that point of order. So I do want to remind all members to ensure that they have their headset on before they speak. Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yeah, it's far for me to challenge the chair, but the question isn't whether or not the interpreters heard it. What we've been told in our caucuses is that there's a health and safety risk to the interpreters because of the lack of the use of headset. That is the question. It's not whether the interpreters heard it and can pass on the question. It's that there has to be a respect for the interpreters and their protection because they're doing this day in, day out. So I'd ask the chair to consider that, to remind members, it's not just that they should be, but they have to, and if they're not, they should not be getting questions.
I do appreciate the additional information that the honourable member for Timmins James Bay brought forward, and I certainly am very aware of the challenges that this brings for interpreters. The reason I asked whether or not the interpretation had been heard was that I would have asked the honourable member to repeat her question with the mic on to make sure that the question was heard. And again, I do want to remind the member, and I will do my best to recognize whether or not someone has their headset on. Before the question was asked, I know that I did look at it for the initial member who's doing the speech because it was difficult to see if she actually had it on. And so I will go to the honourable member for Lakeland for a response.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just to that member, and I guess relevant to the point of order that our Liberal colleague called on me during the speech, I'm not sure what legislation the members who are raising this are reading. And frankly, I would suggest that if they're not actually examining the fact that Bill C-22 reduces mandatory prison time, eliminates mandatory prison time for these firearms offenses, robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, importing or exporting, knowing it's unauthorized, discharging firearm with intent, using firearm in commission of offenses, possession of firearm, knowing its possession is unauthorized, possession of prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, possession of weapon obtained by commission of offense, possession for purpose of weapons trafficking, discharging a firearm with recklessness. I mean, you are not any member who does not recognize that that is in this legislation and doesn't want to talk about it is actually not applying the scrutiny and due diligence to this bill as they ought to. So the reason the front half of my speech focused on that is because that is what Bill C-22 does. And I focused on all the other violent crimes for the consequences for which will be lightened and softened in C-22 because that's also what this bill does. I think elected representatives...
Many others who want to ask questions, so questions and comments. L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, everything's fine now, I think. I'm trying to understand the approach of the member, the approach that she's taken in her speech. We all know that when the Conservatives were in power, the system was extremely criminalized. Everything had to go before the courts. and that this bill is trying to reduce that. It's evidence-based. And so this evidence shows that these minor offenses should not be brought before the courts. And in Quebec, that approach has worked. So the member does not seem to recognize that evidence that these minor violations sometimes have to do with public health.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
I would just share with the member that I don't think I have a single constituent in Lakeland who actually thinks that prison breach, criminal harassment, sexual assault, kidnapping, traffic in persons for material benefit, abduction of person under 14, motor vehicle theft, theft over 5,000, breaking and entering a place, being unlawfully in a dwelling house, arson for fraudulent purposes, causing bodily harm by criminal negligence, assault causing bodily harm or with a weapon, assaulting a peace officer causing bodily harm or with the weapon is in any way, shape, or form a minor offense, as the member just said. I think Canadians expect this government to stand up for the rule of law, put victims first, stand up for their rights, target violent criminals, sexual offenders, and criminal gangs, ensure the criminal code protects Canadians and changes and evolves as public safety and crime trends shift. And I believe that as MPs, also relative to the question asked to me previously, must be willing to reflect the values of the people we represent. That's what I'm doing here. My constituents, and I believe Canadians, consider these crimes to be extremely serious. They want the system to combat them. And by reducing mandatory sentences for serious crimes, C-22 says elected representatives don't need to establish any bottom lines, don't have to set any automatic consequences. It turns the government's back on those who need it, need their support, and need to know right now more than ever that someone has their back.
I'm sorry, I don't have time for another question. I wish I had, but because of the time difference when I'm trying to recognize individuals sometimes in the translation, it took a little bit longer. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honor to be able to stand once again in this House and participate in an important debate. Now, I plan to address two major themes in my speech. First has to do with something that it seems like the members opposite are simply not aware of what's contained in this bill. And that is that this bill actually reduces some of the penalties for serious firearms offenses. And I'll get into the specifics of that here in a moment. And then two, the larger topic of conversation surrounding being soft on crime and the very, very troubling trends that we see, not only with this bill, Madam Speaker, but with some of the larger context of how this government is failing victims, Madam Speaker. So first, on firearms. You know, Madam Speaker, I find it absolutely tragic that we are debating firearms in this place in a way that completely ignores the facts. Now, you'll have the members opposite talk about how, you know, it's important to ban assault rifles and that these military-style weapons and whatnot, when very few members opposite understand the reality of what they're talking about. When the reality is truly a trifecta of misinformation, political rhetoric, torqued to the highest extent possible to appeal to a narrow band of political interests that is simply not based on reality. A few examples. The Conservative member for Markham Unionville brought forward Bill C-238, a bill, Madam Speaker, that was meant to endeavor to bring as many people together to combat a real issue, and that is violent gun crime. Yet, those Liberals voted against it. How tragic is it that the Liberals that claim to be targeting law-abiding firearms owners would absolutely dismiss an attempt by parliamentarians to try and address some of those issues. Absolutely shameful. Second, we see the context of aspects of this debate with what was last year's order in council banning 1,500 firearms there was absolutely absurd logic. In fact, Madam Speaker, when I participated in the Member of Parliament's briefing for that OIC, the officials that were brought in didn't even understand the very basis of the firearms that they said that they were banning. How absurd is that you have such disconnect between the consequences of what I would suggest is a massive overreach of the executive branch and targeting something, and then they torque it up with their rhetoric about somehow how they're taking action on crime. Madam Speaker, it is shameful, the record of that government. And then that brings it very, very neatly, and unlike what the members opposite suggest, where this somehow doesn't have relevance to the debate today, which is absurd, and again, more of their torqued political rhetoric, at a time when they seem to be bent on calling an election in the midst of a pandemic, which I would note, just as a little bit of an aside, there's a Supreme Court challenge in Newfoundland that's been launched today by an opposition party because of an election there that many would suggest, and certainly this lawsuit suggests, does not have the confidence of the people. And it was a Liberal majority. And yet this Prime Minister and this government seem bent on stealing power at any cost. Madam Speaker, the third aspect of this bill is that it takes the serious criminal offenses, and specifically in the first part of my speech, as I mentioned, I want to talk about the firearms side of things. The fact that they are lessening penalties on serious firearms offenses. Madam Speaker, the Liberals introduced Bill C-21, banning toy guns, literally. Now, they said that was fake news. Yet, the reality is, we've learned, is that bad legislation creates bad outcomes and doesn't do what they say that they are trying to accomplish. And then in the same week, they introduced Bill C-22. Only a few days later, Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, I think it was, they introduced a bill to punish law-abiding Canadians for simply living their lives, in many cases using something that is a tool in many parts of our country. I come from a rural constituency, Madam Speaker, where a firearm is a tool like many other. Now, it can be used for a weapon, but so can a baseball bat, a kitchen knife, or a van. Yet that torqued up rhetoric based on blind ideology has labeled so many thousands, millions of Canadians to be somehow criminals. Yet on the same week, only a couple of days later on a Thursday, they introduced Bill C-22 eliminating penalties for serious firearms offenses. Madam Speaker, it is absurd that's what they think they can get away with. Well, Madam Speaker, certainly my constituents see through that absurdity, and I hear from Canadians across the country, including constituents of quite a few members opposite, that are saying they're starting to see through the facade, that the political spin that government opposite is trying to bring on this, and how absolutely shameful it is in that regard. Now, Madam Speaker, that brings me to the second part of my speech, which addresses some of the other aspects of this bill, in the very troubling trend that I would suggest that it is setting. So Bill C-22 eliminates a number of those firearms offenses and the mandatory prison time, robbery with a firearm, discharging a firearm with intent to harm, and weapons trafficking. Well, Madam Speaker, those are the problems, not law-abiding firearms owners. The Liberals are proposing also in this bill that criminals could serve house arrest rather than jail time for a number of offenses, including sexual assault. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that in the midst of the conversation around whether sexual assault in the military, I listened to the testimony on the Bastrash report with sexual assault in the RCMP, and then just the revelation of how terribly pervasive that is within our society. Yet the Liberals, who talk tough about trying to their woke feminist prime minister, yet they are truly being soft and punishing victims at a time when victims deserve an advocate. Trafficking in persons for material benefit and kidnapping. Madam Speaker, again, at a time when we're trying to bring awareness to human trafficking, the fact that the Liberals are punishing victims, how absolutely absurd and shameful that is. And there's a series of other offenses that are the sentences are are being reduced, and I see that my time is quickly disappearing, but certainly it is very, very troubling, the trends that are being set. This soft on crime approach, ignoring victims. Meanwhile, we see, and especially in my large constituency in rural East Central Alberta, we have seen a massive growth in rural crime, serious offenses that have really affected the way of life of my constituents, affected the ability for Canadians to feel safe in their homes. It's affected so many aspects of the way in which we live. Now, the Liberals are going to suggest that somehow us evil Conservatives are wanting to punish people for not breaking the law. Well, that's just Liberal spin. And it's unfortunate that it's devolved to the point that it has, because it's actually taking away from the seriousness of what this debate should be. Because Conservatives, it's quite simple, Madam Speaker, are focused on ensuring that Canada's drug laws target individuals who prey on Canadians who are struggling with addictions through the trafficking and sale of drugs. Madam Speaker, those drug dealers, those gangs, they deserve, the victims of what is an opioid pandemic. And the member from Lakeland prior to me articulated very, very well how there is such challenges that we face in terms of drug use in this country. And this is not about punishing a victim, but this is about ensuring that those who are responsible for those abuses, the gangs, the drug dealers and whatnot, are punished. Conservatives believe, quite frankly, in fact, we've talked a lot about mental health. And there needs to be a clear plan on ensuring that there is restorative justice and a plan that actually addresses and helps victims. And that's the clear difference here. You have the hug-a-thug mentality from the Liberals on the other side, and you have Conservatives that want to stand up for victims. And it is incredibly troubling, Madam Speaker, that Bill C-22, in the context of the bigger picture, but also the blatant hypocrisy that exists on the firearms debate. And Madam Speaker, I would just conclude by saying I cannot in good conscience support this, and my constituents have overwhelmingly told me the same, that this is a bad bill, and I certainly will not be supporting it going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Great speech. Ms. Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks in the House here today. Before I had the privilege of representing the people in Kings Hants, I served as a lawyer, and I can certainly say that not all the factors of each case are the same. Every case is built different. Does he believe that it's his job here in Parliament to be able to tell, and he's in a better position, I should say, than the men and women that we appoint to judges to be able to decide the sentences of individuals who commit crimes? Does he think he's better placed here in the Parliament than someone that would hear the actual facts of the case?
I remember for Battle River Crowfoot.
There you have it, Madam Speaker, where this spin and somehow suggesting that the Conservatives are simply wanting to target or prescript offences and whatnot. The reality couldn't be farther from the truth. Conservatives do believe that serious crime deserves serious time. And the vast majority of Canadians suggest the same. Now, I find it very ironic that the Liberals want to paint this as all being, the evil Harper era that brought in all of these things, when it's actually Pierre Elliott Trudeau. They're repealing some laws and whatnot that date back to the Prime Minister's own father. And I think that it speaks to, and to acknowledge the member, there has to be a proper balance that's found. And in practice right now, the Public Prosecution Service and the discretion of law enforcement, there is a great deal of flexibility. But when it comes to serious crimes, there has to be serious penalties for that in this country, Madam Speaker. Victims deserve it.
And comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
We've been working with the Firekeepers Council of Mushkegowuk to deal with the opioid crisis in downtown Timmins, which has caused devastation. So to have a mobile team working with the homeless, getting them off the streets, getting them the help they need. But that's only part of what we're facing with the devastating impacts of fentanyl, crystal meth in all our communities. The need to have treatment centers. We've been reaching out to the Liberals saying we need action. We need a commitment. We are losing people every day across this country, and in our communities we have had massive deaths because of fentanyl and the opioid crisis. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about why he thinks it is that we're talking about many things in this House, but we're never hearing from the Liberal government on the crisis that we're seeing right on the ground in all our communities.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I agree. There is certainly, the pandemic has taken a lot of airtime regarding health issues, but at the same time, there has been an epidemic of opioid deaths. In fact, in British Columbia, and forgive me, I don't have the most recent stats, but there were more opioid deaths than there were COVID at least a number of months ago. And I think that it is absolutely tragic that we're not taking this seriously. And part of the reason why I'm opposed to this bill in particular is because the government seems intent on lessening penalties for those who would be responsible, not the victims that are because of often mental health challenges and a series of other factors that would lead to addiction, but the people that are bringing these drugs, getting them onto our streets, smuggling them into our country, and the gang activity associated with that. And it's troubling that there's that issue is not taken more seriously. And then on the other side, I was proud that a Conservative bill, private member's bill, to deal with recidivism. And further, significant Conservative pressure to deal with mental health challenges, to ensure that we are addressing the full context here. But certainly victims, including victims of opiate addictions, need to be stood up for, and that's this bill fails miserably at that.
We have time for a brief question. Une brève question.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question. Yes, in fact, under the Conservatives, Harper's Conservatives, we saw the extent to which there was heightened criminalization. So I understand what is happening with this bill. My question is this, just with regard to opioids. You're talking about victims, but there are also individuals who take them and who should be protected. Do you agree with the decriminalization of possession of these substances, such as opioids? Please speak directly to the chair and not to the member.
Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the simple answer is no, I do not agree in the decriminalization of drugs. However, it is a misconception that this bill somehow is fixing the problem of individuals that would be charged with simple possession. That's not what this bill addresses. This addresses the serious offenses of those who are trafficking, smuggling, and involved in the gang activity that lead to these victims on our streets. We have to have a plan to address opiate addiction in this country.
Okay. Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'll be splitting my time this morning with my honourable colleague from Humber River, Black Creek. And Madam Speaker, this is the first time that I've had the chance to speak in the House since the passing of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, and the Royal Consort. And I just want to go on record, obviously recognizing his significant achievement to public life in the Commonwealth. And certainly I know other parliamentarians have spoken to this as well, but I want to add my voice to that. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, we're here today to talk about Bill C-22, which is about repealing mandatory minimum sentences that had been established under the previous Harper government. And for those Canadians that are listening in today on this debate, in case this is the first time you're listening, and so you can understand the intent of the legislation, essentially there's three elements to underpinning what this legislation is about. It's about repealing mandatory minimum penalties for certain offenses. It's about allowing the judiciary to use greater extent or greater discretion in terms of conditional sentence orders. And it's also requiring police and prosecutors to examine whether or not it's appropriate to treat certain simple possession, drug possession, as more of a health issue as opposed to a justice issue. So those are the three underpinnings of what we're talking about here today. And Madam Speaker, I'm a member of Parliament in King's Hands. I have 3 Indigenous communities. I often say that.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And And just a point for my friend is I'm sure he wouldn't want to deliberately mislead this House. Many of the changes that are being made to this bill are not Harper changes. They date back to Pierre Elliott.
Remind the honourable member that that's a point of debate and not a point of order. The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so really what this is about is, as I mentioned, I have 3 Indigenous communities in my riding of King's Hands, also have a sizable African Nova Scotian population as well. And when you look at the statistics in Canada across the country, they are jarring, to say the least. 5% of our Canadian population is comprised of Indigenous adults, yet 30% of the incarcerated population. That's 42% of Indigenous women are incarcerated in Canada. Black Canadians represent about 3% of the Canadian population, but yet in prisons represent 7.2%. And so this type of thinking in terms of getting rid of mandatory minimums and letting the judiciary have the discretion in terms of sentencing on some of these offenses is the type of thinking that will resonate in my communities of King's Hands, particularly in my marginalized communities. And we don't have to think back far, of course, to the death of George Floyd and the global movement that drove, and it resonated right in my own riding of King's Hands. We had Black Lives Matter movements in Kings County, in Windsor. I had the opportunity to speak with my African Nova Scotian community directly, and we've been working on a series of local initiatives since that time, since last summer. And, I want to go on record thanking the work of groups like the Valley African Nova Scotian Development Association, VANSTA, the work that they do, Robert French. There's a whole host of individuals that are doing great work on the ground in my community, and I'd like to just take a moment to recognize their contribution. But when I look at this legislation, it really comes down to 2 underlying principles that I think are important. And one is the recognition to try to alleviate systemic barriers and systemic issues that put individuals that, whether or not they're in marginalized communities, behind bars for longer, when necessarily the circumstances of the case may not necessarily warrant a mandatory minimum penalty. And really, it goes back to allowing the judiciary, the men and women that we appoint, to actually hear and to listen to the circumstances of each case, to have the discretion. And I asked my honorable member a question before I had the floor to speak here today, and I asked him, do you see it as our role as parliamentarians, where the particular circumstances of a case, the particular sentencing could be taking 5, 6 years, 7 years down the line. We as parliamentarians do not have all the facts. And as I mentioned, Madam Speaker, I was a lawyer before I became a parliamentarian. I did not practice criminal law, but I've been involved, of course, in civil litigation and other matters. And I can say that not all circumstances of cases are treated equally, in the sense that each case is uniquely different. There might be some symmetry, in a rare circumstance, but there's always a little bit of nuance. And at the end of the day, when you look at sentencing in our courts, to me as a parliamentarian, I don't think it's my job to sit here 6 years down the line from when a case could actually come before the courts and say that I know what's best in terms of the sentencing. We have common law in this country. We have common law principles in terms of the sentencings. We've adopted Gladue principles through the Supreme Court of Canada. And at the end of the day, there is both aggravating factors where an individual should be perhaps incarcerated for a longer period of time because of the nature and the circumstances of the particular offense. And there's sometimes mitigating factors, which really warrant a different treatment of the sentencing. And that's what the core of this type of legislation is getting at. And I guess what I would compare it to, Madam Speaker, is the Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. I don't want to stereotype all parliamentarians, but I think that there is generally a great respect for the independence of the judiciary. We've seen that, of course, with some of the legislation that's gone through. Members would get up and talk about this. And yet, when we're talking about giving the independence to the judiciary to be able to make decisions around sentencing, we have this huge pushback. And, I hear the soft on crime and, the traditional slogans that come up anytime of this discussion that happens. But really, this is about allowing individuals to the men and women, the judges, to be able to assess the situation and be able to make a proper sentencing. I don't feel, yes, it is our job as parliamentarians to help craft what offenses actually are under the criminal code, but let's leave the sentencing to the common law and to the individuals that are actually involved with hearing the circumstances of the case. I also want to take the opportunity to talk about the third element, because of course there's the ability to for marginalized communities. We're talking about repealing certain mandatory minimums, but we're also talking about small drug offenses and treating those more as a health issue as opposed to a justice issue. And the member before me talked about trafficking and large amounts of drug abuse and kind of, you know, preying on the victims. This is really targeted at someone that might have simple possession, and we don't necessarily want to be able to put them in prison for a certain mandatory period of time if the circumstances warrant that that's not necessarily an appropriate way to go about this. And, you know, I think a lot of members in this House understand this. This is allowing, again, at the end of the day, the discretion for the men and women that hear this case, for the prosecution, for police to be able to look at this through a certain angle, to be able to try to get better outcomes. Not to necessarily put individuals into a federal penitentiary and hope that that's going to necessarily alleviate the issues that these individuals could be repeat offenders. This is another element. Maybe there's different ways that we can treat individuals to try to resolve, whether they be mental health issues, whether or not they be other challenges. And so this is the type of thinking that I support. I've worked, as I mentioned, in law before. I think across the board, this is the type of direction we should be going. And I also wanted to speak to the piece around the conditional sentence orders. Again, this is giving discretion to the judiciary to make decisions. And I look forward to, I think my time is quickly coming to a close, Madam Speaker. So I will stop there, and I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Sorry. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I sit on the Agriculture Committee with the member from Kings Hampton. We enjoy our debates. And he talked about the independence of the judiciary and how much you need to respect that. Well, I'd ask him to answer a question on his leader, the Prime Minister, really didn't have that respect during the SNC-Lavalin case. In fact, he actually kicked out the first Indigenous woman from being the Attorney General. So if he wants us to have respect for the judiciary, which we all do on the Conservative side, why wouldn't he start with his own side and have a conversation with his Prime Minister so that they respect the independence of the judiciary?
The honourable member King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always great to see my colleague across the way, and we do enjoy a great relationship on the Agriculture Committee. The member opposite is bringing up issues far in the past, and as opposed to focusing on the issue at hand around the servicing of individuals and Canadians that could benefit from this type of aspect. For the record, I'll go on saying that I think the right public policy aspect around SNC-Lavalin was the deferred prosecution agreement. The member opposite, for someone that certainly talks about protecting jobs and Canadian interests, doesn't seem to really want to support that right now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his intervention today. It was very interesting. And, you know, while I enjoy listening to members of the Liberal government talk about necessary progressive steps to decriminalize drug possession, I am always dismayed by the lack of bravery and commitment to go far enough. These half measures are, of course, not sufficient. Earlier today, we did hear from the member from Beaches York that said he believed that full decriminalization was best, but that he was prevented by politics, quote unquote. I'd like to ask this member when this government will listen to the calls from provincial governments, mayors, healthcare providers, frontline service providers, police and public health officials, and take action to fully decriminalize personal possession.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. I think that this type of legislation is taking a progressive step in terms of recognizing petty drug possession as really a health issue as opposed to a justice. I don't know ideologically, I can't speak to the member that she quoted in terms of his comments around politics, but I can say ideologically, I don't know myself as a parliamentarian if I'm completely on the basis that a decriminalization of all drugs is the best public policy approach, despite the fact that there has been some experts suggesting that's the way forward. So that's my own perspective as a parliamentarian, and I can't really speak to the other member that she had mentioned. I do think this type of legislation is taking the right direction in how we need to move forward.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we talk about decriminalization, it's hard not to talk about homelessness. In Quebec, we're going through a serious housing crisis. During the pandemic, Montreal's homeless population doubled. By investing massively to end homelessness, would that not be a way of helping to deal with issues of criminal behavior? The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, and I would agree with my honourable colleague opposite that housing is a key issue in this country right now. That's why we put in place the Rapid Housing Initiative, which was $1 billion to help support individuals and marginalized communities across the country. I don't have a crystal ball on what our Minister of Finance is going to have on Monday, but I suspect that there will be additional supports to try to focus on making sure that we have affordable housing, to have basic shelter in place. And I would agree with them that in terms of the socioeconomic determinants of health and reducing potential criminal activity, this is all tied, and it's a really progressive approach to trying to get us there.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek. I want to remind the Honourable Member to put her mic on, maybe. That would be helpful. You just muted yourself again. I would just ask you to check there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These things move very quickly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Bill C-22. As a government, we are taking steps to try to address systemic racism that is pervasive in our institutions. And I believe Bill C-22 is a step forward in the right direction, especially for my reading of Humber River Black Creek. With this piece of legislation, we are advancing a policy that is truly about keeping communities safe. We have seen throughout history how certain criminal justice policies have unfairly targeted Indigenous people, people of color, and marginalized Canadians. Too often, these policies were poorly handled and only reinforced the systemic racism that our government is committed to eliminating in Canada. But let me be clear, Madam Speaker, a justice system that jails too many Indigenous peoples, Black people, and marginalized Canadians.
Unfortunately, I have to interrupt one more time. I would just ask the Honourable Member maybe to lower her boom a little bit more so that the interpreters can hear properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Marginalized Canadians is not effective, does not keep us safe, and therefore must be changed. In my riding of Humber River Black Creek, I have seen far too many lives derailed by policies that target racialized communities. Too many careers have been destroyed because of a singular bad decision. We are a country that believes in rehabilitation and in second chances, but our criminal justice policies have not followed this lofty ideal. That is why I'm very proud to speak in the House today in support of Bill C-22 and the fact that the government is bringing it forward. With Bill C-22, we are turning the page on the failed policies of the Harper Conservatives, policies that did not protect Canadians, but rather targeted them. The measures in this bill, in conjunction with our numerous other reforms across government, are a critical step forward as we work to eliminate the plague of systemic racism and ensure that our justice system is as effective as it can be, one that is equal and fair to all Canadians. This means removing mandatory minimum penalties that unfairly target lower risk and first-time offenders, which evidence shows us only leads to the over-incarceration of racialized and marginalized groups and does nothing to decrease recidivism. We want to expand the availability of conditional sentencing orders for those who do not pose a risk to public safety. The availability of conditional sentences means that judges will have the flexibility to determine whether or not an offender poses a risk to the public, and if so, will allow the offender to serve their sentence in their community under strict conditions. Rather than punishing these people for a bad decision, instead we will give them access to treatment programs and other supportive services. The evidence has shown us that our current system only serves to derail the lives of low-risk offenders and the dissolution of the family unit, which is so important, and have negative impacts on the families that they leave behind. If we want to promote the rehabilitative nature of our justice system, we must practice what we preach, giving low-risk offenders access to treatment and support, keeping their families together, and keeping them integrated in their community is a proven method of reducing recidivism. And to answer the concerns of the opposition, these opportunities will not be available to everyone. Serious and dangerous criminals must be punished severely as appropriate to their crime. For serious and dangerous criminals, Bill C-21 raised maximum penalties so judges have the ability to punish our worst offenders. Those who commit serious offenses will continue to receive sentences that match the seriousness of their offense. But this bill is about getting rid of the failed policies that saw our prisons filled with people who needed help, not incarceration. Bill C-22 is specifically for lower risk and first-time offenders whose incarceration has proven to do little to protect communities in the long run, but has had a negative impact on the lives of these first-time and low-risk offenders. The evidence is clear that the policies of the past are not working. It is because of the harmful policies of the past that we see Indigenous and racialized Canadians overrepresented in our prison populations by orders of magnitude. The policies of the past did not prevent nor deter crime, and they did not keep us any safer. What they did do was target the vulnerable, racialized, and Indigenous Canadians. Bill C-22 seeks to address some of these systemic issues, and I'm proud to support the legislation. We also want to provide police and prosecutors with the tools and guidance they need to treat addiction and simple drug possession, not as a criminal justice issue, but as a health issue. With this in mind, Bill C-22 takes measures to divert away from the criminal justice system default for police and prosecutors when dealing with drug possession. In my own riding of Humber River Black Creek, I wonder how many lives could have been altered in a positive way had these already been in place. How many individuals were required to reoffend because they could not secure employment after going through the justice system? How many families were destroyed as a result of the systemic racism pervasive within our justice system? Bill 22 allows us to step away from these questions because we know that those who are at low risk or first-time offenders will not be put through the gauntlet of the justice system. Instead, a young person who made a mistake or perhaps turned to drugs as a result of a prior trauma will be able to get the help and support they need, rather than just becoming another statistic. Bill C-22 represents a vital step forward for our country. The changes that will come from this legislation will ensure that our criminal justice system is fair, effective, and keeps all Canadians from all communities safe. I encourage all of my colleagues in the House to support this legislation. Let us demonstrate to all Canadians that we will never stop working to create a justice system that embodies our values. Let us step forward together to end the scourge of systemic racism in our justice system and in all areas of Canadian society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member outlined the bill and very much made it sound like the crimes that are addressed in this legislation, Bill C-22, simply have to do with public health concerns. That being the case, I'm wondering if the honourable member can comment on kidnapping. Kidnapping is one of the things in this bill, and the crime is being, or the sentence is being lessened for engaging in this crime. Please help me understand how this is a public health concern.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Leaving the flexibility in the judge's hands to be able to bring down a sentence that reflects the seriousness of the crime. That flexibility is there regardless if it's a kidnapping issue or whatever it is. I think our justice system needs additional tools. I think C-22 will provide our justice system with a better effects to be able to move forward to help the very serious people that we are talking about, to give options in our justice system. I've seen far too many families in Humber River Black Creek that one of their family members got themselves into trouble for whatever reason and ended up with having a minimum sentence having to be applied, which really sent that family and that young person in a direction that probably will seriously impact their life forever.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. I do share with my colleague the fact that we should have a justice system that reflects Canadian values. 2011, we brought in a legislation about the mandatory reporting of child pornography online, and yet we learned yesterday that the Attorney General has no intention of applying those laws in Canada. This Liberal government believes in voluntary compliance, and it comes down to the issue of Pornhub MindGeek, which is in the city of the Attorney General, and he doesn't know if it's a Canadian company. And yet there is a massive court case going on in California right now for survivors of rape and non-consensual sexual assault on Pornhub. And when you look at the findings and the filings in the court, they identify that Pornhub MindGeek is based in Montreal, just down the road from the Attorney General. So when I hear the Liberals talk about Canadian values and they're not willing to stand up for the survivors, to tell them, well, go find it someplace else, you're on your own, that is not acceptable in this country.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank my honourable colleague of many years working together. And many of us, all of us in this House share the same feelings, I'm sure, when it comes to the issues of pornography. We do not want to see it in our country or anywhere else. And whatever's necessary to take, whatever steps are necessary to clamp down on anyone who is engaging it are the things that I believe all of us as parliamentarians want to see happen. I certainly know that the Liberal government, no different, I believe, than the NDP or the Conservatives or the Bloc, want to see that kind of negative information portrayed anywhere. And the Liberals are just as tough on pornography as anyone else. In fact, maybe in the future they'll see that we're even harder on the issues of pornography. We're about trying to open up a justice system that will better protect the very people we're talking about.
A brief question. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. My question here, there's been some concern about the use of mandatory minimum penalties. There are still, and will, if this bill passes, remain mandatory minimums for various crimes. And my concern is, why are some of these serious crimes like use of a firearm in an offense, possession of a firearm or prohibited weapon, robbery committed with a firearm, I could go on, but why would these types of laws, or why would these types of offenses have mandatory minimums removed when, of course, there still remain mandatory minimums? I think this is an issue, particularly in relation to the other laws, C-21, that's being implemented to put more restrictions on legal firearm owners.
Answer from the member from Humber River Black Creek.
Doing everything we can to protect society, protect our communities, I believe is extremely important for all of us to be doing it. The minimum penalties that we are referring to here in many cases are designed to make the community safer, but to also provide that flexibility to our judges and our prosecutors and so on, to use that flexibility to not destroy a young person's life. But at the same time, we are doing everything possible to ensure the safety of our communities, and the changes in our firearms legislation that we are talking about is talking about just doing that. How do we make our communities safer overall?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with my colleague from Desnethi, Misnipi, Churchill River. And Speaker, it's a privilege for me to rise and represent the constituents of Red Deer Lacombe in this debate, who would be mortified, I believe, to actually know what the legislation is actually doing, notwithstanding the words coming from government MPs, but what the legislation is actually proposing to do to our criminal justice system. And Speaker, let me start with a little bit of context. I am the chair of the Conservative Rural Crime Caucus and had the pleasure, I guess, if you want to call it that, of helping create a document back in 2018 that we published as MPs from rural Alberta. Virtually every one of my colleagues from rural Alberta was participating in this. We consulted and talked to a wide variety of people in our province. We talked to victims, we talked to Rural Crime Watch people, we talked to anti-crime organizations, we talked to victims of crime services, we talked to law enforcement experts, and we produced a very comprehensive and thorough and multifaceted report that we then tabled at the Public Safety Committee in the last Parliament. My colleague from Lakeland had a motion at that Parliament talking about rural crime. And I just want to remind all colleagues in the House that crime in rural areas, and specifically here in Western Canada, is significantly on the rise. It has been shown statistically, and you don't have to go very far to look. I can simply bring up this document here that shows from the Angus Reid Institute, published January 10th, 2020, crime rates in Canada dropped precipitously from 91 in 2014, falling more than 50% during that period. Since then, however, crime rates have ticked upward each of the past 4 years for which data is available, and that trend is continuing. It shows that confidence is waning significantly and decreasing significantly in our law enforcement agencies and in our courts, in our provincial jurisdictions. And notice most of this is happening, or a lot of this is happening, or it's more significantly happening in Western Canada, in the Prairie provinces in particular. So you can imagine that the proposed changes in this legislation would be somewhat horrific to my constituents who ask me, and if anybody wants to read the report Towards a Safer Alberta, addressing rural crime, and by addressing rural crime, addressing a lot of crime in general, I would encourage them to do so. You can find it on my website, www.blaineculkinsmp.ca. I would encourage you to have a look at it and see what good work MPs in Western Canada have done to bring forward the concerns of our constituents. But I want to talk a little bit about the overall Government of Canada's approach since it became the government back in the fall of 2015. I'm not going to get into too much discussion about specific firearms legislation in Bill C-71 or Bill C-21, but I will talk about Bill C-75 and now Bill C-22. And the soft-on-crime approach that this government seems to have, and the rationale that it's presenting seems to basically undermine the needs of victims in this country, especially when some of these crimes are certainly crimes against people. They're not just property crimes. So what are some of the things that this government has done? In Bill C-75, which is the prequel, if you want, for Bill C-22, the government basically hybridized well over 100 offenses in the criminal code. Now, what does that mean? So to the listener who is wondering what that means, there are basically two ways in which a Crown prosecutor can proceed with charges before a justice. One of them is through an indictable offense, which carries usually with it, until this bill came along, a set of penalties for which there is a requirement to spend some time in jail or in custody. And then there is something called a summary conviction offense, which is the equivalent, I guess, of a U.S. misdemeanor. This usually carries with it a very small sentence or time served in jail in lieu of being unable to pay, usually a fine of some kind. And here are some of the things for which this current government in the previous parliament changed the sentences from mandatory indictable offenses to hybrids, which allows the Crown to then plea bargain away serious offenses such as impaired driving, punishment for theft, both for theft under 5,000 and over 5,000, possession of instruments for breaking and entering, selling automobile master keys and other items enabling theft, possession of property, stolen property obtained by crime, and of course, importing or exporting property. That's just to name a few. Like I said, there was several hundred, there was over 110 offenses that the government essentially reduced the penalties for. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it would now be possible for someone to get a hybrid or a summary conviction offense for abduction of a person under the age of 16, abduction of a person under the age of 14. Those were also included in Bill C-75. It would be now possible to pay a fine less than you would pay for failing to stop at a stop sign. That is the legacy of Bill C-75 in the first Parliament. But now let's fast forward, Mr. Speaker, to Bill C-22 and take a look at what they're removing for mandatory minimum penalties or just basic minimum penalties in the criminal code, using a firearm or imitation firearm in the commission of an offense. Interestingly, they're actually removing these things, airsoft, paintball guns, from possession completely for law-abiding citizens. But if you are a criminal who's using a firearm or an imitation firearm in the commission of an offense, you will now get the pleasure of going home and sitting there and thinking about what you've done. Possession of a firearm knowing its possession is unauthorized. I think that's the whole point, rather than reducing penalties for people who knowingly are using or in possession of unauthorized firearms. The government is instead taking firearms away from law-abiding citizens who are cooperating with the government. Doesn't make any sense. Here's a couple more. Possession of a weapon obtained by the commission of an offense. Why on earth? I mean, this is one of the biggest problems that we have with rural crime is people going onto properties to steal vehicles. They're going onto properties to steal tools and other easily saleable and marketable on the black market items. And they're also from time to time going to these properties purposefully looking for firearms to steal. Why on earth would the government want to make it less punishable for these types of thieves who are purposefully targeting and casing establishments, casing our rural farms, casing our communities? Why would we reduce the penalties for individuals who are purposefully trying to steal firearms? And these firearms end up on the streets of our cities and our communities, and they end up being used in the commission of an offense. This makes no sense, but the government seems to think that this is a good idea. Weapons trafficking. Well, here's something that I think is absolutely, we can categorize in the realm of the bizarre. Why on earth would the government remove any semblance of a minimum penalty for someone who is trafficking weapons and firearms? I mean, the whole point, if you listen to any of the police chiefs, any of the victim services people in and around any of our major urban centers where crime is proliferating, especially with the use of handguns and firearms in those communities, why on earth, and we know that most of those firearms are obtained illegally through theft or smuggled across our border. Good heavens, you would think that the government would say, you know what, we're going to crack down on smugglers, but it would seem that this government is encouraging smuggling while discouraging lawful ownership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 1 minute left, but I've got so much more to say. I could probably go on for several days. Importing or exporting a weapon knowing that it's unauthorized, that's called smuggling, Mr. Speaker. Reducing the minimum penalties for that. Discharging a firearm with intent. Good heavens, why would we reduce a penalty for somebody who's purposefully discharging a firearm with intent? You know, Mr. Speaker, this makes absolutely no sense. And the government MPs, the Liberal MPs on the other side, are simply misleading the House and Canadians with what their true intent actually is with Bill C-22. And it is incumbent upon all of us with a conscience in this House of Commons, with an eye to doing what's right for the law-abiding citizens that we represent, to defeat this irremediable piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I think what's misleading, Mr. Speaker, is when a member rises in the House and suggests that any member in here is trying to encourage smuggling of firearms by changing legislation that has to do with punishment associated with that. I think at the end of the day, what it really comes down to, Mr. Speaker, is determining who's best to cast judgment on individuals in terms of what their sentence should be. I am not an expert in this field. I do not feel as though parliamentarians are in a position to cast a single brushstroke over an entire criminal activity. Rather, the position from this side is that we let and charge those who are responsible to hear a case, to hear the prosecution, to hear the defense, then determine what the best sentence is based on that information. They're the ones that are there to receive the evidence, to hear the facts, to make the determinations based on that. How can this member, and my question to him is, how can he suggest that members of this Parliament are better suited to make those decisions than those that are actually charged with the responsibility of upholding justice?
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I will say in reply to this colleague is it is he and his colleagues that have cast judgment on all law-abiding firearms owners in this country by confiscating their lawfully obtained property and have used misinformation campaigns to demonize and vilify those who simply own firearms for the purposes of hunting, sport shooting, recreation, or use it on their farms as a tool. So if we're not going to cast judgment on people, then perhaps we can start stopping casting judgment on law-abiding citizens in this country. And if we're going to cast any judgment at all, or take any responsibility as parliamentarians, perhaps we should focus on those who are doing the most damage in society, irremediable offenders, repeat offenders, who, whether they're doing property crime or crimes against persons, and making sure that those people suffer consequences instead of law-abiding citizens.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petrie. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Petrie.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. When I turned the interpreting channel to French, I didn't hear the name of my writing. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Conservative Party for his speech. Once again, often we're talking about serious problems, but in the in the Conservative Party, that party has a tendency to criminalize or bring issues before the courts excessively. Now, we're talking about, if we talk about drug consumption, for example, simple possession of drugs, if that were not subject to mandatory minimums, that would really ease the burden on the legal system. And would my colleague recognize that this is a public health issue instead of a criminal one? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would encourage my colleague to look at the changes that are being offered in Bill C-22. The mandatory minimum penalties are being reduced for trafficking or possession for the purpose of trafficking controlled drugs or substances, importing and exporting or possession for the purpose of exporting controlled drugs and substances, and production of a substance in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2. These are not simple possession things. These are people who are using controlled drugs and substances in organized crime by smuggling it into our country and dispersing it amongst our population with people who are now, we now have more people dying, I believe, in Western Canada fentanyl overdoses than we are from COVID. So if we're going to talk about the substance of the bill, let's actually talk about what the government's proposing, which is possession for the purpose of trafficking and smuggling, or the manufacturing for the purpose of trafficking. That's what the government's doing. It's a misnomer, and it's misleading the House to suggest that this bill is talking about simple possession. It's simply not true.
I have time just for a very short question. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glenbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. A number of times the Liberals have mentioned about the inability for 338 members of Parliament to make laws that are appropriate, that we don't have the expertise. I just wanted to ask my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe whether he believes that what we're normally called members of Parliament and what we're sometimes called legislators and sometimes lawmakers, if those terms are actually interchangeable.
Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I want to thank my good friend and colleague from the class of 2006, as are you, Mr. Speaker. We have vast experience as legislators in the House of Commons, and we know full well what our roles and responsibilities are. And as a member of Parliament for Red Deer Lacombe, I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't take this government to task for its misleading ideas and information in its attempt to basically decriminalize all criminal activity in this country.
I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the order for the deferred recorded division on the motion standing in the name of the member for Perth Wellington to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology be discharged, and that the motion be deemed adopted.
Alors, comme d'habitude.
As usual, all members who are opposed to the member moving this motion, please indicate it. Therefore,
heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of all those opposed to the motion being adopted? Please say nay. Hearing none, carried. We'll now go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed an honour to speak in the House today regarding this Bill C-22. Mr. Speaker, this last weekend, the Prime Minister, while speaking to the Liberal Party Policy Convention, said that the Conservative Party of Canada was disconnected with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is looking for an example of a party being disconnected with Canadians, he need look no further than his own party with the introduction of this bill, Bill C-22, and how it affects those in rural Canada. As someone who has lived my whole life in northern Saskatchewan, I not only find this bill dangerously naive, but the government's communications around it are actually offensive to me. Of course, Mr. Speaker, far be it for me to suggest that anyone might deliberately mislead Canadians. Perhaps it is simply poor understanding of the criminal code or the tendency to rely on divisive political ideology that led to the inaccuracies in communicating what's actually in this bill. Contrary to what members of the Liberal Party may have been given as talking points by PMO to use in the debate, those of us who actually read the legislation understand that this is not about reducing mandatory minimum penalties for simple possession of drugs. Mandatory minimums for simple possession do not exist today. This was not about minor crimes and is not about minor offenses. Mr. Speaker, here are just a few examples of what Liberals consider minor offenses for which Bill C-22 eliminates mandatory minimums as they relate to gun crimes. Robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, importing or exporting knowing a firearm is unauthorized, discharging a firearm with intent, using a firearm in the commission of an offense, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, possession of a weapon obtained by the commission of an offense, possession for the purposes of weapons trafficking, and discharging a firearm with recklessness. Additionally, Bill C-22 would eliminate mandatory minimums under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that actually target drug dealers. Examples of these are trafficking or possession for the purpose of trafficking, importing and exporting or possession for the purpose of exporting, and the production of substances Schedule 1 or 2. And examples of these, Mr. Speaker, are heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, and crystal meth. This is not, as suggested, help for those who struggle with addictions, but it's actually help for those criminals who prey on those people who suffer from addictions. Finally, this bill allows for greater use of conditional sentence orders for a number of offenses. The list is long, so I will include only a few examples. Sexual assault, kidnapping, assault causing bodily harm or with a weapon. And Mr. Speaker, this includes the assaulting of a peace officer causing bodily harm or with a weapon. Mr. Speaker, this clearly puts communities in my riding at risk. As a lifelong resident of Northern Saskatchewan, a hockey coach, a former mayor, and now a member of Parliament, I have seen firsthand how gun and gang violence and drugs ruin people's lives and devastate families and communities. I find myself wondering if members of the Liberal government were contacted by mayors, chiefs, police officers, and community members like I am, pleading for something to be done, if they would realize that Bill C-22 is not a solution. And Mr. Speaker, neither is Bill C-21. Mr. Speaker, 1 month ago, there was a story reported in the Battleford's Regional News Optimist that literally brought me to tears when I read it. And I would encourage all members of this House to read the story, as it provides an incredible insight into what life can be like in northern and often remote communities in my riding. The story reviews a judge's decision, arguments by the Crown prosecutor, and the victim impact statements of RCMP officers Robert McCready and of my good friend Staff Sergeant Ryan Howe. The incident, as reported, as I said, happened in my riding and shows an almost unbelievably violent disregard for human life. It includes multiple guns, pursuits, many other things, and finally police ramming a vehicle. In his victim impact statement, my friend Staff Sergeant Ryan Howe said the following, and I quote, "When I encountered the gold truck you were in, north of Loon Lake, the only emotion I felt was sadness. I knew right away how this was going to end. It's always the same, just a varying degree of tragedy. When I saw your co-accused run from the Equinox and point what may have been a gun at me, I just felt tired and defeated. I knew what you would do when you came up to that roadblock, and you did the same thing every other desperate criminal does. You accelerated and swerved towards the police. As you did that, I took off my seatbelt and accelerated my truck directly at you. I wanted to be able to at least have a chance to maneuver in the cab if you and your fellow gang members started shooting at me. As I lined up my truck to yours head on, I fully expected to be shot, but I tried to make sure my truck would stay on a straight path and hit you, even if I couldn't steer because you needed to be stopped. Even after all of this, after hours of chasing you, hours of being frustrated, angry, and tired, I was required to be of calm mind and use sound tactics as I drew my gun on you and the other people with you. At that moment, I was furious that it had come to this. I was furious that your stupidity was causing me to miss an important family event going on right at that very moment. I had you in my gun sights. I was furious that I might have to shoot and kill you. I didn't shoot you. My coworkers didn't shoot you, even though we were taunted and dared to do it by the people in the truck with you. Even though your actions caused one of my coworkers to almost be run over and killed, we made sure you were safe. It was a joke and a game to you. It was life and death for me, for my partners, and the public. I'm telling you that on January 17th, 2019, you were lucky to be arrested by some of the most capable and experienced police officers in the country. They showed incredible restraint, professionalism to make sure you lived to be here today. Another one of those capable and experienced police officers was Officer Robert McCready, who was called in 6 hours before his shift was scheduled to begin. A short part of his victim impact statement includes the following, and I quote again. I had been in Loon Lake for a while at the time and had a feeling that it was probably related to gang activity, firearms, or both. I got geared up and I found that gang members and affiliates have possible firearms and are driving in 2 vehicles and are evading police. My thoughts are, great, here we go again. This was a constant way of life around that area. Something would pop off at least once to twice a week or more. This went on all afternoon, which took a bad turn when the vehicle started going through a populated area just as school was letting off. And for fear of worsening conditions, police had to back off again. Mr. Speaker, in speaking with Staff Sergeant Howe later, he shared with me how these events had become almost routine. Can you imagine this being a routine part of your day, Mr. Speaker? This is the part that brought tears to my eyes as I fought back the emotion. Now, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, this day was the culmination of a long history, but it had to start somewhere. The idea that government is seeking to eliminate mandatory prison time for drug traffickers and for those who commit violent crimes is really hard to fathom for me. Allowing criminals who commit violent acts to serve their sentences on house arrest puts communities at risk. For the last couple of minutes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the issues many community leaders talk to me about. In addition to doing everything they can to combat gun and gang crime, they spend many hours fighting those who traffic drugs in their communities and prey on the vulnerable who are struggling with mental health issues and addictions. Bill C-22 makes life far more difficult for local law enforcement and prosecutors by reducing and in some cases removing penalties for trafficking, importing, or producing Schedule I or II substances. Conservatives believe those struggling with addiction or mental health issues should get the help they need. They need treatment rather than prison time if their crime is not violent. Conservatives support restorative justice policies to lower incarceration rates for overrepresented groups in our criminal justice system, provided the public safety considerations are paramount. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-22 is that the government, driven by ideology and having no basis in the reality on the ground in rural Canada, is making our communities less safe by removing many important tools. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members to take a long, hard look at this legislation before they vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member started off by talking about how the Prime Minister had made a comment that Conservatives were disconnected from Canadians. 54% of Conservatives don't believe in climate change, don't think that it's something that needs to be at the forefront of their agenda. The overwhelming vast majority of Canadians believe that we need to act on climate change. So I think it's quite clear why the Prime Minister may have made that comment, given some of the discussion that came out of this members' convention a few weeks ago. But to his point about reading out the victims' statements, and I'm really glad that he did that. I think that those were very meaningful words, and I thank him for that. But I guess the difference is that I believe that those victim statements are best intended and best used for a judge and to make in a decision on how to cast judgment on somebody who breaks the law. Does he not agree that the best purpose of having those victim statements is to help the judge in determining what the sentence should be?
The Honourable Member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I would start my answer by simply suggesting we're talking today about Bill C-22, not about climate change, so let's stick to the topic. In the context of discretion of judges, judges are professional, they have great training, they have great abilities, but as a new member of Parliament, I clearly, and I say clearly, understand it to be part of my responsibility to make legislative decisions, to set laws, to set guidelines for judges and for the criminal justice system. I believe this is not a partisan issue. Many of the minimums being eliminated by the government were in fact introduced by previous Liberal governments. It is our job, in my understanding, Mr. Speaker, as legislators, as members of Parliament, to in fact have input onto these matters.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, let's talk about it. Let's talk about our role as legislators. I would invite all of my colleagues on either side to go and consult the organizations, including street workers. And I'm thinking of someone in Laurentides-Labelle whom we can understand the impact of crimes that can be committed by people who are suffering. So when I hear talk about crimes, what's wrong with trying to understand what these people have experienced in order to commit those crimes. And here we're talking about a change in approach, a change in knowledge. I would like to hear my colleague talk about how is it that he can be opposed to this bill.
Desnethy.
The Honourable Member for Desnetty, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. And fundamentally, I don't disagree with her. As I deal with many of the people in northern Saskatchewan, I understand there are many underlying issues, and there are many issues that are foundational to the challenges faced in these communities. And for example, one of my chiefs begged me one day to help him teach the people of his community to be good parents. The children of his community are begging for parents. So there's many underlying issues that start well before we get to the commission of crimes. But in the commission of crimes, Mr. Speaker, these are not minor offenses. These are not minimum kinds of matters that we're talking about with this legislation. At the end of the day, I absolutely and 100% believe that our actions result in consequences, and those consequences have to act as a deterrent at the end of the day.
Time for a short question for the Honourable Member for Couch and Malahat Langford, 30 seconds or so, and that'll give us time for a 30-second response. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, the problem with the Conservative approach to the justice system is that they assume every offence is exactly the same when there are always complicating individual factors. My question to my colleague is, in the criminal code, there exists already section 718.2, which allows a judge to increase a sentence depending on the severity of the case. Again, my question is, why do the Conservatives not have faith in our judges to dole out the appropriate punishment when the criminal code already has a section that allows them to do just that?
For Desnethy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question, and I would provide a very simple answer like I started originally. It is the responsibility of us as members of Parliament, as legislators, to give guidelines. I believe that's one of the fundamental roles that we have. In my time as mayor of a small city, there were two things that I took very seriously. One was the management of the finances of my little city, and one was the safety of my citizens. Those two were paramount. As a member of Parliament, I believe the safety of my citizens, of my riding, of this country are paramount, and I believe it's our job as members of Parliament to set the guidelines, to establish the rules, to establish the laws to which those guidelines must submit.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you're doing a wonderful job as always in the Speaker's chair. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to say I'm coming from the traditional territory of the Kwan and Dun First Nation and the Tawan-Quachin Council. When I heard this bill was coming up, or there was a bill coming up with what's some of the content that's here, I was really supportive of it, and I asked if I could speak to it to show my support. And there's 5 items from my riding or my area, my perspective over the years that I'm very supportive of. First of all, it's the reduction of overrepresentation of Indigenous people in our jails. Parliament has wrestled for this for a long time, trying to come up with solutions to this. Roughly, I think 2 parties have mentioned already in this debate that roughly 5% of Aboriginal people, Indigenous people in Canada, but 30% in federal jails. The second reason is that I'd like a movement towards the success Portugal has had in their dealing related to drugs as a health issue. Third is that this bill will make the society safer, and I'll go into the reasons why. The fourth reason is it'll lower the cost for government, and as almost every member of Parliament has other ideas of where that money could be spent or to pay down debt. And finally, it will reduce the number of victims. So I'll explain how the 3 elements of the bill, from my perspective, would do this. And I haven't written these down as a speech, but I've just scratched out some points that I've made up. First of all, on the mandatory minimums and the effect of Indigenous people and racialized people in our justice system, a large number of those particular people are in jails because of mandatory minimums, offenses that have mandatory minimums. The second reason related to mandatory minimums, sorry, Mr. Speaker?
I'm just going to interrupt the parliamentary secretary momentarily. I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands rising on a point of order.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Speaker, but I believe that the parliamentary secretary forgot to indicate that he's splitting his time with the member from Newmarket Aurora.
Back to the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, sorry, Sorry, I had to get up at 3:30 this morning for another meeting, so I did forget that. So thank you. So now I'll go to the three main elements of the bill and explain how they fill the objectives that I'm so supportive of. I mentioned the people in federal institutions unbalanced. Second of all, certain mandatory minimums have been found unconstitutional because they're excessive. They don't match the crime and the criminal reasonably with the punishment, and so people could get off, and I don't think people would want that if they unreasonably get off. Second of all, another item related to the mandatory minimums is it leads to longer and more cases often and more acquittals that may not have occurred if there was people weren't facing an unreasonable option for a result. Another big reason from my perspective is for first-time offenders on minor offenses, really the evidence has shown that it very, very often it is less safe, less positive results to putting them in jail as opposed to some of the alternative diversions or other types of programs and treatments. You know, we're all social animals, and if you don't think you are, just try and go against what everyone in your party has another thought on a particular issue. And so if you put, I call the jail the university of crime. You put a person in jail for the first time, they'll learn from that social people that they're dealing with every day, learning from every day how to become more hardened criminals rather than from dealing with their problem. And there's a suggestion that sometimes people would say that putting them in jail makes community safer. First of all, it doesn't if they're making it more hardened criminals. But the point that people neglect to mention and when making that case is that virtually almost everyone gets out of jail. So you want them safer when they get out. You want them rehabilitated. Another related reason to remove some mandatory minimums is you can't really trump other provisions of the justice system, like the GLADU provisions and other such provisions on racialized reports, etc. By having a mandatory minimum. There's a conflict there. And I think what a number of people from various parties have raised, it prevents a judge or it limits a trained judge, from the individual tailoring of a sentence to the severity of the crime and the background of the criminal. The second major item out of three in the bill is related to greater use of conditional sentences. And as people that have spoken that want evidence-based policy and legislation, it's been proven time and time and again that a person is far less likely to offend, far less likely to have recidivism if they've got the appropriate rehabilitation, a conditional sentence, which can be very hard with the treatment that can be assigned with that, is not easy for someone, but it's much more effective. I remember when we were dealing with this, and a big supporter was Senator Vern White, who was the police chief in Whitehorse and then Ottawa. And it was quite a while ago, 10 years ago or something, we were debating this, but I remember recidivism rates were around 40, 50, 60%. And the conditional sentencing was 10, 20, 30% only a recidivism. So it was a much progress in many cases. And I appreciate the Bloc's view on this from the experiences they've had in Quebec with diversion, with conditional sentences, other forms of dealing with especially young offenders. I remember in February of 2001 when Michel Belhumeur from Berthier-Montcalm really was passionate about that. In fact, I think he spent most of his term in the House of Commons passionately making that case about the more appropriate treatment. In that case, it was young offenders. But for these more progressive and successful treatment of especially first-time offenders. I just want to also clarify that there's a suggestion that everyone on the conditional sentencing, people talked about safety, and once again, it's only allowed if the person is not a danger to society as determined by the judge, and it's only for a sentence that's less than 2 years. There's been some much successful stories of women who were not put in jail but given conditional sentences, who could stay with their family, stay with their social network, go to treatment, and there was a number of successful stories. The third element of the bill, I don't have much time left, is for the related to the to the possession of drugs. And most crimes, a majority of crimes actually, people are on a substance, they're trying to get money for a substance, including alcohol. So I personally would like to move more towards what Portugal's doing. This is a step in the right direction. If you have an addiction, the last thing you need is a criminal record. It's harder for you to get a job that may have been causing the addiction in the first place to feed your family, etc. And the last thing I would say is that the federal economic statement, which I hope we're voting on this week, has support for some of the background items that people mentioned, support for GLADU reports, the race and cultural assessments, and community justice centers, all of which can deal with the root causes and the situation where people are in. And so from my perspective, this is a move in the right direction on a number of fronts to make us safer, to reduce the number of victims, and to reduce the costs and to have a fairer justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I've heard a lot of comments about sentencing. It's been recognized that harsher sentences don't reduce criminality. And when we look at the prison population, we see many people from racialized and Indigenous communities. We hear a great deal of goodwill, and we also hear a great deal about protecting victims from serious criminal acts, but I'm not hearing solutions to solve the problem at the source. It's not necessarily by reducing sentences or by adding mandatory minimums or by forcing criminals to follow therapy that we're going to tackle the problem at its source. I would like my colleague to say what he thinks about solving the problems at the source, especially for racialized and Indigenous communities who are overrepresented in our prisons. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for that excellent question. This bill does deal with them once, unfortunately, they have got into the system, and we want to make sure, or try and make sure they don't go back. But he's exactly right. I mean, we have lobbied for years, made the case for years that you have to deal with the root causes that get people into the system in the first place. So that's why we have, for instance, the biggest housing fund in Canadian history, because it all starts with housing first. If you don't have a home, how can you deal with the other problems, the addictions, everything else that might cause you and lead you into the justice system? That's why we've increased the homelessness programs. I think more than doubled those. We've increased money for mental health. A number of people are in a mental health system that end up in hospitals or jails when there should be mental health. And that's why we increased the special contributions to every province and territory for mental health. That's why we've supported Indigenous culture and other cultures to make sure people are understood in our policies and our laws, so that they don't feel disjointed, and then that adds to them getting into the criminal justice system. So definitely all these items related to poverty and addiction need to be dealt with to reduce the root causes, and then we wouldn't be having to have a major debate like this. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you today. I'd like to thank the member for his intervention, for his discussion, and I have to say that as a member of Parliament that is representing a riding in Alberta, I have been horrified by our provincial government's response to the opioid crisis that is, devastating our province and devastating other regions of the country. The lack of understanding, the lack of empathy, the lack of common sense that we've seen the UCP act with regards to this issue has meant that Albertans more than ever are depending on the federal government to step up and protect our loved ones and to treat addictions and substance abuse as a medical issue, not a criminal issue. Sadly, this bill simply removes the mandatory minimums, but individuals that are struggling with substance issues will still end up in the criminal justice system. Now, the member spoke about how he possibly doesn't agree with this, but I'm just wondering how he can support a bill how he can support this piece of legislation that doesn't go far enough, that doesn't take people struggling with addiction out of the criminal justice system.
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you for that very good question. I don't think we should let the perfect be the enemy of moving forward, of having some success. You got to make steps. This is a move exactly in that direction. It will reduce some. As I said, I'd like to move as far as Portugal has. And as the member very appropriately said, it's a health issue. As I said, a majority of crimes in Canada are caused by someone on an addiction or raising money for an addiction. And that's where the support needs to be, dealing with that. It's not a criminal issue. And criminalizing someone just accentuates the problems that will put them in jail. So I agree that it's a move in that direction. It may be not as far as some people want, but I think we got to take as many steps, opportunities as we can to move in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I join you from the traditional territories of the Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe people, and the treaty land of the Williams Treaties First Nations to speak to Bill C-22, particularly on the issue of MMPs, or mandatory minimum penalties, in the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. The importance of equitable sentencing laws in the criminal justice system cannot be overstated, and indeed, imprisonment represents one of the most grave intrusions by the state into the lives of individuals, and as such, sentencing laws must be carefully reviewed to ensure that they reflect the values that Canadians hold dear. Unfortunately, there are inconsistencies with the current sentencing regime provided by the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that disproportionately impacted Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. Bill C-22 proposes to repeal the particular MMPs that have shown to have the most significant impact on these communities, while ensuring that the courts can continue to impose sentences for violent and serious crimes that respond to their seriousness and the harm caused. When considering the appropriate sanction for an offender in the criminal case, a judge must effectively balance the principles of proportionality, parity, and restraint. The principle of proportionality requires a sentence to reflect the gravity of the offense and the degree of responsibility of the offender. The principle of parity requires it to be similar to those imposed on similar offenders in similar circumstances. And perhaps most importantly, the principle of restraint dictates that an offender should not be deprived of liberty if less restrictive sanctions can be appropriate and appropriate under the circumstances. Balancing these principles is a highly individualized process that demands an assessment of all relevant factors, including personal characteristics, life experiences, and the individual standing before the court. However, when an offense carries an MMP, the minimum punishment is prescribed by law, which removes a certain amount of discretion from the judges and means that they cannot impose sentences below the legislated minimum, even in cases where they find that a shorter period of imprisonment or no imprisonment at all would be an appropriate sentence, given the circumstances of the offense. While proponents of MMPs would argue that this ensures consistency and fairness in sentences for the same crime, the reality is that in some crimes, this can and does not yield a fair result, and that has negative impacts on the justice system at large, as well as on the victims. MMPs can be inconsistent with the direction of the criminal code, requiring judges to use imprisonment with restraint and to consider all available sanctions through the other than imprisonment that are reasonable in the circumstances for all offenders, with particular attention to the circumstances of Indigenous offenders. Between 2007 and 2017, data shows that Indigenous and Black individuals were more likely to be admitted to federal custody for an offense punishable by an MMP than were other Canadians. In fact, the proportion of Indigenous adults admitted with an offense punishable by an MMP almost doubled between those years, from 14% to 26%. Similarly, in 2018-2019, Black persons represented 7.2% of the federal inmate population, but only 3% of the Canadian population. Indigenous people and Black Canadians are particularly overrepresented for firearm and drug offenses carrying MMPs. Specifically, Black Canadians comprised 43% of individuals convicted of importing and exporting drugs in 2016-2017, while Indigenous people comprised 40% of those admitted for a firearm-related offense in the same year. Bill C-22 responds to this data by proposing to repeal MMPs for all drug offenses in the CDSA, as well as one for tobacco-related offense and 13 firearm offenses in the criminal code. MPPs would remain for offenses such as murder, sexual assault, all child assault offenses, and for certain offenses involving restricted or prohibited firearms, or where the offense involves a firearm that is linked to organized crime. And while MPPs have been in place since the criminal code was first enacted, they were largely the exception until relatively recently. Over the last 2 decades, there have been increased reliance on MMPs to further denounce crimes, deter offenders, and separate them from society. The proliferation of MMPs has resulted in an increase of successful charter challenges at all levels of court, including the Supreme Court, culminating in 2 significant decisions. The first decision was Muir in 2015, involving 3- and 5-year MMPs for illegal possession of loaded, prohibited, restricted firearms. And the second was Lloyd decision in 2016, involving a 1-year drug MMP. Both cases make it clear that the use of MMPs, or offenses that cover a broad range of conduct, is susceptible to charter challenges. And more charter challenges mean more trials, increased costs, and delayed justice and outcomes that are good for no one. It is my understanding that as of February the 8th, 2021, out of 560 ongoing charter challenges in Canada tracked by the Federal Department of Justice, 47% are challenges to MMPs. The proposed reforms are therefore to improve the efficiencies of the justice system by lowering the volume of charter challenges in the courts, which puts additional pressures on already limited time and resources. The MMPs being repealed in this bill have failed to achieve their purported objectives, deterrence and the protection of public safety. Research has shown that increases in the severity of sanctions actually increase the likelihood of recidivism, thus failing to deter the crime or to protect the safety of the public. We know that a justice system that provides a one-size-fits-all response to crime can be ineffective and lead to unjust results for victims, for offenders, and for Canadians in general. Courts must have the flexibility to order sentences that reflect the circumstances of each case. In some cases, jail will be appropriate, but this bill would not change the ability for the judges to sentence offenders to incarceration when it is warranted. However, in other cases, sentences that are more effectively intended to address the root causes of the offense are better addressed, and to better address the harm caused may be more appropriate. I might add that they would be more effective in ensuring that public safety as well, because they reduce the likelihood of offending. The amendments proposed on Bill C-22 would ensure that the courts are still able to impose tough sentences for violent and serious crimes, while restoring their ability to consider the systemic factors that disproportionately impact Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and marginalized people, and impose non-custodial sentences or sentences for imprisonment below the MMP when satisfied that the sentence would be appropriate to the degree of responsibility of the offender and the gravity of the offense. The reforms would also respond to recommendations from many stakeholders in the area of anti-racism and criminal justice system, including key stakeholders in my riding in Newmarket, Aurora, who I had the pleasure of bringing together for a conversation with the Minister of Justice back in October. The Truth and the Reconciliation Commission has also called for the elimination of Indigenous overrepresentation in correctional institutions over the next decade, including through amendments to the criminal code in the area of MMPs. Similarly, in its final report, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls called for all levels of government to evaluate the impact of MMPs on the over-incarceration of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQA people, and to make the appropriate action that would address their over-incarceration. More recently, the Parliamentary Black Caucus, composed of senators and members from all parties, called for the elimination of MMPs in the statement issued on June 20th, 2020, which I am proud to support. Bill C-22 shows that we are listening to the calls of our fellow Canadians to bring about evidence-based reforms to the sentencing regime. The proposed amendments are an important step towards creating a justice system that represents and protects all Canadians in an equitable and a non-discriminatory way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that the member opposite made. I have a comment to make myself, and there have been several people today that have noted that the science with respect to mandatory minimum penalties has been conclusive and their usefulness has been completely debunked. In my opinion, this is false, and I reached out to the Library of Parliament a few weeks ago and asked them this very question. And their conclusion to me in a lengthy research document, which I'd be happy to share, is that while deterrence as such may or may not be increased in certain punishments, it is not the only factor in the debate over MMPs, as mandatory minimum penalties are called. And some other factors are more commonly addressed from a qualitative rather than quantitative standpoint. Their final conclusion to me, and I quote, is, due to the variety of different metrics employed, the library is unable to definitively comment on the degree to which scholarly opinion is settled with respect to MMPs. And I wonder if the member could just comment on the status of the science in question and the research report from the library.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Sorry.
On était.
Oh, excusez-moi, l'honorable députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Is she calling for a point of order? No, there was no interpretation for a minute, but now it seems the problem seems to be fixed. Thank you.
So we're hearing that the interpretation for the last segment, perhaps of the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington's question may not have been there for honourable members. I'm wondering if we could just confirm if the French interpretation is working now. It's working okay. Je demande
I would ask the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville if she would like the question from the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addict to be repeated. No, thank you. We may pursue. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you for your patience and the patience of the interpreters.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington for his response. I'm sorry. Well, no, let me just go backwards. We'll ask the honourable member for, where are we at here? Newmarket Aurora for his response.
I thank the member for their question, and I'm sure that we'll have varying degrees of interpretation as to what is the most effective. What I see in what's being proposed here is that we are making progress. I'm not sure that we'll reach end state resolution, but we are moving forward. And this bill, I think, goes a long way towards dealing with overrepresentation that is caused by the MMPs, and it's long overdue for us to give us consideration to correct that shortcoming.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? Alors, continuez.
So we'll continue then. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before beginning, I would like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. I'm very pleased to rise today virtually in this House to speak to Bill C-22, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Controlled Drugs and Other Substances. Mr. Speaker, we see that the Liberals want to amend the Criminal Code to repeal a number of measures, and they're talking about simple possession. Now, this is trying to honor a promise that was made in 2015 during the Liberals' campaign. And in fact, every time the Liberals table a bill in committee or in the House, there are always major flaws, and because they never consult people on the ground. Mr. Speaker, it is very important to point out what the Liberals are trying to do with this bill. The Minister of Justice with C-22 is moving amendments that will have a major impact on Canadians' well-being. So, for example, I think that we need to point out certain things. For example, the elimination of mandatory minimums from the Criminal Code, including firearm violations. For example, the use of firearms with regard to certain violations. Second, C-22 is moving to talk about the possession of firearms. And it will also remove mandatory minimums with regard to drugs and other substances. It creates a new section with regard that allows the Attorney General to look at drug consumption and to move people to treatment programs. But, Mr. Speaker, in some provinces, there are not even, those courts don't even exist. C-22 also seeks to remove certain MMPs, for example, with regard to the sale and transfer of tobacco with no license, which is very difficult to understand. It seeks to amend another article of the Criminal Code to ensure that more violations are subject to conditional sentence orders. So some of these points that I've pointed out, really all that we're seeing flies in the face of the public messaging that the Liberals are doing, for example, with regard to protecting the public and firearms. We can see here that the political messaging on the one hand, and we see that, the Liberals are doing more and more, but in actual fact, they put forward bills like C-22, which remove the court's ability and which removes judges' discretion and which minimize and downplay crimes, and it should be the contrary. We're always seeing this problem of trying to understand why the Liberal messaging on one hand says that they're tough on crime, but their actual gestures are the complete opposite. And when we're talking about public safety and protecting Canadians, they have a very incoherent message. And we can always also understand, we're talking about C-22, but look at C-21, which was tabled, which is definitely not drawing consensus, whether people are firearm advocates, for example, people who are hunters or for recreational shooting, or other people, for example, the Polytechnic wing, they're not in agreement with it either. So C-21 simply doesn't get the job done. With regard to C-22, sentences are being reduced for crimes with firearms. So why should those be reduced? Who people commit to crimes with guns? It should be the contrary. And I might remind you, Mr. Speaker, that my colleague, a Conservative colleague, tabled C-238, which sought to target these crimes and smuggling, and thus to reinforce the criminal code. But the Liberals voted against it. So they showed their true colors. They want to protect criminals instead of honest and law-abiding citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, something else we don't understand is how the Liberals can be so dishonest to Canadians when they try to convince them that they're trying to protect their public safety. So the Liberals introduced C-21 and C-22, and neither of these will reduce crime committed with firearms, and neither will it reduce the number of firearms that are being trafficked or smuggled. It'll just make it easier for criminals to obtain illegal firearms. And that became clear 2 weeks ago on the show JE, which I think... even if you only speak English, try and get it translated because it's really worth it. It's a 30-minute show, and it's an investigative show that shows what actually happens with firearms, how illegal firearms come into Canada through the back door across the border, across the American border. So there are problems with territorial management. The customs officers don't have enough resources. The law doesn't have enough teeth for intervention in certain areas. And so you can see the firearms come in. You can see this with drones. You could see it with aircraft. They come across in boats, in skidoos, on skidoos in the wintertime. And in Montreal, we're starting to have the same problem as in Toronto. Street gangs can easily get illegal firearms, and they've had the serial numbers burned off or etched off, and street gangs are proud to commit crimes with those firearms that are coming into Canada across the border. So everything that's being done in C-21 and C-22 is not addressing that problem at all, and that is where we see that we have to make additional efforts. Also, instead of helping people with drug addictions or to heighten sentencing for people who are smuggling drugs, well, that it doesn't do anything for that. There's no family that should ever feel threatened in their own communities. The preceding Conservative government pledged to change those acts and to provide safer streets for Canadians. But we called for a safer Canada in our 2019 platform. We had 3 pillars, and we had clearly identified where we had to attack these problems, such as street gangs and arms trafficking. That was all part of our platform. The Liberals came in. Well, lucky for them, they won the election, but unfortunately for Canadians, they didn't actually apply their platform, and they haven't protected Canadian citizens at all. They haven't solved the firearms issue one little bit. When you read C-22, it's as if the Liberals are not able to discharge their responsibility as government, especially with regard to public safety, to the detriment of the Conservative government that has always stood up for the public safety of Canadians. The Prime Minister claims to want to help Canadians, but he doesn't do anything to ensure that criminals are being accountable for their acts. We, the Conservatives, believe in a Canadian justice as defined in the Constitution. We don't believe in a justice system that puts criminals before honest, law-abiding citizens. Canadians must know that their safety is ensured by their government. The Liberal government has to show leadership and stand up to criminals. Canadians cannot allow themselves to, that the government doesn't take its responsibilities. The whole situation is concerning for our children and for the future of our justice system. Mr. Speaker, we will do the work that the Canadians have elected us for to ensure that the public safety of Canadians is always our priority, number one. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech today, and I would like to bring him back to a point that I find essential. We're talking about drug trafficking, and obviously we need to do everything that we can to stamp it out in order to protect young people particularly. But with regard to simple possession of drugs, in the NDP we proposed a system to decriminalize all simple possession of drugs because those are not major criminals. Those are often people who have legal problems, and it overburdens the justice system. We don't think it's a police problem. We think it's a public health problem, a problem with regard to the social system. So what does the Conservatives think about this system that could ease the burden on the justice system and move it to public health? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What I could say to him is that I've already said in this House concerning other bills that we were open to that because, yes, we have to understand that simple possession is not it's not someone who is necessarily an addict. And those are not the people who we have to punish. We have to punish the people who are trafficking drugs. And we are open to looking at making amendments as the member has proposed. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his discussion this afternoon on Bill C-22. One of the things that the bill proposes is a reduction of mandatory minimums, and little known fact that many of those mandatory minimums were put into effect by previous Liberal governments. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member can speak to the consequences of lowering mandatory minimum sentences for the most severest crimes that this bill proposes to diminish. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, that is part of the inconsistency in the Liberal narrative with this new government that's been in place since 2015, because there was a time when the Liberal government had more logical stances, more based on reality, and now we're seeing a government that is very ideological, and for them a prison sentence is a problem. And we've even seen an increase in releases of prisoners and parole by 20%. So that's very sadly ideological. And it came about with the 2015 Liberal government, because before the Liberal governments were slightly more sensible.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. We know that the opioid crisis is leading to deaths of thousands of Canadians, and we have a crisis right across this country. And I'm wondering what the honourable member thinks about just decriminalizing the use of simple possession of drugs and eliminating Section 4 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act so that we can provide a safe supply of drugs to people who have addiction issues.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's the same question I got from my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, as I said, we are open to that kind of thing, where we know that addicts are victims of their consumption, and where we need to tackle the issues is the source of these drugs. And we know that with opioids, they're being smuggled in by Asia, from Asia, and it's very difficult to manage because sometimes those substances are hard to detect. but we need to do everything we can to prevent those products from entering our country because of the harm that they cause on our territory. Thank you.
Just a short time. We'll take last question to the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to point out briefly that there's been a suggestion in this debate that judges should have complete discretion with criminal punishments. And I don't believe that that's a legal principle. It's up to us here to make the laws. And we have, in many cases, already fettered the judge's discretion. It is not up to the judge to choose capital punishment or corporal punishment, even if they wish to. And I just want to ask the member if they believe that this House has the authority to fetter the discretion of the judges in sentencing matters if it so chooses.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
Hello?
Oui? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the question of my colleague, and I partly agree with them with regard to how the laws are applied and enforced. We are here as legislators. So we are to decide how the justice is applied. And when some decisions fly in the face of the decisions that are made in the House, well, that bothers me. So if there's a problem with the law and a court decides that there is a problem for a certain reason, then it is up to us to re-debate. But if we have decided as legislators that what is going to happen, then the courts must follow.
Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back in the House today to speak to this piece of legislation, C-22, the technical title being an act to amend the criminal code in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. This has been an issue, Mr. Speaker. We come into Parliament with different goals and priorities from ourselves, both from our riding perspective and also from personal passions of ours into the House. And I have to say, not only the subject of mental health, but the subject, I believe, that should be at the core of this bill, addictions and treatment, has certainly been one of mine. COVID-19 in the last year and a bit, 13 months now, 14 months and ongoing, has obviously shown that the virus is a serious public health threat for our country and for the global community. But also the growing angst and mental health challenges that many Canadians are facing is certainly something I don't think we're talking enough about and acknowledging enough. Unfortunately, we look at the statistics, suicides have been increasing, and addictions, issues with addictions, have certainly been on the rise in our country as well, which is unfortunate. For those of you that know me, Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit of a political junkie, not only here in Canada, but I follow US politics and UK politics quite closely. And there are few examples that I have where my view has been changed or a light's gone off, an aha moment, if you will, has happened for me, more than watching the US presidential election. Actually, going back to 2016, now I try not to bring too much American politics into our House of Commons, but I certainly think this example and this perspective is one that we need to listen to. And it came from, at that time, was the New Jersey governor, Chris Christie, who was running for president in the state of New Hampshire. And for those of you that know the state of New Hampshire or follow politics there closely like I do, they have a serious addictions, a serious opioid crisis that has beleaguered that state for many, many years. The number of people that have become addicted, and unfortunately the number of people that have lost their lives, is a real crisis in that state. Chris Christie was doing a town hall, and there's a video. I would encourage Canadians that are following this debate to look that video up. It's about a 6 to 8 minute clip. And I will say for myself, when it comes to people who are addicted to drugs or to alcohol, substance abuse issues, his speech over 6 or 8 minutes talking about the story of his mother, his late mother, and his law school friend back in the day certainly hit home for me. We have to look at addictions and substance abuse in this country and as a society different than maybe we have in the past. We talk about in politics being more compassionate, the lens in which we see people, and empathy. This is one where we need to do that. Chris Christie was talking about in that story his mother, who unfortunately was diagnosed with cancer numerous times. The first time she was diagnosed, she went to the hospital and was treated, went into remission, and unfortunately the cancer came back. Went back to the healthcare system, got treatment again, and beat cancer a second time. It came back a third time. At no point did anybody in the healthcare system say, or in society say, sorry, you've had cancer 3 times, it's a lost cause, we're not going to treat you anymore. That wouldn't be a question, that would be an absurd proposition for a doctor or a government or a state to say that. Got to quit trying, not worth it, it's a lost cause. We have to think that same way, he said, when it comes to addictions. People who have substance abuse problems don't belong in a prison cell. They belong in rehabilitation. They belong in getting help and getting their life back on track. He talked about, and where this is so important, substance abuse and addictions knows no barrier when it comes to gender, when it comes to race, when it comes to income level. It can impact and wreck anybody's life. So I want to speak here today on Bill C-22 because I thought as a Parliament, as we begin to have these conversations, as more Canadians have a degree of separation, what we call it, where unfortunately we know a friend or a neighbor, a colleague, somebody that's battled substance abuse or abuse issues. People are becoming more compassionate to know that we do not have enough services in this country when it comes to rehabilitation. So we have the opportunity, the government had the opportunity to bring a bill forward that can address that. And I think you would find strong support in this House and across the country if we were to say, we are going to look at somebody for a simple, minor possession, as opposed to putting them through the criminal justice system, opposed to throwing them in prison with a long sentence of sorts, that we look at focus on rehabilitation. That would be great. That bill, in some parts, addresses that. But it goes way beyond, I believe, what is reasonable in terms of prevention. Our legislation that we need to have, the laws we need to have in Canada, need to be looking after the individual that needs help, that needs rehabilitation. But our legislation and our law enforcement should focus on people who prey on those with addictions, those who are trafficking, those that are preying on them, and those that turn violent or turn to violence when it comes to drug trafficking. If we had that in this bill, I believe there would be strong support for it, Mr. Speaker. But I was very disheartened when I saw the opportunity for a bill to come forward on criminal justice reform. We added in, have a government that's added in several pieces that I believe go way beyond. C-22 eliminates a number of mandatory minimum sentences when it comes to gun crimes. For an example, robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, importing or exporting knowing it is unauthorized, discharging a firearm with intent, possession for purpose of weapons trafficking, and the list goes on. Furthermore, there's an expansion of conditional sentencing. What do we mean by that? The bill allows for greater conditional sentences such as house arrest for a number of offenses where the offender faces terms of less than 2 years of imprisonment. The following offenses are now eligible: prison breach, criminal harassment, sexual assault, kidnapping, abduction of a person under the age of 14, trafficking or exporting Schedule III drugs like LSD, breaking and entering a place other than a house or dwelling, arson for fraudulent purposes. Mr. Speaker, we do not need to give it easier to these criminals and people who prey in drug trafficking and drug control. We need to clamp down more than ever on them. We need to provide supports for those that need it with addictions issues and toughen up. We talk about reducing this. Going out with a message now to say, we're going to lessen, we're going to give house arrest, we are going to not take as serious as we have in the past those types of serious offenses, I believe is the wrong message we are sending as a Parliament if we pass this legislation. We have an opportunity here in the coming weeks and months. I hope the government makes serious amendments to this bill that focuses on exactly what I've spent the last 7-8 minutes talking about. There's not a dollar more for a rehab treatment center anywhere in this country or a commitment to do more. We need to focus on that. We need to let people know that the government is here for you when you need support, and send a very strong message to those who are trafficking, those that are in the drug trade, that the police and the law enforcement will get the tools they need from this Parliament to go after and stop these acts from happening. I look forward to the debates as they go on, but I have to say, this bill goes much further away from what I believe the intent of a majority of Canadians want. More compassion for the individual that has an addiction or substance abuse issue, and tougher enforcement. We had a private member's bill come forward. If you speak to the law enforcement in this country, if you speak to frontline police officers that are frustrated, they're not asking us to make less restrictions and penalties for those that are trafficking drugs. They're asking for us to close loopholes. We had a private member's bill, this revolving door that happens that frustrates our law enforcement. My colleague from Markham Unionville, a very common sense, tough bill that addresses the core issue and the core problem. And it's being ignored. So I look forward to the debates and listening to what my colleagues have to say. I look forward to the questions and answers. But to a Canadian who is struggling, this bill does more to empower, I believe, drug trafficking and those that are creating the root cause of this problem than actually finding solutions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and look forward to the questions and comments, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We'll first go to the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to let my honorable colleague know that I did very much appreciate his speech, and I very much can feel the empathy he has for people who are living with substance abuse disorders. I guess my question is more on the mandatory minimums part of his speech. I find the problem with mandatory minimums is that they take away from judicial discretion in a case. And I hope he will agree with me that every case, every offense that comes before a judge is very unique, and they all have very different circumstances. And you can't just really have a one size fits all for every offense that's committed. So my question to him, Mr. Speaker, is what does he think about the existing criminal code section 718.2, which allows judges in cases to actually increase the sentence based on the severity of the crime? Does he not have faith that our judges already have tools in the criminal code to dole out the appropriate punishment to fit the crime? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
I want to thank my colleague for the NDP from Vancouver Island for that question, and always insightful, as always, from his commentary. I will say this. I do believe the message that we need to send to those that are trafficking drugs, those that are preying on the vulnerable in our country, that when we set laws in this country, in certain cases there's a benchmark. And there's certain crimes that I believe there needs to be that benchmark that is there. I believe that judges should have discretion. We've talked about that in different cases. But I also look at the message that this is sending. We are doing the opposite of what law enforcement is asking us to do. They are asking to close gaps, to tighten these up, to stop the revolving door that they're seeing in our justice system today. So I believe I agree with them. There is a balance we need to have. I believe that too many of these balances are being removed in favor of, and the message that it's sending to those that are along in the illicit black market and trade is that we're getting easier, getting less on this issue. We need to clamp down more than ever, not take these away.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just by way of correction, law enforcement have asked us to take the step we were taking with respect to drug diversion in this legislation. That's the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police that have asked for and endorsed the position we're taking. What I want to put to the member opposite, given that he's a member of the Conservative Party of Canada, does he recognize that Correctional Services Canada indicates that between 2007 and 2017, Black and other racialized offenders have been more likely to be admitted to federal custody based on an offense punishable by an MMP, and the same goes for Indigenous accused, such that Black individuals in this country are more than twice overrepresented in the prison population, and for Indigenous people it is sixfold. Would he agree that that shows proof positive through the evidence that the policies of the Harper government have failed with respect to Indigenous and Black Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank my colleague for the question and in the commentary. Correction to him, many of these mandatory minimums were introduced under a Liberal government, going back as far as 1976, the pure Trudeau government. So you talk about a Harper failure, that is an attempt at a cheap shot that fails. And I will say to him, as I mentioned in my speech, when we talk about simple possession, we talk for people that individually have a small possession, that are not out trafficking, that are not out robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, discharging firearms with intent, prison breach, sexual assault, kidnapping. I know the law enforcement in my riding that I talk to, I don't hear many law enforcement asking me to reduce sentences for those cases. We can deal with the issue of addictions, of substance abuse of individuals. I agree with him that there are an overpopulation in our prison system when it comes to demographics and certain demographics, absolutely. But the answer is going on those individuals and those cases and getting better treatment, not going out and sending the message on these numerous serious offenses that we're going to lower the sentences or give more discretion on. I don't believe that's what Canadian law.
We have the time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A brief question. I think that there is a correlation between criminality and poverty. And in Quebec, we have a huge housing shortage. Does my colleague not think that having better targeted policies with regard to the homeless would be a better way to deal with this issue of criminality, of which this bill is discussing?
Thank my colleague for the block for that question. And we as Conservatives have been very clear in the debate and the speakers that you've heard. Those struggling with addictions should get the help that they need. Those Canadians should access to treatment and not be in a prison cell. We can show more compassion, we can show more empathy, we can show more support for those that truly need it. But for those that prey on the vulnerable, that are trafficking drugs for the purpose of wrecking people's lives, I believe we need to maintain tough enforcement, tough laws to send a message in this country that that type of behavior and that type of conduct is not acceptable. I don't believe sending the message of lowering that and lowering the bar is the right way to go. And to his point, there is a help for the individual. That's where this legislation should focus on. But this takes on a wide array of other offenses that I don't believe belong in this bill.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country, and I want to wish everyone celebrating the first day of Ramadan a very blessed Ramadan Mubarak. Mr. Speaker, it is with pleasure that I speak to Bill C-22, the Act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. These proposed reforms represent an important step in our government's continuing efforts to make our criminal justice system fairer for everyone by seeking to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous, Black, and other members of marginalized communities and racialized communities.
Bill C-22 focuses on existing laws that have exacerbated underlying social, economic, institutional, and historical disadvantages, and which have contributed to systemic inequities at all stages of the criminal justice system, from first contact with law enforcement all the way through to sentencing.
Issues of systemic racism and discrimination in the Canadian criminal justice system are well documented, Mr. Speaker, including by commissions of inquiry, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and the Commission on Systemic Racism in the Ontario Criminal Justice System. I'll be candid with you in saying that, Mr. Speaker, it is to address such inequalities and racism that I originally ran for office in this chamber. This objective has been fostered by my progressive constituents in Parkdale High Park, who attend Black Lives Matter rallies in large numbers, who focus on reconciliation and the need to address systemic discrimination against Indigenous persons, who've attended a regular series of discussions that I've held as Member of Parliament on the issue of combating systemic racism in the wake of the deaths of George Floyd and Regis Korchinski-Paquette, which occurred in my riding. As a nation and as a continent, I firmly believe we are seized with a moment and a movement now that Canadians are no longer willing to tolerate systemic racism and systemic discrimination. And it is in that vein that our government is acting in response, and Bill C-22 is a key part of that response. to help remove systemic barriers that Black, Indigenous, and people of color face in this country. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Parliamentary Black Caucus, as represented by members of all parties in this chamber, in June 2020 called for, quote, reform of the justice and public safety systems to weed out anti-Black racism, systemic bias, and make the administration of justice and public security more reflective of and sensitive to the diversity of our country, end quote. As an ally, I was pleased to sign this statement, as were numerous cabinet ministers in our government, including the Minister of Justice himself. Mr. Speaker, all of these calls to action have recognized that sentencing laws, in particular the broad and indiscriminate use of mandatory minimums and restrictions on the use of conditional sentences, have made our criminal justice system less fair and have disproportionately hurt certain communities in Canada. To draw the juxtaposition as clearly as possible, Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between being tough on crime, as the previous Conservative government purported to be, and being smart on crime, which is exactly what we as Liberals are doing with this legislation and other initiatives. This is precisely why Bill C-22 proposes to repeal a number of MMPs, including for all drug-related offences and for some firearms-related offences. Although some MMPs would be retained for serious offences, such as murder and serious firearms offences linked to organised crime, data shows overwhelmingly that the MMPs that would be repealed have particularly contributed to the over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and other racialized and marginalized people. And you heard me put that to the member from Stormont just in the questions and answers that preceded this speech. This bill would also increase the availability of conditional sentencing orders. This is a critical facet, Mr. Speaker, that hasn't been focused on enough. Conditional sentence orders in cases where offenders do not pose a risk to public safety. What CSOs do is they allow offenders to serve sentences of less than 2 years in the community under strict conditions, such as house arrest or a curfew, while still being able to benefit from employment, educational opportunities, family, community, and health-related support systems. In order to appreciate the pressing needs for these reforms, you have to look back at the foundational principles of sentencing in this country. The fundamental purposes of sentencing in Canada are the result of trailblazing reforms that were made in 1996, which created a statutory recognition that sentencing is and must be an individualized process that relies on judicial discretion to impose just sanctions. Such sanctions are proportionate to the degree of responsibility of the offender and the seriousness of the offence. The member from Cowichan Malhat Langford just referenced this individualized nature in his most recent intervention. To achieve just sanctions, the 1996 reforms directed judges to take into account a number of sentencing principles, including rehabilitation and deterrence. Some of these principles, Mr. Speaker, acknowledge that in sentencing less serious crimes, imprisonment is often ineffective, unduly punitive, and to be discouraged. The sentencing principles also recognize the need to address the over-incarceration of Indigenous persons who were, at the time, already overrepresented in the criminal justice system. This is in 1996, Mr. Speaker. What has happened since then, including after 10 years of the Harper government, are some of the statistics I've already indicated in the course of this debate. As such, the amendments to the Criminal Code directed judges to consider all sanctions other than imprisonment that are reasonable in the circumstances before choosing to send an offender to jail. This principle applies to all offenders, but requires judges to pay particular attention to the circumstances of Indigenous persons. In order to give full effects to these remedial principles, the 1996 reforms created conditional sentences of imprisonment to allow courts to order that terms of imprisonment of less than 2 years be served in the community under certain conditions. An offender could be eligible for a conditional sentence if serving their sentence in the community would not pose a risk to public safety, that the offence for which they are convicted is not subject to a mandatory minimum, and that the community-based sentence will be consistent with the fundamental purposes of sentencing. However, the increased use of mandatory minimums for a broad range of offences and the enactment by the previous Conservative governments of additional restrictions on the availability of conditional sentences has restricted judicial discretion and made it difficult for courts to effectively apply these principles. As a result, these tough-on-crime Harper government measures have made our criminal justice system less effective by discouraging early resolution of cases. These measures have eroded public confidence in the administration of justice, something that is a hallmark of the rule of law in this country and is actually entrenched in the Charter in Section 24. By far, the most problematic consequence of these sentencing laws has been their disproportionate impact on Black, Indigenous, and persons of color. In fact, the jurisprudence indicates how these processes and these policies have failed the policies of the previous Conservative government. The Ontario Court of Appeal found in its 2020 decision in Sharma that certain of the limits on conditional sentencing orders enacted in 2012 undermine the purpose of the Gladue principle by limiting the court's ability to impose a fit sentence that takes the offender's circumstances into account. The Court of Appeal held that those limits perpetuate a discriminatory impact against Indigenous offenders in that sentencing process. Again, Mr. Speaker, if I'm going to zoom out, what I would say is that we as a government on this side of the aisle do not believe in handcuffing judges. What we believe is in empowering them to consider the overall situation of the accused. This is exemplified in Bill C-22, but also in other things that were captured in the fall economic statement, such as our approach to GLADU principles, our approach to community justice centers, and to funding impact of race and culture assessments, so that judges, when faced with an accused who's a Black, Indigenous, or person of color, can look at the overall context of that individual and address a specifically tailored remedy for that situation to cure this malaise of overrepresentation. En ciblant les politiques de détermination de la peine.
By targeting these sentencing policies, Bill C-22 seeks to restore the ability of courts to effectively apply the fundamental purpose and principles of sentencing, and to ensure that sentences are individualized and appropriate for the circumstances of the case.
Compassionate sentences. Fair and compassionate sentences are imposed. It's equally important, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that measures are in place to avoid contact with the criminal justice system in the first instance. That is why Bill C-22 would require police and prosecutors to consider alternatives to laying or proceeding with charges for the simple possession of drugs, such as issuing a warning, taking no action, or diversion to addiction treatment programs. Again, this came up in my questions put to the member from Stormont with respect to police and law enforcement being behind this provision of the bill. We want to focus on getting individuals to the help they need, whether that be treatment programs, housing, or mental health support, instead of criminalizing them. These measures are consistent with our public health-centered approach to substance use and the opioid epidemic in this country. Together, these measures would encourage responses that take into account the individual's experience with systemic racism and health-related issues and the particular supports they could benefit from. These reforms would allow police, prosecutors, and courts to give full effect to the important principle of restraint in sentencing, particularly for Indigenous offenders, and explore approaches that focus on restorative justice, rehabilitation of the individual, and reintegration into the community. It's essential that Canadians have confidence in the system and that it be there to protect them, not harm them. These reforms reflect what we have heard from Canadians, particularly now in the wake of this movement and this awakeness towards the pernicious issue of systemic racism and systemic discrimination in the criminal justice system. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to questions from colleagues on all sides of the chamber. Thank you.
Questions and comments. We'll first go to the honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his intervention. I have some concerns about the debate today, and you know, earlier on this morning, I asked one of his colleagues about full decriminalization, and his colleague said that politics was getting in the way of being able to put full decriminalization of small amounts of drug possession. Later on, I asked another colleague who replied that, of course, that was the right thing to do, or that I'm paraphrasing, but that was the right thing to do, but that we couldn't let perfect get in the way of good. This member has also articulated how important it is to keep people out of the criminal system, particularly around possession of small amounts of drugs. So I just wondered, does the member understand that, in fact, he is part of the government, that the government is who brought forward this bill, and they have the potential, the ability, the capacity to change this bill and make it better. Why aren't they?
Well, Parliament Secretary.
So, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Strathcona for her questions and for her contributions to this debate and others in the House. I think the issue of how one treats drug offences is critical, and I appreciate she's put that to many members who have been speaking. Obviously, I'm painfully aware that I'm a member of the government, and I'm proud to be a member of the government that is doing the work that is necessary in this regard. I think we've taken very important steps with respect to the legalization of cannabis and the restriction thereto, and that was taken under the previous Parliament. What we're doing here with this legislation is an important step in the right direction, which is responding to calls from, among others, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police in respect of what we need to be doing to not clog up the courts, to free up resources, be those police resources, Crown resources, judicial resources, so that they can target the most serious situations. With respect to drugs, obviously a tailored approach needs to be taken, particularly when it comes to large-scale drug trafficking and gang-related activity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. In Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, during the pandemic, a new resource was set up, La Halte du Coin, There are people who are welcome 24 hours a day, no questions asked. There's services to help them. There's treatment. Often, when people are not in the street, they're less likely to commit crimes. But there is an issue. They had this resource, received money to operate, but they need to know if after the pandemic they will still be funded. There is clearly a demand on the ground. Is there a willingness to offer some predictability for organizations who are working with people who are at risk of criminality? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. That's a good question. And it touches on a very important theme. What are we doing for people who are running organizations whose clientele is suffering from addiction? What I can highlight for the member on the other side is that our perspective is, and I will change to English,
about meeting people on their own terms and not overly criminalizing either the individual or the people that are actually serving them. So with respect to his question, it is well-founded. What we are trying to do is ensure that we are funding harm reduction centers, and ensuring that safe injection sites are available, and ensuring that all are protected, not just the people that are using the substance, but also the people that are serving them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and very pleased to rise in debate on this very important Bill C-22 today, which I have to say is disappointing on a number of levels. Having served in Parliament representing Saanich Gulf Islands during the time that many of the mandatory minimums were brought in, as I recall it from memory, I think it was Mr. Harper's omnibus Bill C-10, that we fought really hard at the time. There was no evidence whatsoever from any jurisdiction that mandatory minimums worked. But I'm disappointed, and I asked the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary why, when 43 mandatory minimums have already been found to be unconstitutional by courts across this country, why are only 19 of them being removed in this? I think we could go farther. We should do more, perhaps a willingness to take on more in committee. It would be salutary. We certainly don't remove mandatory minimums with this bill, and they don't work. They just cause increased congestion in prisons where, as we know, provinces have to take on those costs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I thank the member for her contributions today and really every day in this Parliament. Three responses. One is that what we are doing is we are responding to all of the Supreme Court determinations with respect to mandatory minimums. Two is that we are repealing all of them with respect to drug-related offences. There are some, she's absolutely correct, there are some that remain with respect to certain firearms offences. And those firearms offences that deal with things such as where a firearm is used in the context of hurting another individual, or where a firearm is used in the context of increasing the supply of illegal guns in this country, trafficking, those mandatory minimums would remain, and there is a sound justification for doing so. What we've tried to do is take a tailored approach and a targeted approach where we've seen, particularly with respect to Black and Indigenous accused, where their overrepresentation has been linked to a particular firearm-related offence, such as simple possession, and those are the ones that we're targeting with this bill. But I look forward to her work at committee going forward. Thank you.
All right, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-22, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, which was introduced a couple months ago and proposes some important reforms to reduce the over-incarceration of Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. As we all know, a fair and effective criminal justice system is critical to ensuring that Canadians feel safe in their communities, have confidence in the justice system, and have trust that offenders are being held accountable in a manner that is equitable, transparent, and promotes public safety in Canada. The unfortunate reality is that far too many people face discrimination and systemic racism in all stages of our criminal justice system. And for example, Indigenous adults represent 5% of the general population, but 30% of federally incarcerated inmates. Black Canadians represent 3% of the Canadian population, but 7% of federal offenders. And this is a clear problem that has been exacerbated by quote-unquote tough on crime sentencing policies, including the indiscriminate and broad use of mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment, or MMPs, as well as added restrictions placed on the availability of conditional sentencing orders, or CSOs. and MMPs run counter to the fundamental principle of sentencing, namely that sentences must be individually tailored to the particular circumstances of the offense and the degree of the responsibility of the offender before the court. An excessive use of MMPs implies that we do not have trust in the judiciary to hand out sentences that fit the acts of the crime. And rather than give the judge, who would have heard all of the evidence, which would have been tested in court in between the prosecution and the defense, it assumes that Ottawa knows best. It assumes that parliamentarians should institute blanket penalties regardless of the facts. And this one-size-fits-all approach to sentencing denies the reality that offenses can be committed in a broad range of circumstances with varying degrees of seriousness. For example, someone who steals to feed their family is arguably less blameworthy than someone who steals goods to sell in the black market. And this one-size-fits-all sentencing has too often used the latter example as the baseline for sentencing laws, and this has created problems in our justice system. And this is one of the reasons why MMPs are often found to constitute cruel and unusual punishment and are thus found to be unconstitutional for violating Section 12 of the Charter. And there are other reasons why we should only utilize MMPs in the narrowest of situations. Number one, they don't actually make our communities safer. The weight of evidence shows that minimum sentences don't deter crime, they don't reduce reoffense rates, and they don't make our communities any safer. Rather, it has been shown that they increase recidivism. Number two, they have a massive cost to society. The average cost per person of incarceration is over $125,000 a year. Number three, unfair sentences are more likely to be appealed up to the highest court in the land. And this puts a strain on DOJ resources, gums up our court system, and impacts the timely administration of justice. And this is an issue because the evidence shows that trials now take longer. Between 1996 and 2018, the time for first appearance to decision has increased 228% for firearms offenses and 60% for drug offenses. And charter challenges to MMPs now represent 47% of all constitutional challenges to federal criminal laws. Over the last 10 years, 69% of charter challenges related to drug offenses with mandatory minimum penalties have been successful, and it's the same for 49% of firearms MMPs. The last Minister of Justice of the Conservative Party claimed he was going to put away, quote, the worst of the worst during the tough on crime mandate of the Harper years. But the outcome was simply a massive increase of unjust sentences forced on offenders that the Supreme Court continues to deem unconstitutional. And Bill C-22 represents an important step forward, providing alternatives to incarceration where appropriate, including for Indigenous and Black Canadians. And one important component of the proposed reforms is a series of amendments to the conditional sentencing regime that would allow the regime to fulfill its original purpose, namely to address the over-reliance on incarceration for less serious crimes. A CSO allows an offender who does not pose a threat to the public safety to serve a prison term of less than 2 years in the community under strict conditions, including house arrest and curfew. And the law governing CSOs provides judges with the ability to impose a broad range of conditions that balance public safety with other important objectives, such as rehabilitation. For example, a judge can require an offender to attend an approved treatment program, which can help address the underlying reasons that led to offending in the first place. And evidence shows that allowing offenders who do not pose a risk to the public safety to serve their sentences in the community under strict conditions while maintaining access to employment, community, and health-related support systems is more effective at reducing future criminality than harsh penalties such as incarceration. And in certain circumstances, it can provide the environment for offenders to take responsibility for the harm they cause by their actions to the victim, alongside taking responsibility for the action itself through restorative justice. And I've had the opportunity to see the excellent work that North Shore Restorative Justice and Sunshine Coast Restorative Justice have done in this regard. And this is a well known to be a powerful way of not only reducing recidivism, but also helping communities heal. And having established why MMPs are problematic, it's worth highlighting that they are particularly so in drug cases. This is top of mind in my province of British Columbia, where more people have been killed by the opioid epidemic since the pandemic reached our shores than have passed away from COVID-19. And rather than treat substance abuse and addiction as a moral issue, we need to continue to take steps to treat it as a health issue so that we can get help to those individuals that are suffering. And Bill C-22 would require police to consider other measures for simple drug simple possession of drugs, such as diversion to addiction treatment programs, rather than laying charges and necessitating incarceration. In doing so, we would diminish the danger associated with substance abuse by no longer forcing individuals to use drugs in secrecy out of fear of punishment and incarceration. It would prevent the vicious cycle where Canadians incarcerated as a result of drug charges become more likely to recommit the same crime and use again. Instead, pursuing alternatives to incarceration will allow real healing to take place, which is necessary if we are to combat the opioid crisis that has particularly wreaked tragedy in the privacy of people's homes. And that takes me to my next point. In 2020, the majority of fatal drug overdoses took place in privacy and solitude. By contrast, 0 deaths have occurred at supervised consumption or drug overdose prevention sites in BC due to medical interventions from staff. When simple drug use no longer needs to be concealed out of fear of criminal prosecution, government programs that provide for safer supply are possible, and we create the space for treatment to rehabilitate those suffering from addiction. And this method has shown success in communities across my riding, and they have overwhelming community support. In Sechelt, the Sunshine Coast's first sanctioned safe consumption site was established last July. There, trained staff provide support, which includes access to naloxone, counseling, overdose response and education, drug checking, and detox treatment options. A couple months ago, an overdose prevention site opened in Squamish, and this new site is dedicated to the memory of the late Squamish resident, Sarah Jane Thompson, a vocal advocate for harm reduction who tragically died of drug toxicity during a relapse in November. Mr. Speaker, to sum up, this legislation makes some important improvements to our criminal justice system. It gets rid of unfair laws which do nothing to make our communities safe, but which pose a massive cost on the public, impacts our institutions, and disproportionately impacts Indigenous, Black Canadians, and other marginalized communities. In its place, we will create real opportunities for individuals to get the help they need while allowing for rehabilitation and reintegration of our communities and create safer communities as a result. I urge all members to support this important bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think we'll now interrupt, and the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country will have 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate on the question. But for now, we'll start with statements by members. Déclaration de député. Premièrement, firstly, honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Vaisakhi, Khalsa Day and Sikh Heritage Month. Khalsa Day and Vaisakhi is very important date for Sikhs who pay tribute to the birth of Khalsa and harvest season respectively. April is also recognized as Sikh Heritage Month in Canada, where the contributions and accomplishments of Sikh pioneers are celebrated for the way that they have positively impacted our country. As we emerge from COVID-19 pandemic, Sikh values of hope, universality, rebirth, renewal, goodwill, and compassion towards others are principles we can all embrace. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish everyone celebrating a very happy Vaisakhi and very happy Khalsa Day.
Honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, for too long, Alberta's ethical oil and gas sector has been mislabeled as being dirty and has been singled out as the only sector contributing to climate change and environmental impacts, while foreign oil and gas gets a free pass. Critics claim that we need to put an end to Alberta oil and gas while ignoring the reality that more harm is done to the environment by polluting the water we drink and contaminating the fish and lobster we consume. Dozens of municipalities across Canada, such as Montreal and Quebec City, continue to dump raw sewage and untreated wastewater into our nation's waterways. It is time we get serious about protecting the environment by protecting our waterways and stopping this outdated practice of dumping human waste into the ecosystem. Let's stop the cycle of abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Organ Donation Awareness Month. Despite our efforts, registration rates across Canada are dismal. In Ontario, there are over 1,500 people waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. This is their only treatment option, and every 3 days someone will die because they did not get their transplant in time. One donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and enhance the lives of up to 75 people through the gift of tissue. Age alone does not disqualify someone from becoming a donor. The oldest organ donor was over 90 and the oldest tissue donor was over 100. There's always the potential to be a donor, and it should not stop someone from registering. Anyone over the age of 16 can register. I encourage residents of my riding and across Canada to discuss their intentions with their family and go to beadonor.ca to register. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate our participation, the participation of Quebecers in one of the most momentous military episodes in the First World War, that is, the Battle of Vimy Ridge, which happened from April 9th to 12th, 1917. It was a stunning victory, but which took a tragic human toll to the tune of 3,598 victims in Canada. I would like to underscore the exceptional participation of French Canadians as the only French language unit in the whole British Army. The 22nd Battalion had to wage, as in the words of historian Cal Pépin, 2 battles. On the one hand, against the German enemy, and on the other hand, to obtain recognition of its bravery and respect from all. To French and English Canadians who fought at Vimy, we say thank you for your service. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Hochelaga, we have a strong community of artists and creators who feed our soul and our minds through their gaze on society. Today, I would like to pay tribute to visual artists in our riding who have uplifted us thanks to their creation during this pandemic. I'm thinking of Garbage Beauty, who writes militant poetry on garbage containers, thereby transforming them into works of art. And Louise Beaupré-Lincourt, who painted 1 watercolor a day since the beginning of the pandemic for a total of 372 works of art that illustrate Hochelaga. Our government directly supports the arts sector with close to $1 million, especially through the insurance of $1 million for cinema and other funding. And if we include the CERB and other emergency wage benefits, we're talking about a great deal of funding for artists across the country, and especially thank you to artists.
For Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, today Sikhs around the world are celebrating the creation of Khalsa Panth, known as Vaisakhi, by the 10th Guru. The Khalsa Panth was a confederation of sovereign groups committed to a social justice model, humanism, and enhancing diversity. It was an early participatory democracy that employed dialogue and reasoned argumentation for consensus building. The principles taught in the Khalsa are principles that we, Sikhs, continue to live by. As we saw throughout this pandemic in my own community and across Canada, Sikhs opening their kitchens to ensure that our frontline workers had access to food and basic needs during the pandemic, and that those most vulnerable were not forgotten and were helped. From the Conservative Party of Canada, we wish everybody celebrating a very happy Vaisakhi. Conservative Party ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਸਾਖੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਲੱਖ ਲੱਖ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, April is Oral Health Month, and from April 4th to 10th, in recognition of the National Dental Hygienist Week, I would like to recognize someone very dear to me. As a restorative dental hygienist, my wife, Omera, is one of the countless frontline health workers who has bravely served Canadians during the COVID-19 pandemic. For over 25 years, she's been passionate about her profession and the patients that she's taking care of. Back in June 2020, When healthcare restrictions were relaxed, Humera quickly gowned up and was one of the first people back in the office and persevered through every lockdown to support her colleagues and to attend to her patients' complex oral health needs. I'm so proud of Humera and grateful to her and all of the frontline workers across Canada who have worked tirelessly through the pandemic despite the grave risk. Let us take a moment to acknowledge all the dental hygienists who played an important role in taking care of our oral health. Humera, I love you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today is a day to celebrate, reflect, and observe. Sikhs across Canada are celebrating Vaisakhi, a celebration of the creation of the Khalsa and the Sikh Articles of Faith. On this day, and for the entire month of April, we're also celebrating Sikh Heritage Month and the accomplishments and contributions of Sikh Canadians across the country. Today, Muslim Canadians will begin a month of fasting, feasts, and reflection as they observe Ramadan, one of the most sacred times in Islam. And for our Hindu Canadian friends, today is the beginning of Chaitra Navratri, a 9-day celebration remembering the goddess Durga and praying for her protection and for happiness. As a nation of diversity and inclusion, we are fortunate and blessed to be able to celebrate our traditions and faiths side by side in peace and harmony as we celebrate this year. Make sure we nurture these cherished Canadian values. And let's remember to celebrate safely. Vaisakhi dia lakh lakh vadaiyan, Ramadan Mubarak, and Happy Navratri.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID-19 has brought an unspeakable amount of suffering, and I'm offering my sympathies to those who have been affected. We tend to dwell on the negatives, but instead...
If I can interrupt the member, if she can adjust her, we're having a hard time hearing. Maybe it's where the microphone is. Want to make sure everybody hears every word. Maybe start over from the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has brought an unspeakable amount of suffering, and I offer my sympathies to those who have been affected. We tend to dwell on the negatives, but instead let us reflect on the positives. My home city of Richmond has consistently posted the lowest per capita COVID case numbers in Metro Vancouver. However, the numbers do not tell the whole story. The story is truly about the vast majority of Richmondites taking responsibility of their health and keeping safe while continuing to function during this terrible pandemic. Anxiety in these times is high, but we are resilient, adaptive, and considerate of others. This speaks to our community as we weather the COVID storm. Just like all storms, Mr. Speaker, this one will pass, and Richmond will lead the way. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, accompanied by my colleagues, the President of the Treasury Board and the Member for Brome-Missisquoi, I had the pleasure of taking a virtual tour of the IBM Canada plant in Bromont. It was a perfect opportunity to discuss the development of new technologies in Quebec and to see how cooperation between the University of Sherbrooke and IBM Canada will lead to economic spin-offs for the region and trigger innovative research projects for the students. Sherbrooke University is recognized for its research into innovative technology, as witnessed by the $11 million invested by our government in this area. I would like to congratulate Mr. Cossette and Mr. Aimé of University of Sherbrooke for their devotion and leadership. Thanks to their work, they are reaffirming University of Sherbrooke's leadership in the area of technological innovation, and their partnership with IBM shows that the know-how of our region in developing technologies of tomorrow. Thank you.
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are ready for a plan forward. Yet only weeks ago, the Liberals not only voted against a Conservative motion to provide a plan to permanently and safely reopen Canada based on science, they played politics, blamed the provinces, fear-mongered, and are doing everything they can to cover up their failures and scandals. Canada deserves better. Canadians deserve a plan, and that's what Conservatives are offering. We have a 5-point plan that will address the challenges we face, bring back ethical governance, unleash the potential of our nation, and ensure we recover from global challenges and Liberal failures. The contrast is clear. While the Liberals plan to reimagine our economy based on flimsy ideology and self-interest, Conservatives will secure our future.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Yesterday, the Minister of Economic Development had the audacity to release an editorial criticizing the Conservatives of playing political games. The arrogance of this minister and the entire Liberal cabinet is out of control. Between their stalling tactics and refusal to show up to committee meetings, they clearly have no respect for the parliamentary process. It is pretty rich for the minister to state that we are holding up legislation when they actually shut down Parliament, which resulted in wiping out pre-pandemic pieces of legislation. Even when the opposition brings up reasonable improvements to flawed Liberal legislation, it is treated as a political game. We agree that there has to be help for businesses and individuals across Canada. Where we disagree is how to achieve that mandate. We need a safe plan to reopen the economy, a plan to open the borders, and a plan to get Canadians back to work. Only the Conservative recovery plan will secure the future for all Canadians, not just Liberal insiders like the Minister of Economic Development's boyfriend.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
What? Mr. Speaker, last week, after widespread protests from countless communities in Newfoundland and Labrador, Marine Atlantic ferry services rolled back fare increases that have been implemented on April 1st. People are worried about the cost of living, and the tourism industry is holding out hope that they will be able to rebuild.
I just want to interrupt the Honourable Member. I noticed the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, probably for the same reason I'm getting up. The camera is not working, or there's a piece of paper over the Honourable Member's camera. Maybe what we'll do is we'll go to the next person and then come. Oh, he's back. He's with us. I'll let him. Well, how about if we start right from the beginning? This way, nothing will be hidden.
That'd be great.
Very good.
Mr. Speaker, last week, after widespread protests from towns and communities in Newfoundland and Labrador, Marine Atlantic ferry services rolled back fare increases that have been implemented on April 1st. People are worried about the cost of living, and the tourism industry is holding out hope that they'll be able to rebuild as the pandemic eases. While it's a welcome break from relentless fare increases under a cost recovery model that even the Prime Minister called unreasonable in 2015, this does nothing to fix the underlying problem. This vital service was constitutionally mandated when Newfoundland and Labrador joined as a province with Canada over 70 years ago, but the cost recovery model discourages travellers and visitors, increases food prices and cost of living, and hurts businesses. We need an affordable ferry service between Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, despite the promise by the Prime Minister and having 7 and then 6 of 7 Liberal MPs from the province. 6 years later, nothing has changed. This needs to be fixed.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to a true pillar of the city of Saint-Hyacinthe. Mr. François Grisé died 4 days ago. He was much more than a businessman. He was a mentor for all business people in my region, and especially those downtown. We'll remember from him that he led the well-known microbrewery Le Bilboquet, when well before Quebec was an expert in that area. He also co-founded the excellent restaurant L'Espiègle, and he was chair of the downtown SDC. And he strongly supported the startup of the Mairewa Café. In addition, he volunteered for a number of community organizations. But more than that, we'll remember a generous person who is always there for his fellow citizens. Our community will miss him, but we can still feel his presence today in downtown Saint-Hyacinthe. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I offer my sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of François Grisé. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Conservatives stand firmly with Canadian women who have been let down by this Prime Minister and the Liberal government. 1.5 million women lost their jobs in the first 2 months of the COVID crisis, and all economic gains made by women over my lifetime have been completely lost during the tenure of this Prime Minister. We know that 500,000 women are still out of work, and that young women have suffered 3 times as many job losses than young men. And yet the Liberal government has yet to deliver a plan to Canadians to get our country safely back to work. Our Conservative leader is the first and only leader to date to put forward a plan to get Canada back on track. We will secure jobs, secure accountability to prevent future Liberal scandals, secure mental health to improve Canadians' well-being, secure Canada with a domestic supply of vaccines and PPE, and secure our economy by responsibly balancing the books over a 10-year period. Women, mothers, and families deserve no less, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Oral Health Month in Canada. As we all continue to do our parts to keep our communities healthy through the pandemic, we must also remember that maintaining our well-being includes protecting our oral health and hygiene. It is why I'm pleased to recognize the dental hygienist community in my riding and beyond. Last week, from April 4th to April 10th, was National Dental Hygienist Week. Our dental hygienists know best that taking care of our mouths, teeth, and gums benefit our overall well-being. This year, they were creative in taking the celebrations online to spread their oral health and total health message far and wide. For the dental hygienist community in my riding of the Bay of Quinte, and for all its members across the country, we celebrate the professionals who help us smile brightly every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made CNN last night. The headline, Canada's vaccine shortage. Jake Tapper told viewers around the world that the Canadian government had failed. Will the Prime Minister admit that his failure to secure sufficient vaccines is leading to a catastrophic third wave?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that we stay grounded in the facts in these conversations. Canada is actually third in the G20 in terms of vaccines delivered to people, and we're going to continue to work even harder to get more vaccines into Canada and into arms as quickly as possible. That's what this government's focus is. At the same time, we are supporting the provinces and families and business owners so that we can do the restrictions necessary to get through this third wave. We need to get people vaccinated, and we need to get the caseloads down before we're going to start easing restrictions, and that's what we're focused on.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it looks like the Prime Minister needs to sit down with Jake Tapper, because for months the Liberal government's answer to questions about their slow pandemic response has been to compare themselves to the United States. Well, Canada has now passed the United States in per capita number of new COVID cases every day. How many Canadians are now being infected with COVID-19 variants because of this government's slow and confused rollout of vaccines?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I think it's really important that we work from facts and understanding of the science around things. We know, for example, that the UK is ahead of just about everybody else on vaccinations, and yet they maintain very strong restrictions and are facing a very serious third wave. Vaccinations on their own are not enough to keep us safe. We need to engage in the right kinds of behaviours, do things that the Conservatives aren't always good at, like wearing masks, keeping distances, and obeying public health rules.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, facts and science. Well, here's a quote for the Prime Minister. Quote, because of the current situation in Canada, even fully vaccinated travellers are at risk, end quote. The risk that the Centre for Disease Control is referring to is the massive spread of COVID-19 variants in Canada because of the slow vaccination rates guaranteed by this Prime Minister. Avoid all travel, Mr. Speaker, is a warning usually reserved for dictatorships. It's now being applied to Canada. Since the Prime Minister can't point to the US for bad comparisons anymore, who is he going to blame for his vaccine failures?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see consistently the Conservatives never let the facts get in the way of a political attack. The reality is that CDC recommendation dates from March. Last March, a year ago, Mr. Speaker, recommending that people not travel to Canada or just about any other country in the outside the United States. This is what we've had to work with as a world, limiting travel, protecting our citizens, and getting them vaccinated. Every step of the way, this government has grounded itself in facts and science, as opposed to Conservatives who prefer political arguments and making stuff up.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday evening, the Prime Minister appeared on CNN. The title was "A Vaccine Shortage in Canada." The journalist told the entire world that it's a real failure by the Canadian government. Will the Prime Minister admit that his failure with the vaccines has led to a catastrophic third wave? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives must consider the facts and reality. We promised that we would deliver 6 million doses of vaccines before the end of March, and we exceeded this measure. Now we're at more than 11 million doses delivered to Canadians just a few weeks later. We are working day and night in order to have more vaccines for Canadians. At the same time, we must protect ourselves and follow recommendations by public health authorities to lower case counts and protect others. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is vaccinating a lot of people. To keep that capacity, Quebec needs more doses. Yesterday, I asked the Prime Minister if there would be other delays in deliveries of vaccines, and he assured me no. Today, he announces that there will be a delay in the delivery of the Moderna vaccine. What happened in less than 24 hours for the Prime Minister to change the answer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's very troubling that in a conversation that I had directly with the Leader of the Opposition, and he is not telling the truth about what I said. I explained that we would receive 44 million doses before the end of June, and that we would get Pfizer regularly, and that in fact we would always see some little delays of a day or two from Moderna. But the reality is that we are working extremely hard, and the Leader of the Opposition is preferring to make personal and political attacks without any foundation. It's unfortunate. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I am very happy in this House to be able to offer congratulations to Maxime Laporte, who defended Quebec democracy, and Joseph Facal, who passed a bill in the National Assembly of Quebec. The Quebec court has just validated this bill 99. We must recognize and highlight it. Can the Prime Minister, will he accept rather the decision of the Quebec Court of Appeal, or will he appeal it? That is the Quebec Court's decision. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic and since the beginning of our government, we have always worked hand in hand with the provinces and our partners in the provinces. We have always respected the processes in place and the provincial jurisdiction. We will continue to work hand in hand with Quebec to deliver for Quebecers, protect Quebecers and all Canadians, and that is what we will continue to do. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I understood nothing, but I'm convinced it was a good answer. I think that the Minister of Justice said that the federal government did not intend to challenge the decision of the Court of Appeal. However, we are to understand that Bill 99 is the alleged law on clarity, and the alleged law on referendum clarity are incompatible. It's one or the other. There can only be one. So if the government does not challenge, will the Prime Minister then repeal this so-called clarity bill? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We are in the middle of a third wave, a very worrying third wave. We're all working together in order to try to help Canadians and to respond to their concerns, and the Bloc cannot prevent itself from raising a debate about sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, our priority now and for the coming months is to deliver for Canadians, to be there for Quebecers, and meet their priorities, not the political priorities of the Bloc to quarrel. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of individuals who have been hospitalized or in acute care is increasing in Quebec and across the country. we are in an urgent crisis caused by COVID-19 variants. We are losing the race against the variants. So my question to the Prime Minister is this: what is his plan to vaccinate everyone as quickly as possible? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working and have been working on this plan since last summer. It was about negotiating and signing contracts with more vaccine producers than other countries, ensuring more doses for Canadians than other countries so that we could accelerate vaccinations. And we have seen that this is succeeding. We are seeing the number of Canadians who are being vaccinated increasing. We have received 11 million doses of vaccines since the beginning. 5 million just in recent weeks. We will continue to increase the number of vaccinations in cooperation with the provinces and territories.
Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in the middle of a third wave of COVID-19 that is hitting us hard. We're seeing a record number of cases in Ontario, and we are losing the race against the variants. When I asked this question or raised this issue yesterday, the Minister of Health said with pride that it was the federal government sending the tents to the field hospitals in Ontario. That is not a mark of pride. That is a sign of failure. Things should never have got to this point. So my question is clear. When will the Prime Minister start real action, starting with immediately improving paid sick leave, and stop making excuses?
Yes. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we approved paid sick leave many, many months ago, and it would be excellent for the leader of the NDP to acknowledge that. And of course, there is more that can be done, and we look forward to working with provinces and territories as they move forward on boosts to paid sick leave. But we will continue to be there for Canadians. We made a simple promise from the very beginning that we would have people's backs, as much as it took, as long as it took. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're continuing to be there to support provinces and territories, to support families, workers, and small businesses, and we will continue to.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Moments ago, the Public Health Agency of Canada confirmed that an individual living in Canada experienced rare blood clotting following immunization with the AstraZeneca vaccine. Yesterday, Australia announced that they are suspending use of the AstraZeneca vaccine following new guidance from European regulators. Will the advice on AstraZeneca usage be changed in Canada, and why or why not?
Honourable Minister. Are we having a... Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has a connection issue at present, and we'll come back to this as soon as possible.
Okay, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill. I'll just
Speaker, I have a
follow-up.
Is there a parliamentary secretary available?
I'll just ask if we want to come back and ask both questions at the same time once a technical issue is resolved.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker?
I think she's available.
Okay, you're back. How about if we start right from the top, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, if you want to ask your question over, and we'll start from the beginning.
Moments ago, the Public Health Agency of Canada confirmed that an individual living in Canada experienced rare blood clotting following immunization with the AstraZeneca vaccine. Yesterday, Australia announced that they are suspending use of the AstraZeneca vaccine following new guidance from European regulators. Will the advice on AstraZeneca usage be changed in Canada, and why or why not?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for the technical issues. As the member opposite knows, all vaccines approved for use in Canada undergo routine and scrutinous attention. All adverse effects are reported through Health Canada, and Health Canada monitors that data closely and will not hesitate to change its licensing for use in Canada should there be any risk to Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker. However, that's not the question that I asked. There were reports today that an individual living in Canada experienced rare blood clotting following immunization with the AstraZeneca vaccine. Other countries, including Australia, have announced that they are suspending use. Given this information, has the minister consulted with her officials, and does she anticipate that advice on AstraZeneca usage will be changed? Why or why not? And if so, when will she be providing that advice publicly?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, surely the member opposite is not trying to scare Canadians and imply that Health Canada would not be doing an extremely thorough job, as they always do with any medication or vaccine licensed for use in Canada. In fact, Health Canada has been monitoring AstraZeneca as well as all of the other vaccines in use for Canadians, and works closely with provinces and territories to determine any changes that are necessary. These vaccines are saving lives and stopping the spread. Isn't that the goal that the member opposite is wanting as well?
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in the Standing Committee on Defence, the Liberals passed a motion with the support of the Bloc to put an end on the cover-up by Justin Trudeau of the sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces. We know that there are still key witnesses that need to testify. What's most surprising is the support of the Bloc. They sold their support for a piece of bread. What I want to know, Mr. Speaker, is what did the Liberals give them in exchange for this shameful pact? Before we go to the minister, I would remind members that when they ask a question in the House, they do not use the name of an MP. They use either the writing name or the title of the individual in question. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that committees make their own decisions, and I would object to what he has just said because I think it's quite insulting. I would defend my Bloc colleagues that they could have been bought. It's dishonorable from my Conservative colleague to make that statement. The committee members made a decision that they wanted to make. They are masters of their own decision, and that's what they did, and my colleague should respect that. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the way this so-called feminist prime minister is handling this says a lot about Liberal priorities when it comes to women. We have already seen the cavalier way he acted towards two of his former MPs. I cannot believe that a majority of the House are in favor of hindering the work of parliamentarians on an issue affecting the security of our brave soldiers. What message is that sending to women who are bravely serving in our military? The Honourable Minister.
Our government respects the work done by our colleagues at the committee. In fact, I worked with the National Defence Committee on this matter quite extensively. Appeared at the committee 3 times on this study alone, Mr. Speaker, and for more than 6 hours. I repeatedly stated that each of these appearances, that many times in the House of Commons, that our government and me personally will not stand for any type of sexual misconduct, and that we will take further action. And I look forward to the recommendations provided by the committee once the study is completed. Thank you.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, that's what you call part of the Liberal cover-up. Mr. Speaker, media are reporting the defense minister was appeasing China when he threatened to yank funding from the Halifax Security Forum if organizers didn't torpedo the John McCain Award to Miss Tsai Ing-wen, the president of Taiwan. John McCain's daughter, Megan, called it absolutely pathetic, describing this Liberal government as a bunch of cowards condoning Chinese genocide. Why is the defense minister taking his marching orders from the communist regime in Beijing instead of standing up for democracy, human rights, and strong female world leaders?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the assertions that the member is making couldn't be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Halifax International Security Forum is an independent organization, and they make their own decisions on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just seen. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that this minister and this government could be given an award for having the most phony feminist credentials. David Mulrooney, Canada's former ambassador to China, said the Liberals' move was a national disgrace, and Canada's feminist foreign policy has no room for one of the most courageous, principled, and seriously threatened women on the planet. Will the Defence Minister guarantee the Halifax Security Forum will get to keep its funding, and will he support bestowing the John McCain Award to the President of Taiwan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated from the beginning, the Halifax International Security Forum is an independent organization, and they make their own decisions on where the awards need to go. We have supported, National Defence has supported the International Security Forum in Halifax for the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker, and once a request is made, it will be considered. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec forests are renewable resources with significant economic, energy, and environmental potential. Maximizing this potential could create 16,000 jobs in Quebec while reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and yet the federal government is only investing crumbs of $71 million per year. That's nothing if I compare to the $24 billion that have been invested since 2017 in fossil fuels. At the convention, the Liberals voted to continue these subsidies to fossil fuels rather than redirecting that money to greener energies. Will the government put an end to this oil frenzy and invest in Quebec forests? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we support the forestry sector across the country. In Quebec, we have invested in a forestry innovation program which supports research, development, and technology transfer throughout the sector. Last year, we invested in the new strategic partnership initiative. We have invested in market development programs to increase Canada's presence on world markets and promote the use of Canadian wood in non-traditional construction to reduce emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Let me repeat, $24 billion for the oil and gas industry, crumbs for the other forestry industry, $71 million. We're talking about 3,500 well-paid jobs in Saguenay, Lac Saint-Jean. We're talking about 16,000 jobs in Quebec. The Bloc made 8 proposals to the government last week. Will the government support research and innovation? We have to allow new products like bioproducts to be developed, biofuels. We need a turnkey project. Will this be in the next budget? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we support the forestry sector in Quebec. This fall, we announced new investments in Abitibi-Témiscamingue in order to promote new economic possibilities for Indigenous communities in the forestry sector. Communities like the Quebec First Nation, the Témiscamingue First Nation. We announced new investments in Sherbrooke to develop new bioenergy projects. These products would transform products into biofuels.
Bird. At its recent convention, the Liberal Party endorsed the creation of a new universal basic income program. The Liberals have again shown that their priority is not our economic recovery or getting Canadians back to work. They want to reimagine our economy and expand the welfare state. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says the cost will be a staggering $93 billion a year. And who pays for this? Ordinary Canadian families, of course. To the Minister, will her budget include a universal basic income, yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take lessons from a member about what happened at a party convention when his own party members voted to deny the reality of climate change. With respect to the issue at hand, from the very beginning of this pandemic, our focus has been to ensure that households and businesses can remain afloat, and we delivered benefits like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which has now landed on the kitchen tables of 9 million Canadian households. Mr. Speaker, as we go forward, we will continue to support Canadians to get them through this once-in-a-century emergency, and I'm glad glad to pass on to the honourable member that we will have the backs of Canadians no matter what it takes, as long as it takes.
Honourable member for Abbotsford.
He didn't answer my question. The middle of a pandemic is no time to introduce a massive new social program. To pay for a universal income, this government would have to increase income taxes by 47% or triple the GST. This scheme is unaffordable and would discourage Canadians from working. That's why numerous experts and economists have slammed the idea. The Prime Minister should take their advice. So to the Minister again, will her budget include any new permanent spending programs? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's rich of the honourable member to critique the government's economic record when he was a member of the government that had the worst economic growth rate of any government in Canada's history since the Great Depression. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is because of the measures we put in place, Canadian households have remained afloat, workers have remained on payrolls. We're going to move forward with a budget that's going to continue to fight COVID-19 and set the course for a recovery that Canadians will be very proud of, and I'll be pleased to share those details with the honourable member on Monday of next week.
Answer the question.
I want to remind the honourable members that heckling is not really in the rules. It's actually against the rules in the chamber. It's definitely against the rules and downright rude over the hybrid system if you're doing it via teleconference or video conference. Just a reminder in case any of you were wondering. The honourable member for Carleton.
The government with the worst economic growth since the Great Depression is the one right across the aisle right now, and we're not part of that government. But this finance minister said that COVID is a time for epiphanies. Well, the Prime Minister had a strange and unusual for him epiphany in his letter to her. He said, you will avoid creating new permanent spending in your budget. That's right in the mandate letter. So yes or no, will the finance minister honor the Prime Minister's letter and avoid all permanent new spending?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite seems afraid to embrace the idea that public investment can actually support Canadians during their time of need. I'd point him to the words of the chief economist of the International Monetary Fund, Geeta Gopinath, who indicated that it can be not just economically responsible, but fiscally sound at the same time to make public investments to support Canadians during a time of emergency. And with respect to the epiphanies he seems to be referring to, I'd remind him that there's nothing radical about trying to fight climate change while we grow the economy, to support women while we grow the economy, and to support vulnerable Canadians. I hope that he'll support the budget when he has the opportunity at the first instance next week.
Member for Carleton.
It's actually the finance minister who revealed that she had an epiphany. I guess we're going to learn what was in that epiphany. We already know what was in her mandate letter. The Prime Minister's letter said, you will avoid creating new permanent spending. Again, you will avoid creating new permanent spending. That's necessary because Canada is currently on trajectory for a massive debt crisis if we continue to borrow at this rate. So yes or no, will the finance minister honor the Prime Minister's written word to introduce no new permanent spending?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member opposite that when we move forward with the budget next week, he will see decisions that will both support Canadians during their time of emergency and set the course for a recovery that will ensure that Canada will prosper years from now. I can reassure him that all of the investments that will be contained in that budget will be fiscally sound and will be supporting the best interests of the Canadian in both the short term and the long term. In the meantime, I would encourage the Conservatives to get with the program and begin to recognize that the smart thing to do in a time of emergency can be to invest to support Canadians in their time of need.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Doug Ford pursues attack contra.
Doug Ford is continuing his attack on Franco-Ontarian communities, and the destruction of Laurentian University is unprecedented. This institution had a mandate of promoting Francophone, Indigenous, and Anglophone education, and I remember when the Prime Minister had a cabinet meeting at Laurentian University. Why silence from the Liberals now? They should be working with the Franco-Ontarian community to protect this institution, which is vital. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the concern of my colleague because what's happening now at Laurentian University is especially concerning for the Franco-Ontarian community. My thoughts are with the affected professors, teachers, and community. I had conversations with the Government of Ontario because I demanded a plan from the Ontario government to ensure that we have a strong post-secondary institution in the North. And I'll be pleased to work with my colleague to ensure that we, at the federal level, help Franco-Ontarians have access to a post-secondary institution. Thank you.
The centre.
While average Canadians are on the brink of financial collapse, the fortunes of Canada's 44 billionaires have increased by $63 billion throughout this COVID pandemic. A modest 1% tax on personal wealth over $20 million would generate $10 billion a year to help pay for a just COVID recovery. So the question is, will this Liberal government commit to including an ultra-wealth tax in their upcoming budget to ensure that the wealthiest among us, those who made the most off of this pandemic, finally pay their fair share?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I won't preempt announcements that will be shared as part of next week's budget, but I will reassure the member that from the very first time we formed government in 2015, our priority has been to support middle-class and low-income Canadians, and we've not been afraid to ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. In fact, the very first thing we did in 2015 was raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians and cut them for the middle class. When we put forward the Canada Child Benefit, that put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. I hope, unlike in those instances, the NDP will actually support the government as we move forward with a plan that will support Canadian households and businesses so we can transition from this pandemic towards a healthy recovery.
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians care deeply about their health and the environment. As many of us know, Canada's cornerstone environmental protection law, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, or CEPA, has been critical in reducing air pollution from vehicles, banning asbestos, and keeping microbeads out of our water. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change please update this House on how our government is modernizing this critical piece of legislation to protect the health and environment of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from York Centre for her question. Canadians need a stronger environmental protection law that confronts 21st century issues with 21st century science. Every Canadian should be able to live their lives free from harmful effects of chemicals. Today, we tabled C28, Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act. Our proposal to strengthen CEPA will help us to better protect the environment, recognize a right to a healthy environment, and provide industry with certainty and predictability. Mr. Speaker, today we will ensure a healthier environment for Canada and for everyone.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, how far are the Prime Minister's Liberals prepared to go to favour their cronies? The Liberals have increased spending limits by $6 billion since 2015. $6 billion of taxpayer money. Spending on consultants hasn't been this high since the end of the 90s. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much of that money went into the pockets of his friends, like those from We Charity?
Le Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, no funds actually went from the government towards the We Charity, and the question seems a bit misguided, frankly. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seem more focused on trying to create political problems from the government than serving the interests of Canadians. Canadians should be reassured that from the very beginning of this pandemic, we have focused on having their back and nothing else. As we move forward with a plan to kickstart the economic recovery and continue to support us from a public health point of view, I hope we can count on the Conservatives to support our mission because it's what Canadians so richly deserve.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about an increase of $6 billion in contracts for consultants, engineers, and lawyers at the expense of Canadian taxpayers. This is spending that the former Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page, said does nothing to create the economic growth that we need. The We Charity issue, SNC Lavalin, they've shown that the Prime Minister will stop at nothing to help his buddies. He even went so far as to ask for the resignation of the first Minister of Justice, who is also a woman, do the Liberal members detect the reek of the scandal that's floating around the Prime Minister's decisions? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to answer this question. Unfortunately, I think this resembles a great deal like a conspiracy theory. My colleague knows full well the emergencies that we are currently facing, and we have to focus our energy on this and go get the talent we need. We are investing in Canadians to ensure that we can move on quickly through the pandemic.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, the Health Minister accused my colleague from Calgary of trying to scare Canadians when she asked a reasonable question about the AstraZeneca vaccine, and her question was based on a release from the Public Health Agency. The Conservatives have been saying that vaccines, rapid tests, and information are the key tools in this pandemic, and this government has been late on all three of those tools. Rather than attack my colleague and evade answering the question, I'll ask the Minister of Health again. Will she be asking her officials to review the use of AstraZeneca based on the latest release from the Public Health Agency? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we see the Conservatives play a dangerous game with Canadians. On one hand, asking for rapid tests, on the other hand, asking for vaccines, faster vaccines, and then using a fear of those very same tools to scare Canadians. I will not back down from my comments, Mr. Speaker. We have world-class regulators who have one goal in mind, Mr. Speaker, and that's to keep Canadians safe. Vaccines, they save lives, they prevent the spread, and I hope my colleagues will ensure that they are encouraging their members to get vaccinated when it is their time.
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I spoke to the Chief of Pikangikum First Nation in my riding about the urgent need for policing resources in their community. This issue had previously put the health of residents in jeopardy, but it continues to pose a safety risk for residents. Chief Owen has told me that RCMP officers would be welcome in the community as an interim measure until an alternative policing solution can be found. However, the Minister of Public Safety has failed to act. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister listen to the Chief and mobilize RCMP resources to support the people of Pikangikum?
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, the member's question reveals his complete misunderstanding of the jurisdiction of the Ontario government to provide policing services in that community. I would refer him to the Police Services Act of Ontario. And we are working very closely in support of that community to ensure that medical services are being provided and that the security exists for the delivery of those services. And at the same time, we are supporting the Ontario government to fulfill its responsibility to provide adequate and effective policing services in that community as they are required to do.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Ottawa is paying a high price to compensate Air Canada for its grounded planes. It should have at least as much consideration for the 40,000 men and women in Quebec who built those planes. Aerospace is our main export sector, and there's no new orders. Skilled workers are leaving the sector. Expertise is at risk. Federal inaction is destroying what it took generations to build. Monday, in the budget, will there finally be something for the aerospace industry? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, last night's announcement is great news for Quebec and Quebecers. Air Canada will be reimbursing people's plane tickets. They will be able to buy pieces for their planes. And that's going to relaunch local activities and regional routes. This is good news. And yet the Bloc doesn't seem to like it. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, what the Bloc does not like is confusion. They're confusing aeronautics with air transport. Those are two different things. There's 3 places around the world where there's the know-how and the industrial network necessary to build a plane from A to Z. 3 places in the world. including Montreal. And yet Canada is the only country among those major players that doesn't have a strategic aerospace policy. Quebec is sitting at the table with global players, and no one seems to realize it here in Ottawa. Monday is the budget. Will we finally see a smart, comprehensive aerospace policy, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've always been there for the aerospace industry and will continue to be there for that industry that offers high-quality, high-paying jobs. Yesterday's agreement clearly indicates that Air Canada will be able to buy its parts and its planes here in Quebec. That's here in Quebec. So what is it about that agreement that the Bloc Québécois doesn't like? The Honourable Member for Stevenson, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, last year the government promised to help students by engaging in corruption and scandal that led to the catastrophic failure of the Canada Student Service Grant and the resignation of the country's Ministers of Finance. I'd like to find out, how does the government intend to disappoint and hurt our Canadian students this year?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to first of all just say the COVID pandemic has impacted all Canadians, disproportionately certain segments, and students are no exception. And I appreciate the member's question, and I want all students to know that our government, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, will be there for you. And that's exactly why we came out with the Canada Emergency Student Benefit. That's why we removed interest from Canada Student Loans so that you would not be in repayment. I want students to know that we've created jobs through the Canada Summer Jobs Program. We will continue working on your behalf because you deserve it. You are not only the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of today, and this government's got your back. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oro Springwater, Medonte.
Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte. Don't forget the good citizens of Barrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all aware many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet during this pandemic. This Liberal government is failing Canadians and the residents of Barrie, Springwater, Oro Medonte. My staff have been flooded with complaints from residents who have been denied EI and are unable to access CERB. When an application is made for EI, it triggers a flag with CRA. This flag prevents further processing of the CERB applications. Many of these applicants have been waiting months without any income. Can the Prime Minister advise this House and my constituents when he will fix this issue?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that we are absolutely on top of this issue. Obviously, we want to make sure from an integrity point of view that Canadians aren't receiving two benefits at the same time, but we know how hard it is for Canadians to wait to see which benefit they should be getting. We've got teams working together with CRA and ESDC on this. It's not taking the time it did at the beginning when this problem was first identified, and I'm happy to provide the member with more information if he wants, but I can assure him this is a big top priority for me and my team. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this month, Canadians were hit with a 33% tax increase in the carbon tax. Now, media reports suggest that the Liberals are planning to implement a home equity tax. In fact, the CMHC is already studying elimination of the capital gains exemption on principal residence. This is the last thing that families need in their life savings to be wiped out overnight. Why are the Liberals increasing taxes on Canadians in the middle of this pandemic?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives refuse to take no for an answer. The Government of Canada is not looking at charging capital gains tax on primary residences. This is not under consideration by our government. Any suggestion otherwise is false. In fact, we've been working hard to make home ownership more affordable for middle-class Canadians with our first-time home buyers incentive. The Conservatives, time and again, try to suggest otherwise, but they're engaging in falsehood.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened already existing challenges that seniors face around social isolation, which can be harmful both to physical and mental health. Last year, with help from New Horizons for Seniors program, organizations in my riding such as HoC, Multicultural and Community Services were able to run programs to help with this. HoC's program, Seniors Together, brought together seniors and younger people for online activities such as yoga classes and meditation, as well as intergenerational discussions and art activities. Could the Minister for Seniors tell us why it is so important to support the mental health of Canadian seniors during the pandemic and beyond, and further actions the government is taking? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague from Scarborough is right. From Scarborough Centre is right. As a result of the pandemic, seniors have experienced significant negative impacts. To help combat the isolation that they faced during the pandemic, we invested millions more into the New Horizons for Seniors program. In total, we've funded 5,000 community support projects across the country during the pandemic to help seniors stay connected and supported. I want to thank the organizations like those in my colleagues' riding who stepped up to serve seniors with projects during this extraordinary, challenging time. Together, we can make the difference in seniors' lives, and I look forward to the opposition supporting Bill C-14 to get it through to the Senate as soon as possible. Thank you.
Before going to the next question, I just want to remind the honourable members who are joining us virtually, the arm on your headset, if it could be somewhere between your nose and your upper lip or your lower lip and the chin, it just makes it so much easier for the interpreters and your colleagues who can hear exactly what you're saying, because everyone wants to hear every word. The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Minister has told maritime fishing families that lobster fishing by Indigenous communities under the moderate livelihood will follow existing seasons, regulations, and enforcement rules all set by DFO. Yet the Liberal MP for Sydney Victoria has said this is wrong, that the Fisheries Minister announcement is only an interim measure for this 1 year, and First Nations will eventually be allowed by the Liberal government to set their own seasons and rules. Who's right?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that First Nations have a right to a moderate livelihood fishery. This was affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada. The measures that we have put in place for this year are flexible and allow fishers to get out on the water right now as we work towards longer-term agreements. Mr. Speaker, these are ongoing negotiations with First Nations communities, and I look forward to having agreements in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question, of course, to the Minister of Fisheries as well. Let me be sure Canadians understand this. The Liberal MP for Sydney Victoria is correct when he said the Minister's pronouncement is only an interim measure. Clarity is extremely important here. Is the Minister telling us flexible, moderate livelihood plans will be established by each First Nation outside existing lobster seasons and will not be enforced by DFO after this interim plan is done?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable colleagues to please stop spreading, malicious rumors, basically. These are ongoing negotiations we are having with First Nations communities so that we can get to a long-term agreement. First Nations have a right to a Supreme Court affirmed right to a moderate livelihood fishery. We are working with them to make sure that they are able to exercise that right. And in the interim, Mr. Speaker, we have put measures in place that allow the moderate livelihood fishery to take place this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of National Defence was informed of workplace violence at the Valcartier-based barracks a year ago. An internal investigation was requested. There was no cooperation from National Defence. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us more about these cases of violence in the workplace? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we take all allegations of harassment very seriously. I was not aware of this particular issue itself. However, I will look into it and get back to the member. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The current pandemic has reminded us just how much in Etobicoke Centre and elsewhere, how important the environment is to ensure the health of our families. This morning, the government tabled a bill that would ensure greater protection against toxic products. Can the Minister of Environment and Climate Change explain to this House and to Canadians how this new bill will help keep our communities healthy?
Le ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Remercier le député de Etobicoke.
I would like to thank the member for Etobicoke Centre for the question. Mr. Speaker, we have kept our promise to reinforce the Canadian Environmental Protection Act in order to implement measures that protect Canadians against toxic substances. Our bill will help us to better protect the environment, recognize the right to a healthy environment, and much more. Together, we will ensure that Canada is healthier for our families and for our communities.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Indigenous Services is taking up to 2 years to process applications for Indian status, while a Canadian passport is processed within 16 weeks. Status cards are necessary for First Nations people to access health supports, including vaccinations. If the process is so complicated that it can take over 2 years to figure it out, I would say there is something wrong with the system. I have a constituent who's been waiting for over 3 years. This is unacceptable, and this is systemic racism. When will the Liberals stop hiding behind the bureaucracy and talking points and actually fix it?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member will note that this government has made significant investments in accelerating the processing times in and around status. The cases can vary from one person to another, and if the member has any particular case that she would like to advance to the ministry, I'd be more than glad to look at it and pass it on to my team. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The pandemic has made it clear that the financial security of millions of Canadians is hanging by a thread. The economy and the systems supporting it are not working for everyone. The wealth of Canadian billionaires skyrocketed during the pandemic, while millions, including children and people with disabilities, still live below the poverty line. For months, this government has been making promises that no Canadian will be left behind. But these promises feel empty when we see a refusal to hike the capital gains tax and a reticence to impose a significant wealth tax. Will the upcoming budget be a pathway to a fair and more prosperous Canada for all? Or will the government continue to allow corporations and their shareholders to build back better on the backs of Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the honourable member for her question and for her advocacy for Canada's most vulnerable. While I won't preempt the decisions that will be outlined in the upcoming budget, I will reassure her that from the very first day we formed government, our focus has been to support middle-class and low-income Canadians. The very first thing we did when we formed government was raise taxes on the 1% so we could cut taxes for the middle class. When we advanced the Canada Child Benefit, we put more money in the pocket of 9 out of 10 Canadian families and stopped sending checks to millionaires. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has shown that we need to continue to support the vulnerable, and Canadians can rest assured we will have their back as long as it takes, no matter what it takes.
Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for question period today. Nous avons un rappel au règlement. Problème.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you again. I believe there was a technical issue. Has it been solved now? Yes. All right. We have the sound now, so I'm going to let you start over from the beginning. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-du-Ville. Mr. Speaker, there's been consultation among the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House express its anxiety over the closure of 28 French language programs and the layoff of 100 professors at Laurentian University in Sudbury. That it re-express its solidarity with the Franco-Ontarian community. That it remind everyone of the important role of French language education for the vitality of Acadian and Franco-Ontarian populations. Thank you. All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
D'accord.
Very well. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know, there's been a fair bit of election speculation on the Hill lately, and the pandemic gives rise to legitimate questions about the advisability of an election. And the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has released a report with a recommendation that speaks directly to that issue. As such, I'm hoping that if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent on the floor for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the expiry of the time provided for private members' business later today, the House revert back to the rubric motions for the purpose of considering a motion to concur in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Friday, February 26, 2021, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion shall be put without further debate or amendment, provided that, if a recorded division is requested, it shall stand deferred until the conclusion of oral questions at the next sitting day. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Well, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House until Wednesday, June 23rd, 2021, independent members and members of non-recognized parties be allowed to ask a total of 8 questions per week during oral questions, including 2 on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and 1 on Wednesdays and Fridays. It being understood that these questions do not impact the amount of oral questions already shared amongst recognized parties. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent on that either. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at third reading stage of Bill C-14, Economic Statement Implementation Act 2020.
Okay, the honourable member for Carleton has 4 minutes remaining in his speech, or for question period. Okay. Questions et commentaires. Questions. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Bill C-14 was something that's been around now for quite a while. In fact, the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Prime Minister, talked about the economic statement back in November. The bill was introduced for the first time in December. Members started debating it, and it took us a few weeks ago where we shamed the Conservative Party to ultimately allow the bill to get through second reading. Can the member indicate on behalf of the Conservative Party how long is it going to take for the Conservative Party to recognize the benefits to Canadians through this legislation and allow this legislation to come to a vote?
The honourable member for Carleton.
All we need to know is what they plan to do with the $600 billion increase to the debt limit.
They want to increase the debt limit to $1.8 trillion from the current $1.2 trillion. To put it in perspective, our national debt was only $600 billion a year and a half ago. So they basically want to take the debt to triple what it was not so long ago. And that's what this bill does. It allows them to do that, and they think they have no obligation to tell Canadians what they're going to spend all that borrowed money on or how it's ever going to be paid back. The second thing we want to know before passing the bill is how is this government going to avoid leading us straight into a debt crisis? We now have a total public and private debt to GDP ratio of almost 400%, the second highest in the G7, higher than 41 of the 45 biggest debt crises in the last century, twice our traditional average, and by far a record for our country. This is an enormous debt ratio that we have. We have now ticked all 5 boxes of leading indicators for forthcoming debt crises, and this government comes in here with a bill to increase the debt further by another $600 billion and expect us to ram the bill through on short notice. We're not going to do that, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the honourable member for Stormont Dundas, West Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Carleton. I know my constituents in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry always appreciate his interventions here in the House. He spoke a lot about, and rightfully so, the government's intention to try to rush this through. The size of the deficit and the size of the debt limit increase, the Borrowing Authority Act going up to $1.8 trillion, I think warrants time and warrants scrutiny in this House. He is very well known for his expertise on financial matters, and I would like him to take some time. The risks in the long term of these amounts of money being borrowed for so long, what it can mean for our Canadian economy, both short and long term.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, that was a tough question, but a fair question, and I will accept it. And I want to thank my neighboring member just to the south, who is very well respected as a former mayor. He was actually quite an old man when he became mayor, 22 years old. And here he is serving on the floor of Parliament. The community loves him, and with good reason, Mr. Speaker. He asks an important question. When you have too much debt, you can detonate. And we're becoming a detonation. Our debt is 400% of GDP. We have a $2.2 trillion economy with $8.6 trillion of household, corporate, and government debt. That is a ratio like we have never seen before in this country. And it is increased by almost a third just in the last 5 years alone. The only reason we have been able to get away with this much debt is because interest rates have been supernaturally low for an unusually long period of time, and more recently have been driven further by the Bank of Canada printing cheap money and pumping it into the system. But eventually that comes to an end, and if rates rise before debts go down, then we will have a debt crisis. Now is the time to stave that off by replacing our credit card economy with a paycheck economy.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak today to Bill C-14, the economic statement that was introduced last fall. As has been noted by a number of speakers, there's a little bit of irony to the debate today on this bill because it has been superseded by a federal budget which will be introduced next week. I would have to point out for the record that it has been over 2 years since the last budget was presented by this government, and that is a record, but not a record of which any government ought to be proud. Every G7 country and every province and territory in Canada tabled a budget last year. And when there is no budget presented by a government in Parliament, that constitutes a fundamental breach of accountability to the Canadian people and, of course, to Parliament. When I was first privileged to be elected to this House some 12 years ago, one of the first things I learned is that one of the prime responsibilities of a parliamentarian is to scrutinize the spending of government. That is what we are sent here by our constituents to do. And when a budget is not presented by a federal government, that is a fundamental violation of that core responsibility that we hold to the people who elected us. Now, having said that, this bill does give me a chance to raise certain critical issues that I believe Canadians wanted expressed back in the fall when this financial statement and this bill was introduced, and of course, as they want to see addressed in the upcoming budget. I'm going to speak to several of these priorities that I think not only are priorities to the people of Vancouver Kingsway, but I think reflect the aspirations and needs of people across this country in every single community. It won't surprise my colleagues to hear me as health critic start off with some core health issues that I believe this upcoming budget and that needs to address, and that this statement does not address in any real meaningful way. It's been noted many times throughout the COVID pandemic that while this crisis has created many problems, it has also exposed many other problems of a serious and long-standing character. And one of these is Canada's long-standing crisis in long-term care. Recently, the Canadian Institute for Health Information published data that reveals Canada has the worst record of all developed countries when it comes to COVID-19 deaths in long-term care homes. This follows previous reports that showed Canada's death rate in seniors congregate settings is the highest among OECD states. That, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of international shame. The data also reveals that many provinces and territories were slow to act and that there were steps that could have been taken to avoid many of the deaths that occurred. The data internationally highlights that many other countries were better prepared for a potential outbreak of infectious disease and dedicated more resources and funding to this sector. Now, with notable exceptions like the province I come from, British Columbia, the CIHI report notes that the lessons learned from the first wave of the pandemic did not lead to changes in outcomes during the second wave last fall, resulting in a larger number of outbreaks, infections, and deaths. This is inexcusable. It means that there were many deaths of Canadian seniors that could have and should have been avoided. Now, again, certain provinces did take early and effective steps to address the long-standing issues in long-term care. Again, the NDP government in British Columbia was one such leader, taking timely action to expand resources to staff, prohibit working between multiple sites, and raising standards of care. Now, this leadership is borne out by the data which shows that BC had the best numbers of all comparable jurisdictions. However, the crisis in long-term care and the urgent need for resources and legislative change is a national one. Seniors have a right to proper care in every province and territory, not just those fortunate enough to reside in select provinces who are responding to the problems. Now, the upcoming budget provides a timely and powerful moment to deal with our repeated call for urgent federal action to establish binding national standards in Canada's long-term care sector, backed up by federal funding tied to meeting those standards. Now, these include very critical factors like meeting minimum hours of care, which I note recently has been described as a minimum of 6 hours of care for every senior in long-term care. We need patient aid ratios that allow people who work in these homes to be able to give the kind of quality care that they're trained to do and so desperately want to provide. And we need decent working conditions for all staff. It's been said, Mr. Speaker, that the conditions of work are the conditions of care. We must ensure that this skilled work performed by skilled workers, predominantly women, by the way, often racialized and historically undervalued, is finally recognized for the essential public health care it is and paid accordingly. Now, speaking of public health care, we finally must address the problems in for-profit delivery. It is time that we built a long-term care sector that is built on nonprofit delivery, preferably through our public health care system and the nonprofit sector. The data is overwhelming, long-standing, and clear that for-profit care reduces standards of care because it's obvious. It diverts money to shareholders and profit that ought to be going directly to our seniors, and it incentivizes cost cutting. And that's borne out in the fact that, generally speaking, the death rate, infection rate, and poor standards of care are higher in for-profit delivery systems. Mr. Speaker, national problems require national solutions. It is time our federal government acted. Our Canadian seniors deserve it. Now, I also want to state that another long-standing problem that has been profoundly revealed to all Canadians as a serious failure of public policy for decades has been revealed for all to see, and that is Canada's lack of domestic capacity for producing vaccines, and indeed, frankly, of most essential medicines. Some of my colleagues may remember that just a summer or two ago, we faced a serious shortage of EpiPens in this country, and we're only weeks away from having Canadians, particularly young Canadians, left without this life-saving medication. Now, clearly, this has been one of the key problems behind Canada's painfully slow vaccine rollout. But it's not limited to pandemic vaccines. Our lack of Canadian production capacity is felt across many therapeutics, including numerous life-saving drugs that Canadians rely on that routinely face crises in availability. This situation reveals how vulnerable Canadians are to the multinational private drug industry and indeed foreign governments in a time of crisis. Of course, that was not always the case. For 7 decades, Canada was home to Connaught Labs, a Canadian publicly owned enterprise that was one of the world's leading medicine and vaccine producers. Connaught Medical Research Laboratories was a non-commercial public health entity established in Toronto in 1914 to produce the diphtheria antitoxin. It expanded significantly after the discovery of insulin by Canadians at the University of Toronto in 1921 and became a leading manufacturer and distributor of insulin at cost in Canada and overseas. Its non-commercial mandate mediated commercial interests and kept medicine accessible to millions of people who otherwise could not have afforded it. It also contributed to some of the key medical breakthroughs of the 20th century, including insulin, penicillin, and the polio vaccine. Now, in 1972, Connaught was purchased by the Canada Development Corporation, a federally owned corporation charged with developing and maintaining Canadian-controlled companies through a mixture of public and private investment. Connaught provided vaccines to Canadians at cost, manufactured them here in our country, and it sold vaccines to other countries at affordable prices. It operated without government financial support. It even made profits, which it reinvested in medical research. Madam Speaker, this was a fabulous example of public enterprise. Yet despite this remarkable record, Connaught was privatized in 1986 by the Mulroney Conservatives for purely ideological reasons. And the Liberals share squarely in the blame for this appalling, short-sighted public policy debacle that has left Canadians vulnerable in 2021. Despite being in power for 19 years after the privatization, 15 years in majority government when they could have done anything they wanted to do, the Liberals never lifted a finger to reestablish public medicine production in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, when the government turns to Canadians and says, well, we can't produce vaccines fast enough here in Canada because we don't have the production capacity, Canadians have every right to look them squarely in the eye and say, why then did you let us down? Why did this federal government, successive Conservative and Liberal governments, let Canadians down and leave us in this vulnerable position where we are dependent on a handful of multinational vaccine producers situated in other countries of the world for our essential life-saving vaccines? That's the result of the public policy decisions of Liberals and Conservatives up to now, and Canadians need to hold them accountable for it. Never again must Canadians be left in such a vulnerable position. As a G7 country, we deserve to be self-sufficient in all essential medications and vaccines as a public health priority of the highest order. So I'm looking to the budget next week, and I would point out that this economic statement makes no mention of the establishment of a public drug manufacturer in Canada. By doing so, we can leverage public research done in Canada's universities, where, by the way, most of the new molecules and research for new pharmaceuticals actually comes from, and turn those into innovative medicines at reasonable cost for the public good, not for private profit. As we stand at the 100th anniversary of the discovery of insulin in Canada by Canadians, let's honor that legacy by building our Canadian medicine capacity. We've done it before. Let's do it again. And I would like to see that in the budget next week, or hear from my Liberal colleagues why they don't think this is a good idea. Now, turning to another core foundational issue, Madam Speaker, the Liberals have been in power for 6 years now. I think that's long enough to be measured on their record. And when they came into office in 2015, this country was facing a serious housing crisis. They've had 6 years now to deal with it. Now I ask, where is the affordable housing? The crisis today, the reality is, worse than it was prior to taking office. Young Canadians across this country have no hope of purchasing any housing, and there are millions of Canadians in precarious housing who cannot live in secure, dignified, secure housing, whether to rent or own. Now, in my view, Madam Speaker, housing is a fundamental human right and a core foundational need. It is key to individual health and self-realization. It is also a foundation of health, being a central component of the social determinants so essential to keep Canadians healthy. Housing should be available to every Canadian, and it is simply unacceptable that a country as wealthy as Canada is unable to provide every citizen with the opportunity to own their own home. This is especially the case when we consider how large Canada is, how much land we have, and how small our population is. Real estate is not just a commodity. It is a necessity. Now, I believe homelessness and precarious housing are social scourges that ought to shame us as a society. But homelessness and precarious housing are neither inevitable nor unsolvable. With enough political commitment and economic resources, there is simply no reason why a wealthy G7 nation such as Canada ought not to be able to ensure that every citizen can live in an affordable, secure, and decent home. Now, clearly, the present situation is a result of decades of poor policies at every level of government, federal, provincial, and municipal. And I believe there are a number of contributors to this calamity. These include a federal government who has been largely absent from the housing file since the late 80s, a lack of public investment in affordable housing types of all types, extremely lax laws that permit extensive foreign capital into our communities that destabilize domestic housing prices, and a misguided belief that the private sector development industry can and will provide affordable housing. All of these have contributed to a disastrous situation where people who have sacrificed enormously and done everything right cannot even purchase a modest home in the communities in which they live and work. I believe we need a multi-pronged approach to address this unacceptable situation, and we'll be keeping a keen eye on the budget coming up to see if these suggestions are contained in that budget. First, I think this requires a national program with federal leadership and harnessing local creativity and innovation. Most importantly, it involves public enterprise. Solutions include strong and effective curbs on foreign capital investments in residential real estate, particularly in overheated local markets where the cost of housing bears no relationship whatsoever to the average income or wages earned by people in that community. If anybody's looking for any proof of the destabilizing impact of foreign capital, you only have to look to a place like the Lower Mainland, where houses are going for $2, $3, $4, and $5 million, and 98% of the people who work here cannot afford those houses. So who's buying them? It's certainly not people in our communities. We need tax incentives that promote the construction of affordable rental buildings, not just market rental buildings, but affordable rental buildings. We must ensure that all developments over a certain size include a minimum number of truly affordable units owned perhaps by the municipalities in perpetuity, like they do in Vienna. We must create an ambitious national co-op housing program targeted at building 500,000 units of housing over the next 10 years. This could be a modern version of the extremely successful program of the 1970s and 80s, with expanded targets and with an ironclad commitment to the principle of tying rent to income, say no more than 30%. Now, while I know that cooperative living is not for everyone, it does represent a demonstrated, successful model that houses people from varied family situations across all age limits and socioeconomic categories and permits security of tenure, affordable housing, and the ability to age in place. Vancouver Kingsway has many of these wonderful communities still in operation, and I believe this concept can be harnessed to house a new generation of Canadians. So let's see if next week the Liberal government has the creativity to bring in a strong national co-op housing program. We need to implement each of the suggestions in the Recovery for All initiative. I think every parliamentarian has likely received this, which contains excellent suggestions for federal policy on things in their jurisdiction that they can do. We need an effective National Housing Strategy Act and an appointment of a federal housing advocate and members of a National Housing Council with teeth. In the end, secure, dignified housing represents a foundational core need for people without which their ability to participate meaningfully in society or to reach their potential is seriously impaired. It must be a priority of the first order. Now, I wish I could say that this is regarded as such by the current Liberal government, but their lack of meaningful progress to date on this critical file leaves me with no other conclusion than that they are not prepared to allocate the kinds of resources or policies that are truly needed to adequately address this crisis. Now, I know that Liberals will stand up in this House and say it is a priority for them, but I ask them once again, show me the housing. After 6 years in office, show me where are the tens of thousands of affordable housing units that could and should have been built in the last 6 years. They can't. Now, they will make all sorts of weak excuses like housing takes time. I would remind them that after World War II, the Government of Canada built 300,000 units of affordable housing for returning soldiers from World War II in 36 months. That's what a government committed to housing Canada will do. So I urge the present government to make the creation, building, and expansion of affordable housing of all types a matter of prime political priority in the upcoming budget. After all, making sure everyone in our community has appropriate housing is the responsibility of us all. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to say a word about climate change. There are a few issues that are existential in nature in politics. The climate crisis facing our planet is one of those. The ICPP, or the IPCC, has repeatedly stated that we have less than 10 years to take meaningful action and reverse the calamitous impacts that will occur if we don't do so. I would note that carbon emissions have gone up over the course of this government's tenure since 2015. And in fact, since the early 1990s, despite repeated pledges to reduce carbon emissions by such and such, by such and such, no government has ever hit them. This must change.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up, and I did try to provide him with a signal there. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I really admire the commitment from this member regarding affordable housing, and specifically when he spoke about cooperative housing. I would agree with him that cooperative housing is an excellent model in order to drive affordability into communities, although it's not the only solution. Affordability in terms of housing can be everything from rent geared to one's income all the way up to affordable mortgages, and whatever we do needs to be a holistic approach. But my question for him is, when we look at how this stuff actually gets implemented, there is certain responsibility for us to acknowledge the fact that provincial jurisdiction really covers the actual construction and building. We can put as much money as we want towards affordable housing, but the federal government has no jurisdiction over actually building and building permits and planning. What's his response to how we could do more to assist that?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I agree with him. I mean, again, I do believe that providing affordable housing for Canadians is going to take the cooperation of all three levels of government, and we once did. There used to be two core mandates of the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation in this country. One was, of course, to insure mortgages, which it still does, and the second was to build affordable housing. And I think the federal government, as the senior level of government in terms of tax revenue, has an important role to play in helping finance with the provinces and sometimes with the municipalities who can provide the land base to join together to build projects. And that's exactly what they did with the federal national co-op program in the 1970s and 80s. By working together with the federal government financing, combined with monies contributed by the provinces and municipalities providing land, the three governments together ensured that we built tens of thousands of cooperative housing units across this country, and I think we should replicate that again today for co-op housing.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I agree with him that cooperative housing is an excellent model that we need to go back to and fund. One of the things that he'll know from his riding, and I know from my riding, is that there's a disproportionate number of Indigenous people who are homeless. And we also know that poverty and the lack of adequate housing is the number one reason why Indigenous children are seized by social service agencies and taken away from their families. And I would like to ask the honourable member, he didn't mention Indigenous urban housing, but would he support a national strategy for Indigenous urban housing for Indigenous people, created by Indigenous people, with the plans put in their hands?
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for an excellent question, and I didn't separate or single out any particular group in Canada, because housing is a core foundational need for every single resident here. But it is so important to recognize the core responsibility the federal government has towards Indigenous peoples in this country, and he's absolutely right that the state of inadequate housing, both on and off reserve and in urban areas for Indigenous people, I believe, is a matter of international shame, and it kind of answers the previous question that was asked by a Liberal member as to what the federal role is. Well, the federal government has a core responsibility to the Indigenous peoples as a matter of the Constitution. And so I would like to see significant investment, timely investment, to make sure every single Indigenous person, Métis and Inuit in this country, has access to secure, dignified housing. That's not just a matter of economics or of social contract. That's a matter of constitutional duty, and it's time we address that.
Comments? The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway for his speech today, but in particular for his shining the light on the vulnerabilities Canada faces because of our inability to produce vaccines and other key drugs, and the solution to that problem, and our vulnerabilities in long-term care, and the solution to that problem is taking, of course, profit out of long-term care. But I wonder if he shares with me the doubt that the budget will actually provide concrete measures to work on these problems when the Prime Minister issued a mandate letter to the Minister of Finance saying there could be no new permanent spending programs.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I would like to thank my honourable colleague and thank him for the excellent work that he does both in Parliament and representing the people of his riding. And of course, he's quite right. I mean, you know, I don't think I'm being cynical by pointing out that successive Liberal and Conservative governments have allowed these structural chronic problems to develop and been well warned about them. I mean, if you take the long-term care sector, there's been untold reports that have warned every level of government of the serious problems in the long-term care sector, and yet no action. I mean, the housing crisis didn't develop last week or last month. This has been developing over years. Have we seen any responsive program from the federal government? No. In terms of vaccine production, again, I point out 1986, the Conservatives privatized Canal Labs. Liberals let it happen and did nothing about it. So the structural problems we see today will not be addressed unless we have a federal government that is willing to invest in the structural solutions, and I don't see any indication by this government that they intend to do so.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member might find this a little hard to believe, but it is true. During the early 90s, I was in the North End debating at the time what the New Democrats and other political parties, but I want to emphasize the New Democrats were advocating that the federal government shouldn't have a role in housing, that it was actually provincial jurisdiction. I opposed that adamantly back then. And it's interesting, fast forward to today, where we have a prime minister that has put in place the first national housing strategy and tied to it billions of dollars. How far we've come on the housing file at the national level. My question to the member is, when he talks about capacity for vaccines, again, we have invested now with Canadian companies to ensure that we will be able to have that capacity. We not agree that that is a positive step forward in a relatively short period of time.
Our member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I think there's a fundamental difference in philosophy between the Liberals and the New Democrats. The Liberals continue to cling to the notion that the solutions to all problems in this country will come from the private sector, whereas the New Democrats believe in a strong private sector, but also a strong public sector engaged in public enterprise. I think that the current government giving $500 million to Sanofi Pasteur and hoping that this private company will deliver vaccines and vaccine security to Canadians will prove to be very misguided and ultimately a poor policy decision. The only way we will control and make sure that we have vaccine and medicine production in Canada for Canadians is if we do it through a Crown corporation. And that's, of course, the lesson of Canal Labs. So that's why we're calling for public enterprise, a public drug manufacturer, not giving money to the private sector, which of course can take that money and with no real guarantees that they will use that in Canada. In fact, that's how we got in this position. Is the Mulroney government thought that the private sector would give Canadians pharmaceuticals at affordable prices. That didn't happen.
We have time for a brief question. Bref question. Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, he still has his hand up, does he have a brief question?
Sure, Madam Speaker. I didn't take it down. To my friend, I would ask him again just to provide his thoughts. Like when we talk about public versus private, would he not agree that the public and private sector can work for the common good?
The Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you. Well, I would agree very much. I think there's a lot of products and services that are best delivered by the private sector, some where it makes sense to have public-private collaboration, but some, of course, that require public enterprise. For instance, our healthcare system. You know, our healthcare system, right in the Canada Health Act, it says it must be publicly administered. Not privately administered, not jointly administered, but publicly administered. That's why Canadians are so proud of one of the best healthcare systems in the world. That's why I'm so disappointed to see the Liberals vote against public pharmacare and public dental care and refuse to expand our public healthcare system in this country. Don't know what they're waiting for. They've been promising that since 1997, and it's been 3 decades, both for childcare and pharmacare and dental care. And the only way that Canadians are going to get that is if they elect a federal New Democrat government, and I'm going to invite them to do so in the upcoming election.
Resuming debate, the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my colleagues seem to be in a good mood. They seem motivated, and hello back to them. Well, hello, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to speak on Bill C-14, which would implement certain provisions of the economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 30th, 2020. We're April 13th, but we're still talking about this economic statement, and the budget is just around the corner. Well, it seems that the parliamentary process is very slow, and we have to live with it. It's not a secret. At this point, and we've talked about it for a long time, the Bloc supports the bill, but not with enthusiasm. We're not reinventing the wheel here, but our position is clear. We're going to support any initiative which will support Quebecers. We find there are some good things in this economic statement, and some things we view positively, but other things we're not so sure. For instance, we agree that students should not have to pay interest on their student loans in 2021. They really need help. And this is going to help 1.4 million students outside of Quebec. Quebec, however, has its own student loan program, so we have to make sure that Quebec students are also compensated. Post-secondary students are compensated. I myself was in school for a long time. In fact, I finished my university studies at age 30. In 2018, I finished my doctorate, and I think it's really important to help students. I recently did an interview with the Student Association of the Saint-Hyacinthe Cégep in my riding. These students were really on top of the issues, and they understand better than all of us what's at stake, because this is their reality. However, I'd also like to talk about the sectors which have been forgotten in the economic statement. I mentioned this in question period earlier, and today I signed an open letter which was published in the Journal de Montréal. I talked about the aerospace sector, which was completely forgotten in the economic statement. And in fact, that sector was mentioned in this speech from the throne, so let us hope that it will get the attention it deserves in Monday's budget. Really, we have to act. Jean Lapierre, who is not with us anymore, but who was an MP, who was in this chamber for many years, he said that aerospace is to Quebec what the auto industry is to Ontario, and he was right, because aerospace is a strategic sector, and that's really the only word that applies. Often, we overlook how important aerospace is to this country. It is the third most important aerospace sector in the world after France and the U.S., and only in 3 places in the world do they build planes from A to Z, where they build all the components that go into building aircraft. And one of those 3 areas is the Greater Montreal area in Quebec. And that sector is such a source of pride for us. We're talking about 220 companies. And out of those 220, 200 of them are smaller, medium-sized enterprises. We're talking about 40,000 direct jobs, 100,000 indirect jobs, and it's Quebec's main export sector. So really, aerospace is a strategic sector for Quebec. Annual sales are $15 billion, and they represent half of Canada's aerospace sector industry. We produce the best aircraft in the world, the cleanest one, which renews its air in flight. And in fact, we're already designing a zero-emission aircraft. Clearly, climate change is an existential issue for all of us. We talk about it more and more in our political discourse. Well, when we build this aircraft, it will be a gem in the aerospace sector, and only recklessness will lead us to ignore the aerospace sector. I could spew more and more numbers and figures and statistics which show how important aerospace is to Quebec and how the province is proud of that sector. However, Quebec is worried because COVID-19 has affected that sector, including the lack of vision and political will on the part of Ottawa. So in the last 2 years, this oversight has imperiled the aerospace sector. Just as federal recklessness has imperiled the medical sector, the population is aging and Ottawa is not sending enough money to the provinces. Again, the pandemic has made things much worse for the aerospace sector. And it certainly is not helping things. As well, everybody knows that with the pandemic, planes are not flying, and all secondary industries are also suffering. There are no new orders for aircraft. This affects aircraft technicians. And many of these technicians end up in the construction industry to pay the bills. And this might imperil the know-how in this sector. The federal government keeps on talking about the post-COVID era, but really it has to take concrete actions. In a few months, the federal government could destroy something which took generations to build. The aerospace sector is worried that Ottawa is ignoring it. It is worried that Ottawa's lack of action will cost 20,000 jobs in the aerospace sector in the next year and a half. Really? Could this be what Ottawa is secretly wishing for? Quebec has so much know-how in this field, so much expertise, but every month the sector is becoming more and more vulnerable. It is becoming less interesting to foreign investors. So why is Ottawa not doing anything? It needs to provide specific support programs for the aerospace sector. In fact, we've made a few suggestions to help the sector and to improve existing support programs. But there still needs to be targeted help for the sectors which are suffering the most, and this includes the aerospace sector. In the next federal budget, there has to be enough money to support the sector. The Bloc Québécois has been asking for support for a long time, and it wants to know exactly what the federal government will do. There is no mention of the aerospace sector in the speech from the throne. And several times I asked questions of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, even the Transport Minister, including the Industry Minister. And all of them repeated the same thing. They said that Ottawa was working very hard for the airline sector. Today, in question period, I got the very same answer. I asked the government a question about support for the aerospace sector, and all I learned was that Air Canada was getting help. So it's hard to even hope there will be an aerospace policy. I don't even know if Ottawa understands how important aerospace is. We've come a long way. The airline sector is the transportation of persons for diplomatic, recreational, and business reasons. We're talking about planes. We're talking about aircraft. People buy tickets, they get on a board, and they take their flight. However, aerospace is a little different. We're talking about the research and development of an entire sector. We're talking about creating the components that go into building aircraft. Now, of course, there are orders that go in to buy aircraft, but we're talking about two different sectors. And it seems that the Liberals' perception is faulty. They do not understand at all what we're talking about. It goes without saying that this sector needs help, and I'm the shadow critic for the aerospace sector. I'm demanding help for Quebec's aerospace sector. When Ontario asks for support for the auto sector, it receives it. Alberta gets support for the oil and gas sector. But Ottawa cannot ignore this amazing sector, which is the aerospace sector in Quebec. There are thousands of unionized employees in this sector, And COVID really has to be an opportunity for the government to come up with a brand new policy to support the aerospace sector, which is a gem in Quebec's business sector. And I think that a new policy has to come out of a permanent group of experts bringing together Ottawa industry and union representatives. We're not saying that Ottawa needs to reinvent the wheel. We simply want, for the aerospace sector, what Ottawa is doing for Ontario's auto sector. Last fall, I gave a speech here in the House on the aerospace sector. I talked about making the sector more green. I talked about recycling aircraft parts. I talked about financial support for greening the aerospace sector with conditions attached. That's fine. And believe me, because Quebec has developed one of the greenest aircraft in the world, it'll be financially beneficial to all of us if we can green the sector even more. The sector needs liquidities. It needs procurement policies. It needs support for R&D.
This is very important, not just in Quebec. I believe it was in Europe that there was a cardiac valve invented that was based on a piece that had originally come from the aviation industry. So we're really at the cutting edge. Then there's also a need for training of the workforce. We need a consistent program that recognizes that aviation is an ecosystem. Quebec has already had an aviation policy for 20 years, but we don't have a lot of leeway. There are some things that a province just can't do. Of all of the countries that have an aviation industry on scale, Canada is the only one that hasn't really actively supported it. That needs to stop. We need a strong aviation policy. We need to put an end to this slow suicide in the industry. Now, if Ottawa reacts, maybe we should consider letting Quebec lead the way. Of course, that's a big maybe. To illustrate this, I'd like to take the symbolic example of Bombardier. Often when people think of aviation, they think Bombardier. But it's not the only company that works. There are actually 220 companies working in the industry. Of course, there's construction, maintenance, and all of that sort of stuff. It's not just Bombardier. Last February, I expressed my solidarity with the hundreds of workers laid off by Bombardier. And I talked about how Ottawa needed to support the industry. There were 700 jobs lost in Montreal. There were very regrettable losses in addition to hundreds of other jobs in Quebec that were cut by Bombardier in the summer of 2020. It's my duty as a parliamentarian to call out Ottawa's actions here. If you look at the sale of Bombardier's transport division and the sale of the A220 and another model, we need to help the sector, but there are conditions. We need to get some guarantees if we are to provide support. We need to promote innovation. And we need to keep jobs and operations in the country. Often what happens when you negotiate with companies, they say, okay, if the government says, okay, if we give you financial assistance, that doesn't mean that you're going to increase CEOs' bonuses. You need to keep jobs here. And if this parliament, this country, this government understood economic nationalism, we wouldn't have to explain it to them today. I'd like to talk about another sector as well. The culture sector. It's also been left by the wayside in this economic update. Ottawa needs to support Quebec's efforts to bring back the performing arts in a safe and supported way. Now, for us, culture is extremely important in Quebec. Half of Quebec artists are thinking about leaving their careers behind. We can't leave these artisans, these beautiful artists, be silent forever. We can't. We can't accept that. Ottawa needs to help bring the performing arts back by supporting venues, by ensuring that they can be attended safely, and by recognizing the unique situation of artists. This is urgent. We need to have a post-pandemic life for lovers of culture. This sector needs to survive. We can't have a potential exodus of these artists to other jurisdictions. We can't leave them with uncertainty about the future, with all kinds of financial hassles. Ottawa needs to be reopening venues. Now, the Bloc Québécois made 6 proposals to the Trudeau government. Now, before I know if I have the time to list those, Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? I'm sorry, you actually used the Prime Minister's name, so I wanted to remind you not to use his name. And you have 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Well, I probably won't have time to list all of my proposals, but I would be pleased if my colleagues in this House came to talk to me about them. If you're interested in them, I will try and go through the list quickly. We need a flexible recovery fund for theaters, museums, and other artists. Secondly, we need a temporary program to support creative arts, to allow artists to bring back performances and artistic creations, even with physical distancing. Thirdly, we need to maintain subsidies to festivals and events and compensate for their losses. Fourth, we need to have a tax credit for theater goers and lovers of the arts. Fifth, well, previously I had named the Prime Minister, but I won't do that this time. We invite the current government to join the government of Quebec to help covering some of the losses. And sixth, we need to renew federal support programs for artists who need to adapt to new ways of broadcasting and making their art available during the pandemic. I want to thank this House for its attention, and I would be pleased to answer your questions. Now, I think that we need to walk the talk, and we need to transform some of these promises into real action in next Monday's budget. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to make sure that we're not intentionally misleading the House when the member talks about support for our aerospace industry. The government has been there to support the aerospace industry. You know, Winnipeg has a very strong and healthy aerospace industry. We know the province of Quebec and how very important that industry is to Quebec. I hear it all the time from Liberal members of Parliament from the Montreal and the province of Quebec. My question to the member is that even the Unifor talked about the importance of the wage subsidy program. Does the member not recognize that that program did support the aerospace industry? And that's just one program. We're talking millions of dollars. Does he not recognize that type of support?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member. Well, colleagues certainly would recognize that the subsidies we proposed helped the artists, but we need specific assistance for all of these sectors now. I would also say that, of course, we need generous programs, but we also need targeted assistance. And what I've seen in the case of the aerospace industry is that some employees from the construction industry are actually being referred. So, you know, the existing programs weren't able to meet the needs that existed. Now, my concern, or rather my colleagues' concern about misleading the House, you know, I wouldn't want this House to think that they really helped the aerospace industry.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question, although I would urge the member to be careful the way he talks about Alberta's energy industry and the oversized contribution, actually, and benefit that it has led to Quebec and its manufacturing sector, including the aerospace sector. So I would urge him to consider that when he talks about Alberta's energy industry. My question, though, is very much focused on the massive borrowing limit increase. You know, I'm certainly very concerned that there's about $180 billion that are unaccounted for in spending. And I would urge the member from Winnipeg to put his mic on mute. And I'd be curious as to his thoughts and if he too is concerned about the massive disparity in terms of promised spending and the increase to the national borrowing limit.
The honourable member. Well, of course I share the concern of the other opposition parties. When I look at this government's tendency to spend, not always responsibly, you know, but, you know, I certainly share that concern. I think that we do need oversight. We know that the Liberal government doesn't like committees to oversee their business too much. But we, as the opposition, will work together to ensure that there is a strong monitoring of this government's actions and spending.
Thomas, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for his speech. My question to the member through you, Madam Chair, is we've seen multiple polls now that have told us that 3/4 of Canadians, regardless of party, support the idea of taxing the ultra-rich. I'm just wondering if the member could speak if he supports such a proposal and if he has any feedback he'd like to share with how that might stimulate the economy.
The honourable member. Well, yes, on principle, yes. There were some NDP motions to that effect that we supported in principle, but that also included other things that harmed provincial jurisdiction, and that's why we voted against them. But of course, we believe that billionaires and others should be paying their fair share. That's why the Bloc Québécois did a lot of hard work on the issue of tax havens, notably on some of these subsidies that exist, because it doesn't make any sense for ultra-rich people and companies who don't pay their fair share. They shouldn't be benefiting from taxpayer money as well. So yes, I agree with the principle, but as long as Quebec's jurisdiction is respected. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avignon, L'Amitis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke about the agreement between Air Canada and the federal government, worth about $6 billion, and there were some conditions associated with that agreement. For example, reimbursing passengers' tickets, which is a good thing. We've been calling for that for many months. And there was another condition as well. Looking at, regional airports like Ile-de-la-Madeleine and others, we heard that would not be dealt with, even though the federal government said that they would try to find a solution. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that decision. The honourable member. Well, I want to thank my colleague for that question. Well, clearly I think that this is insufficient. Reimbursing passenger tickets is good, But starting next year, tickets may go up in price significantly. That said, in terms of serving those small regional airports, that's a very important issue, but unfortunately they haven't really solved the problem. There were orders for the A220s that were placed, and, you know, it's good to be doing that, but unfortunately, they had planned for 45 initially, and there were only actually 33 in the agreement. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize my speech for his very interesting speech on some of these issues affecting Quebec, and I'd like to hear him talk particularly about the cultural sector. He talked about how urgent it is to deal with culture and tourism and how the government needs to target some of its assistance toward the economic sectors that were hit the hardest. We know that the recovery is coming, but I'd like him to talk a bit more about his ideas concerning which sectors need help most urgently. The Honourable Member. I want to thank my colleague, who is a real great defender of the cultural sector. I think she could probably answer this question better than I can. She's a real expert. And she was also an actress and a singer, and she represents a riding where which recently lost one of the greatest singers of Quebec, Félix Leclerc. Now, there are a lot of things that need to be done to help the cultural industry, and the situation is such that, you know, cultural events often require gathering people together. It's not just sitting watching a screen, watching Netflix. What we all want is to be able to gather once again at some point in the future. But if obviously in the short term we can't have lots of people together, there will be social distancing, there will be financial losses, and so we need to target that. We have to understand that we're not just talking about broad-based programs, we need targeted programs as well. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe my colleague said that... No, I'm just kidding. My question has to do with, you know, policies. But when you're talking about assistance for a sector that's been receiving assistance for the last 15 years, how do you build a program that will really help people and that will last in the long term? The Honourable Member, just a few seconds to reply. 15 seconds, you said? 30. Okay, very good. That's a bit better. I'll try not to take more than 45 seconds. Well, yes, we need a policy here. And we need a policy. We needed a policy even before COVID. You know, I was talking about the green shift earlier, about recycling, maintenance, loans, supporting research and development. We need this whole series of measures. But first of all, we need a vision. We need to understand that this industry is a strategic one, that it's its own ecosystem. Financial assistance is not enough. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time from the member from Lethbridge. Madam Speaker, since today is Vaisakhi, I want to start by wishing all Sikhs across Canada and around the world a very happy Vaisakhi. This is an opportunity to recognize the generations of Sikhs who have contributed to the building of this great nation. Sikhs who today are on the front lines of fighting this pandemic, Sikhs serving in Canada's military, and Sikhs who continue to support their fellow Canadian through seva and a duty of selfless service. Vaisakhi Andiyan, lak lak vadaiyan. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise in the House today to debate Bill C-14 on behalf of my constituents of Edmonton Millwoods. This bill has some aspects that we agree with. It provides more support to those who need it during this pandemic. It tops up the Canada Child Benefit, which was actually something that the leader of the Conservative Party was in his leadership platform. But this bill also, and this bill also fixes the gaps in the second version of the rent relief legislation, a mistake that could have been prevented if we were afforded more time to properly examine the bill before it was rushed through the first time. Madam Speaker, throughout this pandemic, Conservatives have proudly supported programs to help Canadians who have been the hardest hit during this pandemic. But I do have concerns surrounding the increased debt that we will be saddling our children's future with. The last part of this bill amends the Borrowing Authority Act to significantly increase the borrowing limit of the federal government, and is something that I cannot support. One of the things that I've been hearing most from my constituents throughout this pandemic is their concern about the state of Canada's economy and the impact COVID-19 spending has had on our federal deficit. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates the government ran a deficit of about $363.4 billion in 2020-21 fiscal year, and will be running another massive deficit this year. So how is this government going to pay for all this stimulus spending, you might ask? The answer is found in Part 7 of this bill, where the government is going to be raising the upper limit on the borrowing authority by 56.8%, from $1.1 trillion to $1.8 trillion. $700 billion is far beyond what the government needs to fund all of the emergency programs, the stimulus, and even additional spending promises. That's another $700 billion that will be left to our children and future generations to pay. Madam Speaker, spending to protect and support Canadians who have been hit hard by this pandemic was the right thing to do. And Conservatives supported it. But we cannot pass unsustainable debt onto future generations. I ask you, Madam Speaker, to apply this scenario to real life. So if I went home to my wife tonight and said that I'm going to ask the bank tomorrow and ask them to increase our credit limit by 56%, she'd probably want to know why. And my bank would want some type of plan as how I would repay it. And yet, this Liberal government is asking us as MPs and the Bank of Canadian taxpayer to trust them with another $700 billion without a plan. That's completely backwards. We need to see a plan for the spending. Now, it's worth noting that the $700 billion increase in the maximum borrowing limit in this bill proposes is vastly beyond what is needed for all of the emergency programs and stimulus suggested to date. This leaves the question, to which ineffective pet projects is this money really going to? Perhaps this provides the leeway needed for the Universal Basic Income, the UBI program that the Liberals passed at their convention this past weekend. A big step towards their plan of reimagining Canada's economy. This would require the Liberals to increase personal income taxes by almost 50% and triple the GST. The simple fact is that this kind of risky and unknown experiment will leave millions of more Canadians behind. Madam Speaker, the reason that we're in this position of borrowing more money is because of the Liberals' mismanagement and failures during this pandemic over this last year. Right now, Americans are seeing businesses open, restaurant patios busy, and fans returning to watch in-person NHL, NBA, and MLB games. Canadians, on the other hand, are seeing businesses close again. Workers lose their jobs again or have their work hours cut again. And the mental health crisis continues to drag on. That's the real-world result of the Liberals' failures during this pandemic, especially on vaccines. Madam Speaker, we should be focused on a plan to secure jobs and get our country back to work. On this side of the House, we know that every Canadian deserves the security and dignity that comes with a secure, stable, and well-paying job. We know our economic recovery should create an opportunity in all sectors of the economy and all parts of the country, not just in areas where the Liberals find political success, in sectors they support, or by giving handouts to politically powerful corporations with inside access to the Prime Minister's office. We know that only paychecks will reduce Canada's debts, put food on Canadians' tables, roof over their heads, and tax dollars into schools, hospitals, and roads. That's the reality of this, Madam Speaker. And it's the crossroads our Conservative leader has talked about. The two paths before us could not be more different. One veers off into the unknown, with more risky shutdowns and unfounded, unknown, and untested changes that will leave millions of more Canadians behind. The path of the Liberals' reimagined economy, where an Ottawa knows best approach picks and chooses which Canadian jobs should have and in which sector, in which region. The path of the Liberals' reimagined economy. It's a path where the connected few get richer, while working families get left behind. A path where the budget doesn't balance itself, but where sky-high deficits and burdensome debt will have to be paid for by some means of new income for this government, meaning higher taxes and possibly taxing the capital gains on personal property, as some Liberals have proposed. Our Conservative team is offering a path of security and certainty that will safely secure our future and deliver us to a Canada where those who have struggled the most throughout this pandemic get back to work. It offers a Canada where manufacturing at home is bolstered, where wages go up, and where the dream of so many Canadians, families have affording a better life with their children can be realized. Madam Speaker, Bill C-14 increases the upper limit on the borrowing authority by $700 billion without a plan. This Liberal government has no plan for that spending, no plan for Canada's economic recovery, and no fiscal anchor to keep our country's finances afloat. And again, while I agree with some parts of the bill that will directly help those who are struggling throughout this pandemic, I simply cannot be in favor of increasing this government's credit card limit by 60%, especially without a plan for the spending. Thank you.
And comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, this is the ongoing theme with the Conservatives, talking about this last part of the bill which they just can't seem to come to terms with, and therefore they can't vote in favor of any of these measures for Canadians. But the reality is, and what this member neglected to mention in his comments, Madam Speaker, is that this is not about borrowing the money, it's about changing the limit of what you can borrow. As a matter of fact, here's a quote from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and I hope the member listens carefully. Even though the borrowing authority can be increased, well, I mean, nobody's going to be able to hear me when I'm being heckled, but anyways, even though the borrowing authority can be increased, it does not grant authority to the government to spend. They have to seek spending through separate bills. This is the Parliamentary Budget Officer who said this. So even by increasing the limit, it doesn't mean that you can actually spend the money. So why would Conservatives come in here and generate this false narrative, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member there is asking me and call MPs to trust him that they're going to increase the spending, but they're not going to actually use it. So maybe the member can commit to us, and on behalf of the government, that if they are going to increase it, that they won't actually use it, or if they are going to use it, to at least present a plan. That's part of the problem, Madam Speaker. If they say that they're increasing it but not going to use it, fine, tell us that. Or if they're going to increase it and use it, which I believe that's what their planning is to do, then present a plan. Tell us how you're going to use that money. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
Merci, Madame la... The honourable member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, Madam Speaker. Well, we've heard a lot of announcements from the Liberal Party. but each time we're not given the details of each measure. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of this government's way of doing things, where it makes a lot of nice announcements, but where it seems to have trouble getting into details.
For Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that question where she says that the Liberals have made many announcements, but the results just aren't there. And I think that's most pronounced in the vaccine procurement problem, where they made many announcements where Canadians feel that, they've heard that they were getting millions of vaccines, but as of right now, we are behind many other countries on our vaccine plan. America is opening up. The UK is announcing opening up because they have the vaccines. They vaccinated much of their population, where Canada is still sitting at about 2%. So again, as she has said, that the Liberals have made all these announcements, but the plan isn't there. They haven't followed through, and announcements don't help. We actually have to have plans and have details, and that's part of the problem with this bill, is that the details for the spending just isn't there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the things that I've observed that the Liberals like to talk about is how much money they've spent. Tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars just rolling out the door. And so they spend and they spend and they spend and they spend, and then they tell Canadians, well, look how successful we are in looking after you. We've spent X number of dollars. But spending, since when is that the measure of good governance? Since when is spending the measure that we use to know whether or not they're making decisions on behalf of Canadians that are actually helpful? What measure would be better?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. And she's absolutely right that just talking about spending and giving out numbers doesn't actually help. What would be better is to tell us about results and have results-based spending. And a part of that, the solution, to get to that solution, is to have the Auditor General look at that spending. And then the Auditor General and her team can look at it and let us know that if the spending has hit the targets that they should have approached, that they were intended to do so. But unfortunately, this government hasn't even funded the Auditor General's office properly for the Auditor General to do those audits. It's unbelievable that any corporation, any organization would increase their spending, but the number of audits would actually go down. That's the problem. We need to be able to have more transparency, to open up the books and show us what that spending is doing. Let's see the results of that spending, not just the amount of spending that you're doing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
This government seems to wear federal debt as a badge of honor. It's bizarre and simultaneously quite troubling. The party opposite, they love to brag about how much money they've spent, as my honourable colleague has pointed out. They don't so much enjoy talking about the outcome, however, and perhaps that's because the outcome is, well, abysmal. Take, for example, the Minister of Infrastructure. The Minister of Infrastructure was recently reviewed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and he confirmed that tens of billions of dollars have rolled out the door in the name of infrastructure projects, and yet the minister is not able to show proof for 9,000 projects. Madam Speaker, 9,000 projects. They just disappeared. We have no idea where these projects got fulfilled. We have no idea where they are in their current standing, but we know that billions of dollars rolled out the door. Madam Speaker, that's unthinkable. That is a scandal of tremendous magnitude. More borrowing does not equal good governance, as much as this party opposite would like us to believe that. As the official opposition, we have supported every single spending measure put forward by them in order to ensure that Canadians were rightly taken care of. After all, I do believe that if government policies are what rob Canadians of their livelihood, then yes, government should also step in and provide for those individuals because they lost their job at no fault of their own. However, it is wrong to simply look at the dollars that are being pushed out as some sort of measure of success rather than evaluating the outcome. And the outcome, the benefit to Canadians that this government has offered is abysmal. It's embarrassing. Throughout the pandemic, we have worked with the government to grant specific support measures to Canadians, but at times even our good faith has been put to the test. For example, when the Prime Minister tried to get away with unlimited taxing and spending for up to 2 years, Madam Speaker, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And when we have sought clarity from these Liberals as to whether it would be spending or vaccines or unethical behavior or the reason for proroguing Parliament this fall or the sexual misconduct allegations that are taking place within the CAF, we have consistently been silenced. We have been met with deflections and non-answers and filibusters and more secrecy. So forgive me if I am a little skeptical when this government asks to expand the debt ceiling, when they ask to take a line of credit for over $660 billion. Madam Speaker, I have to take a step back and ask some very good questions and point out some very good things that need to be considered. I referred a moment ago to the lack of transparency around infrastructure spending, but the reality is this is just the tip of the iceberg. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said again and again that this government operates with great secrecy. When the Minister of Finance was questioned at committee about the purpose for this inordinate and unprecedented amount of money that is being proposed to borrow, the Minister directed the members to look at a publicly available chart. Unfortunately, but not surprising, this so-called chart existed, but there were no expenditures attached to it or the intent of those expenditures. So, just a suggestion, perhaps if you're going to ask to spend this amount of money, have a chart available. My goodness, a pie chart, Excel sheet, not that difficult. But borrowing money is not the issue. The issue, the matter at hand, is much greater than dollars. It has to do with the very ethical standard that this government sets for itself and the way that it conducts itself on behalf of Canadians. Canadians are looking for a way back to normalcy. They want to start earning a paycheck rather than collecting government check. So where's the plan? Where's the plan? Where's the leadership? Where's good governance? Throwing money at a problem doesn't fix it. Money doesn't equate to outcomes. Strategy equates to outcomes. And this government loves to brag about how much money it's spending, how much it plans to borrow, the amount of debt it intends to take on. But this type of scheme is very short-lived and incredibly detrimental to Canadians. In fact, Canadians know that the only way government can incur money or bring in money is through taxation. That's it, full stop. So money spent is not a measuring stick for success. But if we want to look at lowering unemployment rates, or if we want to look at the growth of our GDP, those are great measures. So let's do that. Oh wait, that's not positive news. When I think of Canada's future, I am optimistic nevertheless. But you want to know why I'm optimistic? Not because of the government at helm. I am optimistic because of the very Canadians who live in this country and steward its great resources. I am optimistic because of the men and the women who call this nation home, who are incredibly entrepreneurial, who aren't afraid to take a risk, who are excited about working and getting this country back in shape. The only thing we're missing is a leader who sees this potential. Speaking of potential, let me give mention to the fact that it is incredibly saddening that this government has offered nothing to the oil and gas sector. In fact, they've gone so far as to demonize the sector here in Canada and support the sector in other countries, where there are no human rights protections, where there are no environmental protections, and where there certainly is no revenue generated for us. This government would rather support places like Saudi Arabia than develop our own sector. It's sad. The Liberals just had their policy convention. Many of the resolutions that were brought forward would certainly be applauded by last century socialist leaders. It's hard to imagine the price tag of these things: pharmacare, national basic income. But at the end of the day, Canadians are the ones who have to foot the bill. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer calculated that a Liberal universal basic income would mean a 47% across-the-board increase in personal income tax. Madam Speaker, that means that if you're watching $1,000 come off your check right now every month, you'd be watching $1,470 come off your paycheck. That's a lot of money. But this is the thing about government spending. It always costs the taxpayer. It always costs the Canadian worker. Because when those sorts of socialist policies are put in place, taxes have to come up. And when taxes come up, it creates an environment that is unfriendly to businesses. And then those businesses actually leave the country. And when they leave the country, their jobs go with them. And when the jobs go with them, well, unemployment rate goes up. Madam Speaker, it is an incredibly detrimental place to put our country. The Prime Minister often speaks of building back better and creating a more equal society. With this plan of unending spending and historic borrowing, he will in fact create a more equal society. No doubt about it. We'll be more equally poor. Is that really the Canada we want? Margaret Thatcher was asked about her policies when she was Prime Minister in the UK, and she said this: what the honourable member is saying is that he would rather that the poor were poorer, provided that the rich were less rich. That is the policy of this government. They would rather that the poor are poorer as long as the rich are less rich. And Madam Speaker, that is not the Canada that the citizens of this great nation want. It is not the Canada that I can support. Because greater things are possible. Because Canadians are capable of great things. Canadians need a Prime Minister who sees the solution for what it is. And it's not the government, it's the people. It is Canadians who are the problem solvers, the solution makers, and the wealth generators. Canadian workers are the ones who will get Canada back on track. In 1921, and I'm wrapping up now, architect John A. Pearson commissioned the following scripture to be engraved over the west window of the Peace Tower in West Block. And it says this: where there is no vision, the people perish. Right now, Canadians are looking for a leader with vision. They want to see a leader who has a plan, a strategy to restore this country to the powerhouse nation that it can and has always been intended to be. The answer is Canadians. The solution right now is a leader who has vision to see the answer.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sackville-Cheston-Pressacook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech today. As often is the case on the opposition, it's negativity and negativity. So in her speech, she made reference to a prorogation of Parliament. I'd like to share with her that I'm very, very proud to be prorogated, because we were in a crisis never seen before since 1918. We needed to reset, we needed to refocus our plans to support Canadians. But let me share with her and all Canadians why and when the Conservative did prorogate. In 2008, the Harper government prorogated. For what reason? So he didn't have to face a vote of confidence because he would have lost his minority government. Or let's talk about 2009. When once again, or 2013, when the Conservative Harper prorogated so that he would avoid the Senate expense scandal of the Conservative government.
Point of order.
What are our comments towards that?
Okay, before I go to the response, the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would just note, as has been referenced a number of times today, the member was not wearing a House of Commons approved headset. So in light of the challenges with interpretation and ensuring that people can be heard in both our official languages, I would urge that to be remedied.
I do want to thank the honourable member for raising that point of order. I just want to double check whether or not the interpretation heard the question. Again, this is a health and safety issue for the interpretation. And so before we entertain whether that question will be answered, I want to just double check whether or not that the question was understood in both official languages. C'était-tu bien?
Madam Speaker, I'd be more than willing to re-ask the question.
The honourable member had his time, so we're just going to double check. I believe the question was answered, and therefore I will go to the answer of the honourable member for Lethbridge.
The member referred to my speech as being full of, quote, negativity. Only Liberals would say that me talking about the potential and ability of Canadians as the solution would call that negativity. Why? Why would the Liberals call that negativity? Well, they would call that negativity because they want Canadians to be reliant on the government. Why? Because they want to be able to control people. They don't want Canadians to be free thinkers. They don't want Canadians to be ingenuitive. They don't want Canadians to be the problem solvers or the solution makers or the independent wealth creators. They want Canadians to remain reliant on the government. So when I talk about Canadians as being the solution, when I talk about the incredible potential that we have in our country, the members opposite referred to it as negativity. Madam Speaker, that question was a very lengthy question, and you are cutting me off inappropriately right now.
I would just remind the member that we had stopped the time, and I looked at the time to see when I would ask for the next question. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, it is an extremely egregious act in this House to suggest that the chair occupant is not treating this House in a fair and impartial manner. And I strongly, through you, encourage this member to retract that comment. I know it puts you in an awkward position because you happen to be sitting there right now, but it is extremely unbecoming of a member of this House to make a suggestion that the occupant of the chair is not being impartial and fair. And through you, I would ask her to withdraw that comment immediately.
Does the honourable member wish to withdraw her comment?
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the comment, but I would ask that this House observe the clock and that equal time be granted for an answer as was given for the question.
I do want to again remind the member that I am very mindful of the clock. Unfortunately, the time does go by very quickly, and 5 minutes for questions and comments doesn't last very long, and we do want to get as many questions as we can during that time allotted. Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Avignon.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed, time flies, but I'd still like to ask my colleague a question. She said the federal government has not helped the oil and gas sector, and yet that seems false because in the middle of the pandemic, the federal government has given billions of dollars, nearly $2 billion, to clean up orphan wells. And millions of dollars were given to these huge emitters of methane and greenhouse gas emissions. So does the member not think that in a pandemic it's time to do new things, to invest in green energy and to start the transition instead of staying focused on the past? Thank you.
Bridge.
Let me be clear. The oil and gas sector, the energy sector within Canada, is not asking for handouts from the government. They're simply asking for their right to exist as an industry, to develop the natural resources that exist right here in our country, and to do so in a way that looks after the environment, that creates great paying jobs, and that treats people with dignity and respect. That's what this industry is asking for. Simultaneously, that is what I am asking for. That is what my colleagues are advocating for. That is the bare minimum this government could do for the industry. They don't want handouts.
Yeah. For a brief question, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and let me first congratulate my friend and colleague on her recent engagement and on an excellent speech as well. My question very much has to do with the spin we hear from the government on a regular basis about how somehow conservatives are holding up getting these benefits from Canadians, and I know she talked about prorogation, and this is really the third time that aspects of this bill are even being addressed. So I'd ask my friend and colleague to comment on that.
Member for Lethbridge, a brief answer, please.
Sure. He asked me to comment with regards to prorogation. Certainly, this place was prorogued in September, I guess at the end of August, actually. The reason for that is unknown. We were told that there would be great promises coming, that there would be a plan coming. We're still waiting. So the only conclusion that I can draw as far as the reason for that prorogation is because we were in the middle of a study on the Prime Minister giving $500 million to his favorite friends at We Charity Foundation. That seemed inappropriate. We were researching that. We were coming close to finding an answer. Poof, prorogued.
And I do want to clarify, we double-checked on the time, and the question was 1 minute and 8, and by the time I was asking the honourable member, and by the time she finished up, it was 1:06. And so, again, I would just ask the member to be judicious in her comments to the chair. Before I go to resuming debate, à l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I inform the House of the issues which will be brought up this evening.
The honourable member for Vancouver East, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, and the honourable member for Kenora, Tourism and Industry. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have occasion to address the government's financial and economic response to the pandemic, as we're doing in the debate on Bill C-14. Obviously, the pandemic was something that caught the world by surprise, not just folks here in Canada following up on the 2019 election. And what became very clear very quickly was that without an appropriate public health response, the medical systems of places across the world were overwhelmed. And there were people who were dying because they couldn't get access to care, because there were simply too many people who needed that care all at the same time. And what that meant was that in order to prevent the rapid spread of the coronavirus and to keep people safe, there had to be a serious reduction in economic activity because people largely had to stay home, Madam Speaker. And so that has been responsible for enormous costs, not just here in Canada, but in fact across the world. And governments across the world are facing the similar kinds of financial stress that the government here in Canada and the provincial governments across the country, regardless of political stripe, are also facing. So we have governments across the country. We have an NDP government in BC. We have Conservative and Liberal governments right across the country, and all of them are facing significant financial strife, just as so many governments across the world are, because that's the nature of the situation that we're in. So the question then is, how are we going to deal with this? And it's been very interesting to listen to the debate here today. I have to say, I am having trouble squaring some of the claims made by Conservative colleagues who, on the one hand, are very quick to want to point out that the pandemic relief measures, whether it's the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy or the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, now the Canada Recovery Benefit, a number of the programs that were brought in order to help Canadians cope with the financial stresses of public health measures were things that passed with unanimous consent, which means that the Conservatives also supported those measures. So they're very quick to want to say that they were there, that they supported those measures, that they endorsed that spending. And then on the other hand, wanting to have their cake and eat it too, they want to say that all of this spending has to be curtailed, but that they should get credit for the spending when it's happening. And it's a little bit of an incoherent message, frankly, Madam Speaker. And so I'm at a bit of a loss as to how to explain it. I don't think it's been adequately explained. What I do know is that if you take them at their word on wanting to roll back the pandemic support spending, even as, which seems to be a pretty clear implication of their attacks on spending in the pandemic. That even as Conservative members stand up, even just today earlier in question period, there were questions about access to various kinds of EI benefits that are part of the spending package that they're apparently opposed to, even though they support. And you can start to get a sense for that incoherence that I'm trying to get at, Madam Speaker, as I bounce around. I'm just trying to capture what I've heard of the Conservative position here today. And so, but the question that we face as a country, that we faced at the beginning of the pandemic, but that we still face, is whether, so long as we continue to need these kinds of public health measures in place, and there's a corresponding reduction in economic activity, whether that cost, which has to be borne one way or another, can either be borne on the public books or it can be borne privately. Who pays for that? And what we're seeing is a decision, and this is the kind of decision that the NDP tends to support, and that we certainly supported through this pandemic. It's the right approach. We don't agree with the Liberals in all of the details, but the idea that the debt that has been caused by the drastic effects on the economy ought to be borne collectively by Canadians together through their government, rather than be put haphazardly on the backs of individual Canadians who will be affected differently depending on whether they were already financially vulnerable prior to the pandemic, like many of our seniors, people living with disabilities, and others, students, for instance, Madam Speaker, whether because they were already vulnerable, they should be in a position where they have to bear that privately and can't, and end up in default or homeless or worse. That's one scenario. That scenario also includes Canadians who, just by virtue of the industry that they happen to work in, they may have had very successful careers and were able to provide for their families, but because they happen to work in one industry that was severely affected by the pandemic as opposed to another, that they then might incur those serious costs and find themselves without a home. That's one way that it could have been dealt with. That's what it looks like if you don't have a serious and significant public spending package. Or the other way to do it was to say that this isn't anybody's fault. No one deserves to be ruined by the pandemic. And in fact, I think in a moment of pandemic that showed how connected we actually all are, and how interdependent we are, and how much we do already rely on each other, despite the kind of fictions of radical individualism that drive certain ways of thinking about the economy. The fact is that we do all rely on each other, and I think the pandemic has really showed that. And so the other way to respond to this pandemic that I'm glad Canada largely chose was to say we need to bear the costs of this together and make sure that Canadians aren't left out in the cold just by virtue of the industry that they happen to work in or their financial position prior to the pandemic. So we need to think deeply about how it is that we are going to pay for this big bill, not just as a result of what's been spent already in the pandemic, but the very real cost that we are going to have to continue to incur, as governments across the world will also have to continue to incur in order to get us to a full economic recovery. There's that question. And I think what I want to highlight here is the fact that whether we chose that collective model or not, the cost to the economy was there. It's a question of who's going to bear it. And as we move forward, the other thing that doesn't show, so that cost, the economic effects and the cost of all those private bankruptcies and people losing their home and all of the things that would have happened had there not been a meaningful public response financially, don't show up on the ledger. So it's hard to quantify what didn't happen. Just as it can be hard to quantify, although many people have done a lot of work over the years to quantify what the cost of homelessness is, what the cost of poverty is for people who end up, because they don't have a home, end up in emergency rooms and end up struggling with addiction and end up in overrepresented in the justice system and having many more interactions than people normally would because they're poor and they don't have the resources that many other Canadians enjoy. Those things all have a price tag as well, Madam Speaker. So they're harder to quantify, but researchers over the years, I think, have done a good job of showing that in the long term, when you invest in people, you can save money. And so we stand at this moment where we were forced into massive public expenditure by the circumstances, and where I think there was a will and a sense of solidarity that enabled that kind of expenditure. And we're going to need more of it going forward. And I think this is a moment for Canadians to realize the extent to which we can actually save money in the long term if we make the right investments now, and if we continue to make those investments on an ongoing basis. So there is the question, how do you pay for these things? Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I have to tell you, I look at where the country has been and where it's been going over the last 20 or 30 years. This isn't new to the pandemic. For as much as conservatives want to rail against the prevailing tax rate, the fact of the matter is that the corporate tax rate has gone from 28% in the year 2000 to just 15% today. And one of the huge emerging industries over that time period has been on the internet. It's been in the digital economy. It's been Facebook. It's been Netflix. It's been Amazon. Some of the economic monsters that didn't exist 20 years ago, frankly, don't pay any meaningful taxes here in Canada. So the idea that the wealth doesn't exist in order to be able to make these prudent investments, to recognize the dignity of humanity, and to allow people to live a decent life with a roof over their head and enough money in their pocket to be able to go to the local grocery store and fill their fridge, Madam Speaker, that wealth is there. And Canadian taxpayers, Canadian citizens, I think is a better word, frankly, Madam Speaker, would be saving more money in the long term because we'd be spending less on some of the mainline budget items. What are some of the huge budget lines in, whether it's the federal government or more particularly provincial governments, where the real cost of not making these investments is borne? What are some of the biggest items? It's health and justice, Madam Speaker. Those are some of the biggest items. So we have an opportunity here to do more. At the federal level, something that we don't see in this economic update, we're missing an opportunity again. We just had a vote on the legislation that could create a framework for pharmacare in Canada. That's an opportunity to save money. It's going to be more money on the federal ledger, yes, but overall, we know from many studies conducted now that Canadians are paying more for their prescription drugs than it would cost to have a national pharmacare plan. We know that from the commission that the government just had. We know that from the parliamentary budget officer. We know that from a report that was published in the Canadian Medical Journal back in 2014, I think it was, Madam Speaker. We know this all over the place. And it's no coincidence that Canada doesn't have a national pharmacare plan and we pay among the highest rates. So this is another example where an upfront investment and a rearrangement of the way that we pay for things between governments could actually issue in real savings. We know that the sticker price of a guaranteed annual income appears high, but we also know that we already do this in many ways. We do it with a guaranteed income supplement for seniors. It's not good enough. Too many of our seniors who depend on the GIS are living in poverty. They're legislated into poverty by the GIS rate that this House and the government accountable to it set. But we already do a fair bit of that. We do that through the universal child benefit. We have many ways in which we are already supplementing the income of many Canadians. The marginal cost of getting there is something that could be bearable if we could have a real conversation about how much the wealthy pay. I mean, the wealthiest in Canada have already increased their wealth by $37 billion during the pandemic, Madam Speaker. It's just ridiculous to say that the money isn't out there and that these aren't things that we can do. And there's a lot of opportunity when we talk about investment that we make in recovery to help create jobs and to create jobs in a new lower carbon economy that actually helps Canada meet its climate change commitments and to try and avert a climate catastrophe, which is also going to be very expensive. So, we hear a lot from the Conservatives about how they think they're these great fiscal managers, but the policy ideas that they're presenting to respond to the pandemic are either that of the Liberals, because they say, hey, we supported all this stuff, so give us the credit, or they don't want to do it. And it's just, I think they need to just kind of be honest about what it is, what tree they're actually barking up, Madam Speaker. Is it the get rid of these programs in order to balance the books immediately tree, or is it something else? And what are the kinds of supports that they want to provide like put the ideas on the table, Madam Speaker. The NEP's got lots of ideas about what we could do. We hear a lot of the negativity from the Conservatives, but we don't actually hear a lot of the positive proposals for what they would do differently. Here in Manitoba, I have to say I was astounded when the provincial budget came out this week and the Conservatives here in Manitoba chose to cut property taxes to accelerate the timeline on which they were reducing property taxes, as if that was going to help anybody with the pandemic. There again, they're screaming about how much debt and deficit there is. They're asking the federal government for more money, although they're not flowing that money out to people during the pandemic, which is partly why I think their popularity here in Manitoba has tanked. They've been doing a bad job. And what they come up with is to further reduce revenue in a way that's designed to help the people that already have more money and more resources than others. It's a completely bogus way to try and respond to a pandemic. Now, that's not to say that everything has been right here in this House in Ottawa. I mean, I think one of the real frustrations for New Democrats on the part of the NDP, if you look at, is that they're willing to do spending, but they don't put the kinds of checks and balances in place that need to be there because they're not willing to take on the wealthy and the well-connected. So that's not just about what the tax rate is. It's also about the details for program spending. So when you look at something like the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, Madam Speaker, what we saw very clearly was, first of all, they were proposing just a 10% wage subsidy, which really wasn't going to be enough. It was a bad enough idea that it precipitated a joint letter between the labor movement, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and the NDP, which is not something you see every day, Madam Speaker, calling for a 75% wage subsidy. When we got there, one of the things that New Democrats were quick to say was that we needed to have rules in place right away to make sure that companies that ended up doing well overall in the first year of the pandemic weren't able to keep their wage subsidy money. And certainly that they weren't able to pay dividends to their shareholders and bonuses to their CEOs based on profits if they were receiving money under the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. This was something that many other jurisdictions did when they brought in similar programs in their own countries. It was a really key component of getting the wage subsidy right, and that was where the Liberals failed to get it right, because it involves standing up to some of the more powerful people in the country. I'm not talking about people who are powerful in the democratic sphere, but people who are powerful in the economy. We saw that again with the We Charity fiasco, where instead of running more money through a successful student employment program that goes back decades, I'm talking about the Canada Summer Jobs program here, they decided it would be better to invent a whole new program. It just so happens with buddies of the government and particularly an organization that the daughter of the finance minister was working for. And so, these are the kinds of things where, Liberals end up giving a lot of good public spending, or spending that could be good and could be in the public interest, a really bad name because they mismanage it, because the culture of entitlement endemic in the Liberal Party and in Liberal governments gets in the way of good implementation, which is quite frustrating. And so we do need to have a conversation in Canada. It's one that the NEP has been trying to lead, about how the wealthy pay their fair share after decades of tax cuts. Don't kid yourself. Taxes have not been going up on the wealthiest Canadians and on the biggest corporations. They've been going down significantly. They still have options to shunt their earnings
out of Canada into tax havens located across the world so that they're not paying their fair share. That's something that we ought to have seen action from the government on by now, but we haven't. So there are ways to pay for these things, and there are real savings to be accrued if you make these investments. And if you don't make these investments in the context of a pandemic, Madam Speaker, then those costs weren't going to disappear. They were just going to be put on the shoulders of individual Canadians already struggling to figure out how to live their lives in this new and unsettling and challenging context, who would then have even more to worry about when it came to paying their rent or paying their mortgage. So that wasn't the right approach. We needed to support people, and we're going to need to support people a lot more. That's not government supporting people with some father knows best attitude. That's people electing representatives to work on the things that they want, like more accessible prescription drugs, more affordable prescription drugs. So they elect people that they trust to set up a system that can deliver that appropriately, like making sure that we're not paying for homelessness through emergency rooms and through the justice system, but that we're doing it upfront by investing in housing and putting roofs over people's heads and allowing them to live a decent life, despite the fact that they may not have a lot of personal wealth. Those are the things that we're talking about. It is a really important debate. It's not, I wish we could have had this debate without having a pandemic force it upon us. But these are some of the things I hope Canadians are keeping in mind as they listen to the debate at home. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, congratulations on a fantastic speech that talks about all of the good things that we've done, but also the challenges that all of us as a country are going to be facing in the future. In particular, I wanted to ask you about the pharmacare, something that we as Liberals care very much about, but the challenges that face us all, and I know my colleague supports that as well. But I'd like to hear suggestions from him on how we can move that agenda along, given the fact that it's something that's going to require the provinces and the territories to work with us, and what are his suggestions to try to move that agenda along on pharmacare?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I thank the member very much for her question. Indeed, she may well have been a member when the Liberals first committed to this and ran on it in 1997, and I think she may well have been a member ever since. And so, I certainly think that in that time, Liberals ought to have come up with some of their own good ideas on how to advance this agenda much further than it has already. For me, I think if the federal government signals a willingness to put that money on the table and requests a meeting with the premiers, that would be a good start. And moving forward a legislative framework for that, when we have examples already in the Canada Health Act, or non-legislatively in the Canada Health Accords. There are a lot of models for interprovincial and federal cooperation on important issues of health. Typically, it's been when the federal government has signaled a willingness to actually spend the money that provinces come to the table. So we're waiting on the government for that.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I wanted to say that the Conservative speech previously is not one that I think anyone in this House supports. Now, my question is this. I know that paid sick leave and pharmacare are very important to the NDP. You talked about it last weekend at your convention. This is really a fundamental pillar of your party, and we respect that. My question is this. If the Liberal Party wanted to impose national standards for long-term care homes, what would your position be? And the member should be addressing his comments through the chair and not directly to the member. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Désolé, mais je n'ai pas.
I'm sorry, but I didn't hear, I wasn't listening to the interpretation, and so I didn't understand the acronym that you used. So perhaps I should ask for a clarification from my colleague, if that's possible, Madam Chair. Yes, we'll just have to keep it brief because we don't have a lot of time for other questions. The honourable member, if he wants to clarify. Yes, of course. So the acronym I used refers to the long-term care homes, people who work with our seniors. The Liberal government clearly has the intention to impose national standards for these seniors' residences, even though it is entirely a provincial jurisdiction. Very good. Okay, the member can respond.
Transcona, a brief answer, please.
Sure. I mean, we would like to see the federal government work with the provinces to establish national standards. That's certain, but it's something that where that collaboration has to be there. There has to be a table where the provinces are working with the federal government to determine what those standards are. And I believe that Canadian provinces should be able to come to the table and land on minimum standards that anyone could expect to have their care observe wherever they live in the country, whether it's in Quebec or elsewhere.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I had the opportunity last week to connect with Lexi Buchanan and other volunteers with the Disability for Tax Fairness Alliance, and they identified all the ways in which the disability tax credit leaves out so many disabled Canadians by definition of the disability tax credit. So when, through you, Madam Chair, to our critic for disability justice, when this government puts a paltry $600 out during this pandemic, would he care to comment about what it would mean for Canadians across the country for his proposal of a guaranteed basic livable income of $2,200 for people living with disabilities?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for that question. And when we talk about kind of hidden costs, the hidden cost of not investing in people, I mean, I think one of the things that it's important to know is that there's all sorts of people who are trying to access the disability tax credit. The rules are convoluted, sometimes changing without changing on paper. They change in their interpretation. Those things can be very hard to access, and they benefit predominantly the people who already have the most income because they're the ones who pay the most taxes within the disability community. Policing all of that has a bureaucratic cost that could be spent actually supporting people living with disabilities, not legislating them into poverty with the kind of rates that we see with provincial disability programs and federal ones across the country. And that relief from financial stress would also allow us to unlock the potential of people living with disabilities in Canada who have a lot to offer, but many of whom spend most of their day struggling with the challenges of poverty instead of being able to contribute their time and talent to other things.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could just kind of elaborate on an impression that often New Democrats would leave, and that is that we have these billionaires running all over the country. I don't know how many there is, but it seems to be a lot according to the New Democrats in terms of numbers. When you talk about a wealth tax, what percentage would be on individuals versus corporations? Often corporations are owned in part by large pension plans, union organizations, and so forth. And if you just provide some sort of a comment in regards to, is he talking about that group of people too?
The member for Elmwood-Transcona.
The wealth tax that we've proposed is on fortunes over $20 million. So, I mean, that doesn't affect a lot of people in my riding. I don't think it affects a lot of people in the riding of Winnipeg North, but it does actually affect a lot of folks at the top who have been getting a pretty good ride for the last 20, 30 years, seeing their tax rates go down. And so we're talking about going after a smaller number of people within Canada to have them pay a proportionately larger share of the overall tab in ways that, frankly, they used to. It's not like this is unprecedented. And in fact, the kinds of rates of taxation that even the NDP is proposing today is less than what it was in the immediate post-war period. And so that's your answer.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, the member was talking about basic income, and as he knows, and as has been brought up by various different people in the House, there's a growing movement to study basic income and to see, you know, what and how it could be implemented in a country like Canada. What we've heard a lot from the Conservatives is that, you know, this is going to cost X billion dollars, but they never seem to talk about the savings that might come from the fact that a number of various different programs could be amalgamated into this one single concept. I'm wondering if he would like to take the opportunity to perhaps address some of what at least I see as falsehoods as it relates to only talking about the cost without talking about the savings and value added for people that could be recipient of something like that.
Our member for Elmwood-Transcona has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, obviously, I do think there are some opportunities for savings. I think what's important to say is that this can't stand in for, you know, there's a lot more to poverty than income. So you can't get rid of poverty without solving the income problem, and a guaranteed annual income can help with that. But to the extent that, you know, accessing affordable housing will continue to be an issue, to the extent that people are sometimes living in poverty because they're dealing with addictions or mental health issues. Those are things where support is still required. People aren't going to be able to afford, any kind of expensive vehicle on a guaranteed annual income, so you continue to have to invest in public transportation. These are all things that you still have to do, but there are real savings that can be realized, some bureaucratic savings, and then also you have to account for the revenue that comes back when people who don't have money get more and spend it in their local economy.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the short time that I have to speak on Bill C-14. But I do want to address a couple of things, and number one is that Parliament still reigns supreme in the approval of spending powers. It's been that way since Parliament has existed, and it's still that way today, for now. And what's important about that, and the reason why I wanted to bring that up, is because we've seen over the course of this pandemic, and it's been a heck of a year, Madam Speaker, but we've seen over the course of this pandemic certain plays, if you will, come from the government to try to seize control and seize power. We saw it at the beginning of the pandemic in March of 2020 when they introduced a piece of legislation that would have given them unfettered control over the Treasury, the ability to tax and spend up until 2022. And if it wasn't for the pushback of the opposition, all opposition parties, Madam Speaker, and particularly Canadians, I'd hate to see what type of position that we would have been in today. And so the other thing that we saw, and it speaks really to the cynicism we have in some cases in dealing with this government and what they're trying to push forward in legislation, particularly spending legislation, is the fact that last fall we effectively had 4 hours to approve a $54 billion spending bill after the government pulled time allocation on it. And I will say, and I know that the previous member from Elmwood-Transcona spoke about this, that we have all played our part in ensuring that Canadians get the benefits as a result of this pandemic, and we've all been there, all of us, Conservatives, NDP, Green, and Liberals, as well as the Bloc, to make sure that Canadians do have the supports that they need. Because when it became clear that this was an increasing public health crisis and that public health advice was needed to be followed, it meant that many businesses had to be shut down, not just the businesses, the people that they employ. All of those things had to happen, and so those supports were needed. And in many cases, Madam Speaker, you'll recall that those supports fell way short of what was needed. And it should be no surprise to anybody in this House, and no surprise to anybody that's watching, that there are a lot of regional differences that exist in this country. There are differing of opinions, and that's still okay to have. And much of what I was bringing to this House and what I was bringing to ministers at the time was precisely what I was hearing from my constituents, whether it was the business community or individuals, of just how short some of these programs were. And I can think in the case of Tony and Ann Gillespie, for example, who own a karate studio, a taekwondo studio in my riding, they just started their business last year. And even up to this point, Madam Speaker, they haven't been able to access some of those benefits. The Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy was another example where, when the government introduced that as legislation, it came in at 10%. Well, it was the opposition parties, and I say that plural, not just the Conservatives, but the parties and individual MPs who were telling the government that that 10% was woefully inadequate. And we saw a subsequent bump up to 75% as a result. The other thing was the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. And I think what I'm speaking to more broadly, Madam Speaker, is that many of these programs were either too restrictive or too prescriptive at the time. It was important for us to make sure that the government was aware of that. And in many cases, they moved. And in some cases, as is the case with Tony and Ann Gillespie, they haven't moved far enough. And they...
Of order, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to advise that agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78 sub 2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78 sub 3, I want to give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage.
The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
And the hammer drops once again, Madam Speaker. But in the time that I have left, and there's not much of it, I want to talk about what this bill proposes. There's many aspects of this bill that we can support. In fact, we did support through committee, and there were several suggestions that were made through committee. But it is disturbing that the debt ceiling is going to be raised over $600 billion. And when you think of where we were a year and a half ago, the overall debt in this country was $600 billion. Now we're looking at $1.83 trillion. And so it is concerning. And I know, it's awfully difficult for people to understand the magnitude of what we're going to be facing in terms of deficits. We know right now that we're at $343 roughly billion. We'll find out on Monday with the budget exactly, hopefully we find out on Monday in the budget where we're at. But that combined with the actual debt, which today stands at $1.2 trillion, is quite concerning. And again, I'm not discounting the fact that Canadians have needed the help, but we've been focused a lot over the last year on the revenue side of the ledger, Madam Speaker, or the expense side of the ledger. And, many of the measures that have been implemented have been there to support Canadians, but there's a reason why we're continuing to be in what is seemingly a never-ending pandemic scenario, and that's because of the failure of the government to procure vaccines and to make sure that there's enough vaccine distribution for Canadians. So this amount of deficit, the increased spending is going to continue, but at some point we really have to turn our minds to the revenue side of the ledger and how we're going to pay for this, Madam Speaker. And make no mistake, yes, government has supported Canadians and has taken on a hefty burden of that debt, but at some point it is going to have to be paid back. And two things happen, Madam Speaker. Taxes go up and services go down. That's just a fact of life. And I think most Canadians would understand that, unless, of course, we focus on what economic recovery looks like. And economic recovery has to include every part of this country, every sector, every region of this country, every individual. It's not some reimagined or imaginary economy. Canada will have to rely on the power of our businesses. We'll have to rely on the people that are employed in those businesses, the products that they produce, making sure that we're competitive both domestically and internationally, and create an era of confidence, investor confidence, both here domestically and for foreign investment as well. And when I talk about every sector of our economy having to fire on all cylinders in order to pay for the debt and deficit situation that we're in, that includes every sector of our economy, including our natural resource sector, Mr. Speaker. So these are the important things that we are going to have to eventually start turning our minds to. And I say to people when I talk to them, how much is too much when it comes to? And I think of, in my former life as a firefighter and, the salary that a firefighter and a nurse and all of those occupations make. If they're paying 40% of income tax right now, how much is too much to pay for this? Unless, and of course, we get our economy going again. Is 50%, 60%, 70, 80% too much? Is raising the GST 5, 6, 7, 8, 9% too much? Is home equity taxes, or taking the capital gains and paying the equity that you've built into your home going to be too much at that point? And we know that this government has looked at it. We know that CMHC has proposed a study on this through the University of British Columbia or Simon Fraser University. I forget which one it was. We had a finance minister, former finance minister, who stood up in this House and guaranteed Canadians, because he was asked many times, I asked him many times, whether he's going to implement a home equity tax. He said no. Well, he's no longer here. So maybe the Prime Minister has found the path of least resistance, because we know that that's a low-hanging fruit opportunity for them as well. So these are the types of things that should be on the minds of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the government proposing through legislation, raising debt ceilings, incurring more and more debt and deficit, because eventually, Mr. Speaker, somebody is going to have to pay for it. And the Canadians aren't naive. They know that it doesn't grow with fairy dust, money doesn't grow on trees. They know that. They know that eventually somebody's going to have to pay for this. So unless, and of course, we create this booming economy coming out of this recession, where nobody is left behind in terms of those sectors and those regions around the country, to create the tax revenue, both from a corporate tax standpoint, the businesses that are producing, that are making money to pay those taxes, and the individuals who are gainfully employed paying those taxes. That's going to become critical to the success of our economic recovery, Mr. Speaker. And so in the time that I have, and it hasn't been much time, I just wanted to make those points that Parliament reigns supreme still, Mr. Speaker. We have the oversight of government spending, and that has to be maintained. And fortunately for all Canadians, we've been in a minority situation where we've been able to highlight some of the inefficiencies of this government in the past. And I fear that if a majority situation would happen, that Canadians would be worse off, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to provide an alternative to Canadians. We're going to talk about the economy. We're going to secure our future. And we're going to make sure that every Canadian succeeds coming out of this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil will have 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate on the question. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business consideration at report stage of Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, compassionate care leave, standing in the name of Mr. Genereux.
Juste un moment, si le député juste pour attendre.
I would just ask the member to wait for a moment, please.
Il n'y a aucune motion à la table de rapport.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to vote on the adoption of the report stage.
By Mr. Brassard moves. Mr. Genereux, is he online? Okay. Mr. Brassard moves that Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, compassionate care leave, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. And now, as members will know, if members of a recognized party present in the House wish to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. And I see the honourable member for Glanbrook, on his feet. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been discussions between all parties, and I think if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to pass C-220 at report stage and move immediately to third reading.
Okay, I therefore declare the motion carried, and we'll just that way. And when shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now, as it turns out. I'm sorry that I haven't done that for a while, actually. I just had to sort of re-jog the memory. Mr. Genereux, seconded by Mr. Broussard, moves that Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code Compassionate Care Leave, be read a third time and do pass. Debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we made it. We're finally at third reading, and it's been quite the journey to get here. But I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, this has been quite the remarkable journey. I want to start with just a huge thank you to so many people who've helped along the way, including my friend and the consistent champion of this legislation, the honourable member from Mount Royal, who has worked extremely hard to make this a reality here today. And of course, the Minister of Labour, who has been incredibly accessible throughout this fight and really is personally committed to seeing better bereavement supports in this country. I also want to thank the member from Beaches East York for agreeing to a trade with a member from across the aisle so we could continue to move this legislation at lightning speed through the House of Commons. The entire HUMA committee, chaired by the member from Charlottetown, in which I testified, and together we made a better bill. My seconder on this, the member from Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon, my friend who spoke so passionately on this at second reading, the member from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry, my friend from the New Democrat Caucus, the member from Elmwood Transcona, who let me bend his ear on these amendments, the member from Therese de Blainville for her support from the very beginning, and of course the House leaders from all parties, especially the government House leader, who has consistently helped to support this bill move forward. Now, our stakeholder community have also been just amazing through this process and are always quick to drop everything to meet on short notice. Specifically, a huge thank you in particular to the Canadian Cancer Society, the Canadian Grief Alliance, who both testified at committee with me, the Canadian Hospice Palliative Care Association, the MS Society of Canada, Heart and Stroke Canada, and the Alberta Palliative Care Association, particularly Christy Pushbauer, who first came to me with the idea that we needed to do better. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to keep the rest of my comments brief, as Canadians have unfortunately had to face much hardship and loss in the past year, and this bill has given just so many a chance at hope. Amendments to this bill would allow Canadians whose workplace falls under the Canada Labour Code 10 days off work following the death of a family member. This amendment allows more workers time to grieve before returning to work, including those who have used the Compassionate Care Leave program. I also believe this extra time off will be especially helpful for workers after a sudden death in the family. Ultimately, this amended bill will help more Canadians. And again, I thank the Minister of Labour for her collaborative approach to making this change happen. The pandemic has made clear that we need to do some things differently, and bereavement supports is one area where we can do better for Canadians. We just saw New Zealand extend their bereavement laws to parents who have suffered a miscarriage. Imagine that. These are important steps, and I hope passing our bill means we'll see further policy changes on bereavement supports in the future. I truly hope that we can continue in what I think has been inspiring to so many Canadians, that Parliament can work. I hear regularly that the non-partisanship we've all collectively shown is inspiring more young people to consider politics and consider getting involved in the policy process. Thank you again to my colleagues from all parties for their continued fight, their support, and feedback on this bill. It's truly been an amazing honor to see our bill get to this stage, one step closer to helping millions of grieving Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Kingston on the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will be honest, following this legislation, I haven't quite given it the attention that it perhaps deserves. I know that this particular issue, as the member mentioned, with countries like New Zealand are taking huge steps forward in making sure that when people are going through times of bereavement, that they're particularly covered. I particularly appreciate his candid approach when talking about how he was able to get bipartisan support from all sides of the House. I'm wondering, though, if he can highlight for people that are watching, particularly what his bill seeks to address in terms of timelines and improving upon the circumstances for those who are going through the process.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, so the scope of the bill, which originated as compassionate care leave, something that was near and dear to, I know, many members in the House of Commons, that's where we were at in second reading. After going through the committee stage and honestly the support from the member from Mount Royal, from the Minister of Labour, we were able to amend this bill to allow for 10 days of bereavement after the death of a loved one. So initially we were looking at 3 weeks after the death of a loved one. That would only apply to the caregiver side. What we decided to do, again with the support from the Minister of Labour and the member from Mount Royal, we ended up expanding that to 10 days past the death of a loved one. So essentially 2 weeks is the agreement. But it's not just for people who've taken compassionate care leave. It's for any individual who suffered the death of a family member or a loved one.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too want to rise and thank the Honourable Member whom, in the second reading, I wanted to acknowledge just how critically important the care and compassion that is within this legislation could provide for grieving families. I have a question through you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to open up the debate in any ways beyond which I'm going to just directly ask the question. Would this also include families who would be grieving miscarriages, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Member?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a key question, and that came up throughout the conversation of the debate. According to the department, there's already within the policy declaration, there's opportunity to expand this legislation within the department. It's not specifically written in our legislation, and I think that's perhaps a chance for opportunity for either it's improvement to our legislation or it's maybe the member would like to bring forward another private member's bill on specifically that, because I think in seeing what New Zealand did, I think that is the right direction, and it certainly has a lot of support from a lot of the stakeholder community, and I think if we're serious about bereavement supports, that will be a logical next step.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Can the member comment, Mr. Speaker, on the amendments that were brought forward? I know that he said that the length of time was changed in response to a previous question that I asked, but I'm curious if he can speak to the amendments and how they were brought forward to committee, because I noticed that it does change the Canada Labour Code, but is there any implication to the federal government or the public purse, so to speak, in this particular legislation?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
I look forward to sitting down with a member from Kingston and the Islands and having a further chat about some of these amendments. Yes, no, he's absolutely right. What we can't do as private members, and I know he knows this well, is that we can't impact the public purse whatsoever. So we can't impact EI benefits. We can't push for the government to spend more money. So as a private member, all we can do is move forward policy legislation. The conversations that I know that the minister is engaged with her cabinet in terms of what the opportunities are to expand EI, I think is is again where the future of this can go to. Unfortunately, we can't do that as a private member. But to speaking to how the amendments came forward, that's actually really the fascinating backstory in this bill. This is the first time, from my understanding, that at a committee there was a joint Liberal and Conservative amendment put forward, and it was brought forward by both myself and the member from Mount Royal, and passed unanimously at committee. But again, it was that commitment to nonpartisanship on this issue has really just been that tremendous backstory that we've seen throughout the debate on this bill.
I neglected to see that there was a member with their hand raised on the board, which I probably should have done differently. That last question, there was enough time remaining. So we're going to give time to the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona to pose a question. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just very, very briefly, I know the member was just touching on this question of the EI, compassionate care leave, and I wonder if in his negotiations with the government, if he has any kind of update for the House in terms of what they may be planning to do to complement these changes to the Canadian Labour Code if they pass, to ensure that people can take this time and be able to access their employment insurance benefits at that same time, so that it's not only people who already have the resources to afford that time away from work who can benefit from this expanded bereavement leave.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, that really has been the key question all along, is about getting that next step, the EI benefits to follow the bereavement leave. And the member from Elmwood Transcona has been supportive throughout this process, and has also asked those key questions throughout in trying to get this to that next stage. I have no update on my end. Unfortunately, I hope that we'll see something soon, if not in the budget, if something soon, but I do really hope that we'll be able to move that quicker, because you're right. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, the member's right that that's a logical next step that needs to happen. So EI supports, so follow along the bereavement supports.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to my colleague for Edmonton Riverbend, who has been absolutely exemplary in terms of this private member's bill. When people look and watch Question Period, they often get a very false sense of what politicians do, who we are, and the way lawmaking works. And this bill is a tremendous example of how people can cross party lines, work together, and create a good piece of legislation. It's an important testament to how committees of the House work. It's an important testament to how the Minister of Labour, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour, can work with a member who sponsored a private bill, and how people from all parties can combine to improve that bill. I want to thank the member from Edmonton Riverbend, because he never made this a bill about himself. He never made this a conservative bill. He made this a Canadian bill. And I want to thank the Minister of Labour, who worked so closely with us in terms of understanding that when a private member's bill comes to Parliament, you shouldn't just reject it because it comes from somebody from a different party. You should work with that member to see how we could create better legislation. I also want to thank the member from Elmwood Transcona, who has been a constant champion of this issue and is always a pleasure to work with. Et aussi, j'aimerais saluer la membre de...
And I would also like to recognize the member for Thérèse de Blainville, who is good to work with in trying to improve legislation. And today, we have something before us which is good. It will satisfy the needs of Canadians across the country.
Bill talked about caregivers. And especially during this pandemic, we've all seen the heroic role of caregivers who have seen family members sick with COVID, who have taken care of them in a way that put themselves at risk. We've seen people take caregiving leave for years to help family members with cancer or heart conditions or other illnesses that are profoundly difficult to deal with. These people are heroes. And the idea that our current law would send them right back to work in the week that the person who they were caring for died seemed heartless. And the member listened to groups across the country that said, we need more time when a loved one who we're taking care of dies. We not only need to plan a funeral, if you're Jewish, perhaps to have a shiva, to take care of the will, to take care of consoling your other loved ones, children who maybe for the first time have experienced death. You need more time psychologically to deal with this before you go back to work. But in speaking to the Minister of Labor, she and I both also agreed that this was an incredible idea, but it should apply to more Canadians. People who are on bereavement leave up until now have 5 days of bereavement leave, 3 paid, 2 unpaid, to deal with the death of an immediate family member. And that's not enough. When somebody that is so close to you passes away, you need more than 5 days to be able to deal with all of the things that surround a death. My dad passed away last year after having COVID and then having a stroke. And for the first time in my life, I had to deal with things like going with my mom to purchase a burial plot, to make sure that we arranged a funeral, to make sure that my brother who's in Toronto could get back to Montreal for the funeral, to make sure that the will was, notarized in a place that we could access, to deal with bank accounts, to deal with all kinds of things. And while I'm not really in a job that I could take time off, it would always be nice to know that you could. And I sympathize so much with those incredible groups that the member from Edmonton Riverbend brought to the committee to talk about this issue. And so whether you have a sudden death in the family or whether you're taking care of a loved one, you need more time. And in the end result, we talked to the member from Edmonton Riverbend, we talked to our colleagues in the other parties, and what we decided is everyone should get 10 days. Whether you've lost an immediate family member under bereavement leave, or whether you were on compassionate care leave or long-term sickness leave, leave related to critical illness, in terms of taking care of someone, everybody should get those 10 days. And then the committee, the HuMA committee, did excellent work. Everyone talked to one another. Everyone collaborated. Our chairman from Charlottetown, the member for Charlottetown, did a fantastic job chairing the meeting, and we were able to bring a bill to Parliament that deserves unanimous support. It's one that should get to the Senate as quickly as possible, and it's one that should be adopted by this Parliament before this Parliament finishes, whenever that happens. So I'm in strong support of getting this bill to the Senate ASAP, and I again want to thank all of the members who restored my faith in the way Parliament can work. Et encore, j'aimerais remercier.
Again, I would like to thank in particular my colleague for Thérèse de Blainville, my colleague for Elmwood-Transcona, the member for Charlottetown, and in particular the member for Edmonton-Riverdend, who did outstanding work with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope the sound is good. Yes, it is. It is with pleasure that I will repeat that our political party, the Bloc Québécois, will support Bill C-220. I did not hear what my colleagues just said, but I believe that the work carried out by the sponsor of the bill, and I'd like to insist on this, the work carried out is a recognition of two things. It is a recognition of all the workers who have to take time off, compassionate leave, or bereavement leave, depending on what authority you fall under, to take care of a loved one. And what we are recognizing is the importance of keeping the attachment to the workplace when a person has to look after someone close to them. Under the two programs, be it under the Canada Labour Code, which awards 28 weeks, or for those who qualify for compassionate leave under the EI program, 26 weeks in that case. Well, in those two cases, persons can take advantage of that type of leave, but in both situations, the leave works best, if you will, if you know when your loved one will pass away. And if that's the case, you can be beside your loved one until that person passes away. And when the person dies, under the labor code, you have to go right back to work. So just imagine for someone who's taken leave to be with a declining loved one, there might be a financial price to pay for taking that time to be with the loved one at the end of their life. And so under the old system, when that loved one died, you had to go straight back to work. And for us, that just is not right. So first you look after someone, and then you have to go back to work immediately after that loved one dies. But this bill will ensure that a person who takes time off to take care of a loved one, well, that person will not lose their attachment to their workplace when the one they're looking after dies. And that person will also be able to take some time off after the death of a loved one. And of course, this is a very difficult time. So at committee, certain amendments were proposed. And by the way, the sponsor of the bill fought for this issue in his own province, and he appeared before the committee. And so we changed the bereavement period to 10 days. And the eligibility was extended to more people. So this new bereavement leave would apply to workers who fall under the Canada Labour Code. And all this shows that we care about Canadian workers will not be laid off or treated arbitrarily because they've made the choice to take leave to look after a loved one. So at committee, we made amendments. We changed the number of weeks and days allowed in terms of bereavement leave. We also heard from another witness, and I don't remember his name, unfortunately, but this person talked about mourning. And in fact, this is something in our society which we don't really talk about that much. This period of mourning is very important. You have to go through it. You have to live it, and you have to live it in the best situation possible. And so it's important to have these 10 days because not only is there mourning, but there's the organization of the funeral, and there would be time that you could take for yourself. So at least now with this new bill, people won't have to worry about losing their jobs, or they won't have to worry about having to go back before they're ready to. So I think this is the purpose of a bill which did not ask for major changes to the Canada Labour Code, and yet the changes which will be made will be so important for anyone who is affected. So I would like to invite all members of Parliament, and we were very diligent on committee in shepherding this bill. So I hope that after its adoption at second reading, I hope we can move quickly and therefore I hope everybody will support the bill. I'd also like to talk about caregivers. Now, often they're forgotten, and there's a National Caregiver Week, but in Canada, apologies, Mr. Speaker, I'm just looking through my notes here. So 30% of the labor force are made up, are rather caregivers, and most of them are women, even more in Quebec proportionally to the rest of the country. So these people, these caregivers, are either family members or friends, but these are people who decide to dedicate a chunk of their time to a person who is at the end of their life. And this requires a great deal of energy, and maybe one day we can review compassionate leave provisions. But for now, the main purpose of this bill is to not, or rather, is to make it easier for caregivers to go through the very difficult period when they have to look after someone who's at the end of their life.
Making someone go back to work the next day, I think, is a mistake that needs to be corrected, and that's what's been done here. So there was a modification to the labor code, which I think will make a difference. And I think that it's important that the job be conserved if the person does need some more weeks of leave, or because you never know at what point the death will come. Of course, it's not what we hope for, but sometimes that does happen. And we've seen during the pandemic how, when it comes to caregivers, they certainly need to be supported. There are so many programs that we could have to support these people who work so hard and who give so much of themselves. But we've seen in the pandemic that it was often difficult to help them. So even though this change that we're making as parliamentarians has somewhat improved things for them, for the witness that we saw before the committee, they said that this certainly is at least a recognition that these caregivers also need time. They need time for themselves and to grieve with dignity, just as they helped people with dignity. Now, I'm not sure if I've completely used up my time, Mr. Speaker, but I did just want to say that it is important for us to move forward with this and with these amendments unanimously. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Work is what makes the world go around. Work produces buildings and buses and tools and a great meal at a restaurant or a concert. These are all the ways that people improve the world around them. It's work that clothes children and feeds them, and it's work that takes care of our elders, whether it's in the home or in personal care homes. So, but there can be a tendency to value work, and particularly paid work, to the point where we forget about other important things in life, like the relationships that we have, the effect of the loss of a loved one in the case of this bill, C-220. It's a lesson that the pandemic
has taught us very much so when we consider some of the culture around going to work when sick, for instance, in the pandemic. We have a tendency to, put paid work up on such a high pedestal that other things that are important, like not spreading a virus to members of our community suddenly, don't get the priority that they should. And I think as a society, we've sometimes had a tendency to put paid work up on such a high pedestal that we neglect those other important things in life, whether it's the health of our friends and colleagues in a workplace, or whether it's making sure that our colleagues and friends and ourselves take the time that we need to grieve in the event of losing somebody really important to us. And I think the great virtue of this bill is that it creates a little more space for that kind of humanity to enter in to the Canadian economy, and to recognize that work is very important. Paid work is also very important, but there are other things that are important in a human life that need to be given their proper due with the time that it takes in order to give them that due. And we've heard some examples earlier in the debate of the kinds of tasks that have to be accomplished, the kind of work, frankly, that needs to be done when we lose a loved one, as well as the importance of taking that time to just to grieve and to appreciate both the loss of losing a loved one and the gift that they gave in their time with us. So that's why New Democrats are quite pleased and proud to support this initiative, and we certainly look forward as well to follow up from the government to ensure that employment insurance compassionate care leave is modified appropriately to ensure that this gift of time to those who have suffered loss isn't just a gift for the wealthy, for those who can afford it, for those who already had the resources to take that extra time without worrying about their rent or putting meals on the table. And so that's why those employment insurance reforms following up are going to be very important. I hope also that some of the nonpartisanship around this issue, which does recognize a need to take a step back from the kind of, sometimes frantic work culture to recognize important things about the human experience, might equally be applied to an effort to get 10 legislated days of paid sick leave for Canadian workers, in that same spirit of, recognizing that sometimes paid work isn't the most important thing, even though it continues to be an important thing. It's not always the most important thing, and our economic structure has to allow for people to take that time out. Look forward to this kind of nonpartisan cooperation and collaboration, and some leadership from government again when it comes to the EI sickness benefit, which currently is only 15 weeks. The House of Commons has stated its intention very clearly on a number of occasions, including once by unanimous consent, that period ought to be expanded to 50 weeks. It was a campaign commitment of the government to expand it to 26 weeks. That's something that we need to move forward with. I think what we've seen in the context of this bill is what it can look like when parties come to the table in good faith and recognize some of these things and are trying to move the ball forward. And we wish to see that same spirit of collaboration and swift passage when it comes to other important reforms that may not be particularly about bereavement, but that are part and parcel of what I take to be the most important insight behind this, which is that, yes, paid work is important, but it's not the only thing that's important, and that we need an economy that recognizes those other things that are important. And we need to give some space and some room to those things so that people can live a life that recognizes the importance of all of those other things and the kinds of work that happen in our society that aren't paid, but are nevertheless very important to people's lives and to the communities that we all live in. And so it's in that spirit that New Democrats have collaborated in order to, have this bill go as far as it can under the existing rules of Parliament, and to try and get it through as quickly as we can, so that this change might take effect before this Parliament expires. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To speak on this very important bill, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-220, an act amending the Labour Code, Compassionate Care Leave, is one that, if passed, will make a major difference for so many Canadians at one of the most difficult moments of their lives. Most Canadians have been in a situation where they've lost a loved one or have experienced grief due to the loss of a loved one. I think anyone who has experienced this knows that there's no way of getting around certain things. At the very moment that you've lost someone so important to you, who's likely been a major part of your life for so long, you have to take care of arrangements that you would hope you would never have to make. It goes without saying that work is the last thing on one's mind when they are going through the death of a family member. There's no way to make yourself productive when you are experiencing such a loss, at least not so soon. And yet, grieving employees often return to work before they are ready. Doing so only has a negative impact on their work performance and productivity, and on their careers. We're talking absences, career interruptions, and unplanned resignations. Our government can do more to support grieving employees. One thing we can do is provide time off so that employees can deal with the stress of losing a loved one. Bill C-220 can provide more time. In fact, this piece of legislation was strong in the beginning and is even stronger now with the amendments that have been adopted. What is compassionate care leave? Allow me to explain. Compassionate care leave is unpaid leave under Part 3 of the Canadian Labour Code that allows an employee to take up to 28 weeks off to leave within a 52-week period to provide care and support to a family member who is a serious medical condition with a significant risk of death within a 26-week period, as attested to in the medical certificate. Employees on compassionate care leave could also be eligible for corresponding employment insurance compassionate care benefits for up to 26 weeks. Currently, compassionate care leave, as well as corresponding employment insurance benefits, end on the last day of the week in which the person being cared for dies. Notre gouvernement reconnaît.
Our government recognizes that we have a role to play in providing workers in federally regulated workplaces with the support that they need following the death of a family member. The government provides this support mainly through Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code, which provides employees with a number of leaves and other supports. For example, Part 3 of the Code provides for a bereavement leave of up to 5 days, for which 3 days are paid for employees with 3 months of continuous employment, that may be taken during the period that begins on the day on which the death occurs and ends 6 weeks after the latest of the days on which any funeral, burial, or memorial service of that immediate family member occurs. There is a personal leave of up to 5 days, for which 3 days are paid for employees with 3 months of continuous employment. They can be taken for various reasons, including in the event of an urgent situation, such as the death of a family member. There is an unpaid medical leave of up to 17 weeks if the employee is unable to work due to health reasons, including psychological trauma or stress resulting from the death of a family member.
Also, there is a right to request flexible work arrangements that allows employees to request a change to the terms and conditions of their employment related to the number of hours they work, their work schedule, and the location of their work. Employees who have completed 6 months of continuous employment with an employer are entitled to make this request. Now let's get back to Bill C-220 and its amendments. As I mentioned previously, Bill C-220, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, bereavement leave, is now stronger and more equitable, and that is thanks to some of the important amendments. These amendments were recently passed at the Standing Committee of Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Speaker, the amended Bill C-220 would extend bereavement leave by 5 days for a total of 10 days, as opposed to extending compassionate care leave, as the bill was originally drafted. This will ensure that all federally regulated employees can get additional time off if they lose a loved one, regardless of if they are on leave at the time. The adopted amendments also ensure that a broader group of employees would be entitled to take bereavement leave. Employees on compassionate care leave or leave related to critical illness who are caring for a non-immediate family member who passes away would also be entitled to the 10 days of bereavement leave. This secondary amendment was necessary because those employees can currently only take bereavement leave when it pertains to an immediate family member. This is not the case for compassionate care leave or leave related to critical illness. The definition of a family member under bereavement leave does not include non-immediate family members, whereas under compassionate care leave and leave related to critical illness, it does. Without the adopted amendment, employees who take compassionate care leave or leave related to critical illness in respect of a non-immediate family member who passes away would not be entitled to bereavement leave. Mr. Speaker, as amended, Bill C-220 will support all employees in dealing with the loss of a family member, not only those who are on compassionate care leave. This is in line with the government's commitment to provide leave for those who need it most. No Canadian should have to choose between grieving the loss of a loved one and working. Mr. Speaker, we are very pleased that the amendments were accepted as they make Bill C-220 a more equitable and more consistent in how the government supports employees who experience the death of a loved one. Avec les amendements.
With the adopted amendments, Bill C-220 can provide employees in the federally regulated private sector who experience the loss of a loved one with more time off work to grieve and plan for practical necessities, such as funeral arrangements and notifying family and friends.
It's really great to see that all parties seem to be in support of this bill. And as my colleague before me mentioned, very, very happy that our Conservative colleague who came forward with this bill did so in such a nonpartisan fashion. And I'm glad that all parliamentarians are working together in order to make sure that Canadians can properly grieve and not lose in the workplace, not be negatively impacted in the workplace, and have the chance to grieve when they need to. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, that said, I would encourage my fellow members to support Bill C-220 with these amendments, thereby supporting Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege for me to have this opportunity to participate in this debate. This is the 6th year as a member of parliament representing the great people of Nepean. In these 6 years, only several times I saw when members of all political parties, members belonging to various political spectrums with different ideologies, they all came together to work as one collaborative team and to produce this legislative product that I'm so privileged to participate in the debate today. We all agree that losing someone we love is very, very difficult, to say the least. Time is necessary to grieve and to take care of things such as planning a funeral and contacting banks and service providers. Having to deal with all of this can make things even more difficult, especially if you also have to think about returning to work. To quote Kelly Massotti, Vice President Advocacy for Canadian Cancer Society, I quote, "Imagine being a caregiver every day to your loved one, managing their day-to-day care and following their passing, being expected to return to work immediately afterwards. Ms. Massotti also said that family members, potential recipients of compassionate care leave, may need support as they grieve the loss of a loved one and try to manage numerous strains and stresses on their mental health. Mr. Speaker, it is our responsibility as the government to continuously work to make sure our labor standards reflect our country's evolving workplaces. It is our responsibility to provide workers with the support they need when they need it. With its adopted amendments, Bill C-220 now has the potential to provide workers with more of the support they need when losing someone they love. And we are not the only ones to think so. To quote Ms. Massotti one more time, the proposed bill does just that. It amends the existing framework to better meet the needs of Canadians, to be more practical, and to address grief and bereavement. Moreover, Mr. Paul Adams from the Canadian Grief Alliance said that Bill C-220 will create a right for significantly large number of Canadians to a more generous period to grieve, to collect themselves, and to rejoin the world of work. In recent years, the government made several changes to the Canada Labour Code to modernize the labour standards. Some of these changes include improving existing leaves and introducing new ones to better support bereaved workers. Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code now provides for a number of leaves that employees can use following the death of a family member. For example, we increased bereavement leave from 3 to 5 days. The employee can take this leave during the period that begins on the day on which the death occurs. The right to this leave ends 6 weeks after the latest of the days on which any funeral, burial, or memorial service of that immediate family member occurs. The first 3 days of leave must be paid if the employee has completed 3 continuous months of employment. All employees are entitled to 5 unpaid days of bereavement leave, regardless of their length of service. We also introduced a new personal leave of up to 5 days, of which 3 days are paid for employees with 3 months of continuous employment. The employee can take this personal leave for various reasons, including in the event of an urgent situation, such as the death of a family member. Finally, employees have access to an unpaid medical leave of up to 17 weeks. The employee can take this leave if he or she is unable to work due to health reasons, including psychological trauma or stress resulting from the death of a family member. Mr. Speaker, we made all these changes to make sure that federally regulated private sector employees have access to robust and modern set of labor standards. As for employment insurance, since 2015, we have made substantive legislative changes to better support families. We made changes to make EI benefit benefits for caregivers more flexible, inclusive, and easier to access. We also amended the Canada Labour Code in order to ensure that employees have access to job-protected leave when they avail themselves of the enhanced EI benefits. In 2017, we introduced a benefit that allows eligible family caregivers to receive up to 15 weeks of income support to provide care for an adult family member who is critically ill or injured. In addition, immediate and extended family members of children who are critically ill now have access to up to 35 weeks of benefits that were previously available only to parents. There is also the compassionate care benefit, which provides up to 26 weeks of benefits to individuals who are away from work to care for or support a family member who has serious medical condition with a significant risk of death in next 26 weeks. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, it is our responsibility as the Government of Canada to continuously work to make sure that our employment insurance benefits and labor standards reflect our country's evolving workplaces. And to do so, we have always worked with all of our partners. The bill before us today represents an opportunity for all of us together to provide workers with the support they need when they need it. And now, Canadian workers need this bill to pass. For over a year now, too many Canadians have been losing loved ones to COVID-19. Too many Canadians have been grieving, while at the same time trying to deal with the economic hardship and all of the practical business that comes along. Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that all federally regulated employees can get additional time off in the event they lose a loved one, regardless of whether or not they are on leave at the time of death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I would go to the ex-speaker, I'll let him know that there are about 6 or 7 minutes remaining in the time for private members' business, so I'll let him know as we get close to that time. Of course, he'll have his remaining 10 minutes when the House gets back to debate on the question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
And the remaining portion of that 10 minutes, not a whole new 10 minutes, right, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Speaker, and indeed to all of the speakers who have spoken today. And it certainly is rewarding to see so many people from across the aisle not just work in this bipartisan fashion that we've seen through this piece of legislation, but indeed to the extent where they're extremely complementary of each other in the ability to do that. And I think it was the member from Elmwood Transcona who said in his remarks that he hopes that that serves as a bit of an opportunity to see beyond partisan lines sometimes, so that we can actually continue in this spirit of moving legislation forward like this. So it's an honor for me to add some remarks to this piece of legislation as well, particularly what's been going on over the last year or so with COVID-19. I lost my father-in-law back in the fall, late fall of 2020, and the way in which losing a loved one is so much more incredibly difficult right now, given the circumstances. If that person is in the hospital suddenly towards the end of their life and everything that goes on with that, it truly has been a struggle, and I think if there's not a better time for a piece of legislation to come forward like this than right now, given the context in which everything has been happening. And I think that we can all agree, Mr. Speaker, that workers who do experience a loss of a loved one can feel that shock and grief, in addition to having their well-being and effectiveness at work impacted. Quite often, you know, when it's a loved one, somebody that you're so close with, a family member or even an extended family member, the amount of time that people get off, or I should say the amount of time that they're expected to receive off, or they're expected to rebound back from the loss of a loved one, quite often is extremely short in terms of what is expected of people, just based on what we've come to know as a reality in terms of how much time people get. And indeed, we can all agree that more time is quite often needed. I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that our government did and has taken steps to ensure that workers who experience a tragic event have the supports there in place for them. We brought in a number of leaves and other protections for employees in federally regulated workplaces, as some of my colleagues have said before me, following the death of a family member, including extending the bereavement leave to 5 days and introducing 5 days for personal leave. But of course, that is just with respect to federally regulated workplaces, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, that's one of the unique circumstances that the federal government finds itself in. One, that we are responsible, and indeed through acts of parliament, responsible for so many people that work for the federal government, making sure that they're given the resources that they need from a human resources perspective and from a support perspective, but also what we're also responsible for is putting forward and implementing legislation that impacts people that are beyond the scope of directly being employed by the federal government. And so although those measures that I just mentioned were brought into place, Mr. Speaker, by the federal government, what this piece of legislation does is it seeks to fill a huge gap in terms of outside and beyond those that are working directly for the federal government. And to that end, I applaud the member for bringing forward this piece of legislation. The efforts that we did introduce together, the efforts collectively, with the recent changes provided to the right of a request for flexible work arrangements and existing 17 weeks of unpaid medical leave, demonstrate our commitment, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, to protecting Canadian workers when they experience a tragedy. However, as I indicated, there's still more work to be done, and it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that the government does support Bill C-222, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code Compassionate Care Leave. Of course, with the amendments that have been spoken about today, that do help to ensure that caregivers who have suffered a loss have more time to grieve and focus on practical necessities such as funeral planning. And I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that in the fall of last year, my father-in-law passed away. It wasn't sudden. It was several months in coming, but nonetheless, the plans and what one needs to do at that time truly can become overwhelming, and therefore it becomes extremely important to make sure that that time is there and that people have the resources that they need in order to be able to finish that without to go through that process without worrying about what it means to their employment. So I see that you're winding down on my time, Mr. Speaker, but I'd be happy to continue and save my remaining 4 minutes for after for the second hour of debate on this bill when it does come back before the House. Thank you.
Indeed, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands will have 4 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks when the House next gets back to debate on the question.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. I was watching a CTV panel, I think it was in February, where there was a panel of journalists, and the host had asked one of the journalists, do you think it was a strategic error the government didn't do more to ramp up domestic manufacturing capacity for COVID-19 vaccines on either the mRNA or adenovirus-based platforms? And the answer was very simple from the journalist. It was yes, absolutely. But that's water under the bridge, and here we are. I think all parliamentarians would share my concern that we don't have adequate vaccine supply in Canada right now. And I mean, like, the government can put forward all sorts of talking points, but the reality is that we don't have adequate supply at this moment. So we have to ask how we move forward. There have been news today that the latest shipment of Moderna is once again delayed, and it may be delayed again next week. And of course, that particular vaccine is very important. It's an mRNA vaccine, given that the government has advised against using the AstraZeneca vaccine under age 55. So, supply is an issue. Also, the Australians today said that they would not be using the AstraZeneca vaccine in their vaccination program against COVID. And the Americans just announced a pause on using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. At the same time, we've heard reports that the European Union is undertaking potential export restrictions on vaccines, and India may consider the same. And of course, countries around the world are all scrambling to find vaccines, and we in Canada don't have domestic manufacturing capacity at this moment. So it really becomes a question of how do we shore up our ability to procure vaccines from other countries. The government has not been clear on how all of the confluence of all these factors are going to affect Canadian supply in coming weeks. And that really has deadly consequences if there isn't clarity on that. The targets change from week to week. I mean, Moderna today is a perfect example of that. So I guess, the government has still not been forthcoming on the question of assurances from our main export partners. So I just have a few questions. The European Union, have they provided written exemptions, as they have for other countries, to Canada? So a written exemption, not an assurance over the phone, a wink and a nod, that we would be exempt from export restrictions on vaccines. Has the government also assured any sort of, or obtained any sort of written assurance from the United States in terms of potential additional doses of vaccines from that country, as well as has the government received written assurances from the government of India? I'm just looking for a very simple response. I hope that the answer to all three questions to that are yes, but certainly we need some assurance, given that the government has not secured domestic manufacturing capacity, that we will be able to get those vaccines in this week's time period. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her work as opposition critic on the health file and for raising what is the most important issue facing our country at the moment, that is procuring enough vaccines for all Canadians. And I would, I guess, like to begin where my colleague opposite began, and that is just to point out that domestic manufacturing of vaccines has hardly been a silver bullet for any country. I've just asked Australia and the problems that they're dealing with right now. On the specific issue of the Moderna shipment, which was delayed, if my information is correct, it was delayed by about 24 hours, and we did receive 150,000 Moderna vaccines today. And so I would just like to make those 2 points off of the bat, but I think the issue that my colleague opposite is raising more particularly is that with respect to the European Union and where things are at with the export restrictions, and I'm happy to provide some further details with respect to that. Firstly, the question of whether or not Canada has a written exemption is a bit misleading, because the only countries in the world that have been put on an exemption list are low-income countries. There isn't a single high-income country on the planet that has received an exemption. What we have received, and as I've stated several times in the House, and I'm happy to repeat again, are consistent assurances received by both the Prime Minister himself from the President of the European Commission, as well as the Minister of International Trade, who've received several very, very strong assurances from her counterparts in both countries in the EU where we are receiving shipments of vaccines. And I would also like to point out that these are not just verbal assurances that people can set aside. The proof is really in the pudding. I mean, we have received all of the export authorizations that we have ever asked for. They have been consistent and they have been timely. Our shipments have not been delayed by these new export restrictions to date, and we have not had any issues in that regard. If there were any delays, and there have been some, again, small delays in receiving shipments, and that is behind us, we hope, those delays were on the side of the manufacturer because the companies had problems in production. And I guess with the short amount of time that's left to me, I would also like, as much as I am, deeply engaged on the file of the vaccine procurement and know that it is of concern to Canadians, I would like to point out that Canada is now number 3 among G20 countries in vaccination coverage. That's total. We are actually number 2 among G20 countries in vaccinations per capita per day, behind only the United States. The United States has indeed vaccinated more people than any other country in the entire world, and I know that that's very impressive, and certainly they have had a very strong vaccination rollout campaign, but the reality is, even today, the daily death rate in the United States is still 3 times higher than Canada on a per capita basis. And so, I think we do also need to be very careful in our comparisons. And I think that the government of Canada has taken extraordinary measures to protect Canadians. Our health and our security is the number 1 concern of this government. I know that we are in the middle of a 3rd wave at the moment. That's obviously very concerning to all of us. And I think it's important to make sure that we continue to focus on what really matters, and that is Canadians. I would like to ask my colleague opposite if she has changed her position since seeing, the very disastrous effects of this 3rd wave, and maybe regret.
I think we're the time allocated for the honourable member has expired. We'll now go back to the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Chair. The parliamentary secretary said, quote, that domestic manufacturing isn't a silver bullet in addressing the vaccine shortage. It's really shocking. And then she referenced Australia, which, closed their borders early instead of suggesting that closing the border was, racist or xenophobic. Does she honestly believe that Canada's domestic manufacturing capacity is adequate to deal with the vaccine shortage? Maybe she might want to retract that statement. It was a little alarming and perhaps misleading, and promoting a lot of fear, as her party has been doing on this issue.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the only fear that's being promoted is that by the opposition. The actual fact is that a lot of countries that do have domestic manufacturing also need to import vaccines. And that was the point that I was making, Mr. Speaker. I noticed that my colleague opposite didn't answer the question. She signed a letter urging MLAs in the province of Alberta to go back on lockdown restrictions that are protecting the health and
Point
safety
of order, Chair.
of Albertans.
Point of order, Chair.
There are no points of order in adjournment debates. We'll just go back because we've got a few seconds left for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We'll let her finish up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said, the health and safety of Canadians has been the Government of Canada's top priority. I really hope that the member opposite agrees and that she retracts her previous signature to a letter urging a provincial government to remove their lockdown restrictions in order to protect their safety. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has had an unprecedented impact on global travel and migration. Canada's immigration system came to a grinding halt. Families awaiting reunification, as well as workers, students, caregivers, and refugees alike, are all deeply impacted. My office continues to hear from an increasing number of frustrated PR applicants who have been in limbo for months with their applications marked as, quote, complete, but still processing and awaiting finalization. These applications have far exceeded the expected processing time. To make matters worse, many of their supporting documents, such as medicals, have expired as a direct result of the delays. Similarly, prospective Canadians who have gone through the full process of having their PR application approved are prevented from coming to Canada because their previously approved certificate of permanent residence are also expiring, and they find themselves without a home in their country of origin and unable to make a new one in Canada. The Deputy Minister of Immigration advised committee members that the department is undertaking a process of individually reaching out to each person whose COPR has expired and asking if they're still interested in coming to Canada before taking next steps to renew their COPR. She herself indicated that this is, quote, labor intensive. Instead of reprocessing applications that have already gone through all the steps of being approved for PR, I'm calling on the government to automatically renew and honor COPRs that have expired. I'm further urging the government to take the unprecedented step to automatically renew or extend the deadline for other documents that may have expired over the course of the pandemic. As well, the travel restrictions for COPRs issued after March 18, 2020 needs to be removed so that people can get on with coming to Canada to put down their roots. This would not only reduce the frustrations and uncertainty experienced by the applicants, it would also decrease the demand on IRCC, allowing for IRCC resources to be better used on other application streams struggling with processing delays. Other immigration streams, such as migrant students, workers, are also being punished through no fault of their own. As their work or student permits expire, many find themselves out of status. For workers with an employer-specific work permit, they're particularly hard hit. Immigration status precarity makes workers more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation. For caregivers, for example, due to COVID, many are now required to work and live in their employer's home. This isolation elevates the risks of abuse experienced by caregivers. I've talked to caregivers who were infected by COVID by their employer without the employer even informing them that they were COVID positive. One caregiver was even fired after she got COVID from her employer. Some have lost their jobs because the employers are also impacted by the loss of income. Their interrupted time in the caregiver's employment penalizes caregivers in their eligibility to meet the 2-year work requirement in order to apply for PR and to reunite with their families. With the delays, they risk having their children age out, which means they cannot be part of the PR application. Action needs to be taken to honor the work of caregivers. They all deserve lander status now. On processing delays for caregivers, it's startling to learn that caregivers' PR applications went from nearly 2,000 in January February alone down to only a total of 6 since March. It means that thousands of applications are sitting in the mailrooms and gathering dust. This is also a 10-fold increase from 38 days in February 2020 to 344 days in January 2021 for caregivers to just get an acknowledgement of receipt for their PR application. This further reinforces the fact that processing caregiver applications are not a priority for the government. This needs to be dealt with, and note that when interim programs were closed, there was a stark reduction in caregiver applications. The barriers for caregivers to meet the eligibility criteria are significant, and it is time for change. We need to step up and do better.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to address the question from the honourable member. And let me say to begin that as the newly appointed Parliamentary Secretary for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, I very much look forward to working with the honourable member in the coming weeks and months. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a challenging time for everyone. To protect the health and safety of Canadians, Canada has had to take necessary measures which have had an effect on immigration. But in terms of restoring operations and increasing application processing capacity, we've made significant gains since last spring. In fact, IRCC has introduced measures to support the processing of permanent resident applications, including spouse or common law partner sponsorship applications, and is providing applicants additional time to provide documents. Family reunification continues to be a priority for this government. It's key to Canada's future, and we know that, especially as we work to recover from COVID-19. It is important, Mr. Speaker, for families to be together in this difficult time, and we are reuniting families by allocating additional resources, streamlining our processes, and moving paper applications to digital. Last year, we introduced a pilot project aimed at digitizing spousal applications, which will allow officers in Canada and abroad to remotely process spousal applications faster and more efficiently. Just last month, we expanded our case processing center in Sydney and added 62 new staff who will be primarily assigned to family class applications. In September, to speed up processing and reduce the wait for couples to reunite in Canada, we increased the number of decision makers on spousal applications by 66%.
Just going to just ask the Parliament Secretary just to hold for a moment. We seem to have lost his audio. We're going to try and gain that back, and we'll resume this segment.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, yeah, we've got the audio back there now. If perhaps he could just pick it up from the last, I would say, 3 sentences, and we'll carry on, and we won't take away from his time. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. So to repeat, Mr. Speaker, in September, to speed up processing and reduce the wait for couples to reunite in Canada, we increased the number of decision makers on spousal applications by 66% to reach the goal of nearly 49,000 application decisions by the end of 2020. In fact, no spousal or common law permanent resident application that is in progress will be closed or refused because of document delays resulting from the pandemic-related closures. As the honourable member is aware, to better support families in Canada, the government has updated its rules to make it easier for immediate family members of Canadian citizens and permanent residents to travel to Canada while respecting all public health protocols and measures, including, Mr. Speaker, quarantine. Immediate family members no longer have to prove they are coming for an essential non-discretionary purpose. Provided they are admissible, people coming to join their immediate family members need only prove that they are staying in the country for at least 15 days and have a valid passport and travel document. Extended family members are eligible to travel to Canada as long as they meet the criteria and get authorization from IRCC. And this includes, Mr. Speaker, people in exclusive long-term committed relationships and their dependent children, as well as adult children, grandchildren, and grandparents. There has been extremely high interest in these two family-related exemptions to travel. And in cases where applications are complete, we are not only meeting our 14-day processing service standards, we are exceeding it, with 80% of applications processed within 5 business days. And so far, Mr. Speaker, 35,000 extended and 26,000 immediate family applications have been processed. That's over 60,000 families who are together once again. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to find innovative and compassionate ways to reunite families, always informed by the advice of our public health experts who remind us that COVID-19 is still very much a risk to the health and safety of Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, the government has been efficient and nimble in the area of processing and has developed virtual landings, virtual citizenship ceremonies, and is in the first country in the world to offer online citizenship testing. This will serve us well as we continue to welcome newcomers and strengthen Canada through immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Congratulations to the parliamentary secretary, and I look forward to working with him. I have to say, though, for caregivers, as I was mentioning, they deserve landed status now. And to actually create better efficiencies for IRCC, what the government can do to free up resources is to simply automatically renew and provide extensions of current work permits, study permits, visitors' visas, expired PR documents, expired certificates of PR, and so on. This will save time and resources for IRCC so that they can get on to doing other work that is so urgently needed. The streams that the parliamentary secretary talked about in terms of some work being done, I appreciate that. But there is so much work that needs to be done. And the issues that I highlighted earlier are some of those that continue to be outstanding. And finally, on the issue around reunification for family members, I have to say the government should actually suspend Section 179B so that those who want to bring their loved ones here to be with them while their PR application is under process, under their spousal sponsorship application, would be able to do so. I urge the government to take action so that truly we can create a system that meets the needs of the community, allow for loved ones to reunite, and ensure that caregivers and temporary foreign workers are treated appropriately and fairly.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks once again, honourable colleague. In our operations and processing, we have made significant progress, and we're going to continue to work to serve Canadians and their loved ones who they're trying to reunite with better. We've introduced measures to streamline processing of permanent resident applications, including spouse or common law partnership applications, provided applicants additional time to provide documents if need be, if they're faced with challenges due to local COVID-19 restrictions, introduced a pilot to digitize spousal applications so officers in Canada and abroad can process them more remotely, and increase the number of decision makers on spousal applications in Canada to reduce couples' wait time. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we've developed virtual landings, citizenship ceremonies, and citizenship testing. We are on track to return to our pre-pandemic processing times, and will continue to reunite families based on advice from public health experts. And I look forward to working once again with my honourable colleague to move this forward in the most efficient way possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to talk today about tourism communities in the riding of Kenora. We know that many tourism communities have been very hard hit by COVID-19, and my riding is no exception. The livelihoods of many tourist outfitters, camp and hotel owners, guides, as well as businesses like restaurants and retail stores are all reliant on visitors from outside of our region. Canadian tourism operators have already lost a full summer season due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and even if the government is able to meet their vaccination targets, it does appear that another season, or at least the majority of another season, will be behind us before the majority of Canadians are able to have access to a vaccine. Mr. Speaker, we know it's not the case in many other countries, including the United States, and I note this as importance because in the Kenora riding, in the Kenora region, we rely a lot from a lot of tourists from the United States. Many of our regular visitors to the region have already received their first dose of the vaccine, or in some cases are fully vaccinated. So tourism operators in the Kenora riding, I do believe, are very reasonable in hoping that they will soon be able to safely welcome American clients back to their facilities. They're reasonable in hoping that large-scale vaccinations will bring an end to increased restrictions here in Canada, and of course will allow our economy to reopen. So that is why I've been pressing for some clarity, Mr. Speaker, and some transparency from the government on when and under what circumstances we can expect to be in a position where those hopes can turn into a reality. Above all else, these businesses are truly looking for clarity on whether they will have another season this year or not. I've heard from so many people, Mr. Speaker, they say to me, Eric, if we're losing another season, we just need to know. Obviously, they'd prefer not to lose another season, and they'd love to be able to operate, but their main concern right now is on the clarity. And if they are losing another season or the majority of another season, they hope that they can have clear information from the government that will allow them to plan ahead and make the adjustments necessary for that. Mr. Speaker, we need to have answers to the questions such as if fully vaccinated foreign nationals will be exempt from quarantine restrictions or not. We need to know how many Canadians must be vaccinated before restrictions can be lifted for our citizens. We need to know what extra or additional health and safety measures businesses might have to put in place to be able to safely operate this summer. Many questions along those themes that need to be answered. So, Mr. Speaker, back in November, I asked the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance if she could provide any of the details on the modeling, projections, public health advice, any benchmarks really that could help answer some of those questions. And unfortunately, she wasn't able to provide that information at the time. So I put forward this question once again in question period not long ago, and also didn't receive a response. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that every cabinet minister should be able to have this answer off the top of their head, but the government does have access to public health advice, public health experts that are guiding these decisions. And what we need is transparency from the government on how they are making their plans based off of that information. So, Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm asking once again, if anyone on the government side can answer any of the questions that I have outlined based off of the public health advice that they are following.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and responsible for FedNor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to respond to comments made earlier by the Honourable Member for Kenora regarding the very important tourism sector. Our government understands how hard hit the tourism sector has been by COVID-19. That's why since the very beginning of the pandemic, we've been there for the people and the small and medium-sized businesses that make up this vital sector of our economy. From the very beginning, we've used every tool available to us to support people and businesses who have been deeply impacted by COVID-19. And thanks to our actions, we've introduced programs like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the Canada Emergency Business Account, the Business Credit Account Program, the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, and the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund. Taken together, these programs have helped provide $10 billion in assistance for this very important tourism industry. That's $10 billion to help people survive the crisis, help tourism operators protect jobs, and stay in business. $10 billion is a very big number, so let me break that down further and just focus on the Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, the RRF. To date, the RRF has provided more than 3,700 tourism businesses and organizations support. In Northern Ontario alone, we've helped over 300 businesses stay afloat during this unprecedented crisis. We know this crisis isn't done yet, and that's why we'll continue to be there for Canadians at home and at work. And as we announced in the economic statement in the fall, we've increased the total RR funding to more than $2 billion, of which 25% will go to the tourism industry. We've also introduced another very important measure, the Highly Affected Sectors Credit Availability Program, which provides guaranteed loans from the government, which are low interest and of up to $1 billion for businesses in the hardest hit sectors like tourism and hospitality. As we move forward and look towards the end of this historic challenge, we'll continue to introduce new measures measures and adapt existing ones to make sure we're there for Canadians where they need us the most. We'll continue to work with our partners at all levels to gather evidence, data, and guidance to ensure we're keeping Canadians safe. And we'll continue to help our businesses meet the challenges of COVID-19 and be ready for the recovery once it comes. We're fortunate enough to live in the most beautiful country in the world, and Canada's tourism operators help us show off this incredible asset. We're looking forward to the day when it's safe to travel again, but until then, Canadians know that we have their backs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the Parliamentary Secretary, but unfortunately they once again did not answer the questions that I'm hoping to seek answers on. And we know that public health officials and experts are guiding a lot of the decisions around a safe reopening. But once again, Mr. Speaker, what I am asking for is transparency from this government. We're asking for clear answers based on the public health advice they are getting on how we might be able to work towards a safe reopening. And in fairness, I originally asked this question 5 months ago, and again, just a few weeks back. So the government really has had plenty of time to do their homework, to check with their departments and figure out some sort of answers on this. So if they don't have the answers right now, can someone on that side of the House please start asking these questions and report back to this House, because it is very important for the tourism sector, I'm sure, as the member knows, and this information is badly needed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, these are very difficult times for all businesses, and I know they are especially difficult for tourism operators in Northern Ontario. Many of these tourism operators depend on the U.S. market to thrive. So since the start of the pandemic, we provided financial support to businesses, organizations, and communities in Northern Ontario. Through the RRF alone, we've provided businesses and not-for-profit organizations across Northern Ontario with more than $70 million. And as noted, C-14, which is being debated in the House, has millions and millions of more dollars contained within it to support the tourism industry. So I would encourage the honourable member opposite in this virtual House to support C-14 and encourage the Conservative caucus to also get on board, because it's been many, many months where that money has not been able to get through the system without the Conservatives supporting it. So again, I encourage the member to have the Conservative caucus pass C-14 expeditiously so that we can unlock the millions and millions of dollars of support for the tourism sector and businesses, organizations, and communities across Northern Ontario. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
La motion importante que l'Assemblée.
The motion that the House do now adjourn is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.